The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 16th, 2022. Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my absence to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Conference Room on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory as absent. Excuse absent. Any other correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Correspondence dated August 16th, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, this letter serves to inform you that I will be tardy to the Committee on Finance meeting scheduled today in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. I do apologize for any inconvenience, and I look forward to participating in the discussion upon my arrival. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Serow.
Please mark Senator Serow as tardy.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 1 excused, 1 tardy.
You may proceed, and thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Hearing for Tuesday, August 16th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., Virgin Islands Department of Education invited testifiers Dionne Wells-Hedrington, Commissioner nominee. At 12:30 p.m., the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board and the Virgin Islands Board of Education invited testifiers Michael T. Francois, Chairman, CTEB, Kyza A. Callwood, Chairman, VIBE. At 2 p.m., the Government Employees Retirement System invited testifiers Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator. Mr. Chairs, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. I also want to welcome Senator Genevieve Whitaker, who is here with us. She's in the chambers on St. Croix. First, before us, we have the Virgin Islands Department of Education. And I also would like to welcome Senator Carla Joseph. You've been here very early, so thank you for coming. I want to welcome the Virgin Islands Department of Education and Commissioner nominee Dionne Wells-Hedrington. I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record and then I will allow the other members of the Department of Education to do likewise. So beginning with you.
Good morning, Dionne, Wells-Hedrington.
Pull it down a little bit. Okay, you're good. We got you loud and clear. Next, Assistant Commissioner.
Good morning.
Mike.
Good morning. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Next.
Good morning, Arisilda Atley Herman, Acting Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Next.
Good morning, Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John School District.
Good morning, Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal and Administrative Services.
Good morning, Charlene Foy, Financial Control Officer.
Thank you. We also have a number of individuals who will be taking part virtually. So I'm going to allow them to put the name and title on the record, beginning with Dr. Bashan.
Good morning, Carla Bashan, Deputy Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Dr. Brown.
Good morning, Dr. Simriti Brown, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Dr. Charleswell. Charleswell. Okay, I'll come back. Mrs. Benjamin.
Good morning, Cynthia Benjamin, Assistant Director of Federal Grants.
Attorney Hudson.
Good morning, I'm Vincent Hudson, Legal Counsel, Department of Education.
Joseph. Kadila Joseph.
Good morning, Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement.
Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore.
Good morning, Attorney Cynthia Moore, Legal Counsel with the Department of Education.
Mr. Parija.
Good morning, Pedro Parija, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, St. Croix District.
Ms. Sanderson.
Good morning, Belinda Sanderson, State Director of the Special Nutrition Programs.
Dr. Charleswell.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction.
Okay, thank you so much. That's everyone, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Before I begin my testimony, I would like you to join me in a moment of silence for Ms. Nancy Callwood, our State Director of Career and Technical Education, who passed.
Colleagues, let's join the Department of Education in a moment of silence for Nancy Callwood, who passed recently on the island of St. John. Everyone, please rise. Thank you.
Good morning, Finance Committee Chairman, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Vice Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, committee members, Senators Marvin Blyden, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Janelle K. Saru, Javon E. James Sr., and Samuel Carrion, non-committee members present, and everyone listening and viewing today. I am Dr. Dionne Wells-Hedrington, and I have the privilege of serving the students and families of the Virgin Islands as Commissioner nominee of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I appreciate the effort, the opportunity to be here today to discuss the fiscal year 2023 budget and its potential impact on the students, faculty, and staff. Thank you to the hardworking men and women who work in the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your commitment and your dedication. I want to take a moment to commend you and the subcommittee members for securing general funding for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The 34th legislature deserves tremendous credit for its efforts to deliver and allocate unprecedented financial support of schools. Thank you for believing in our students, faculty, and staff, and showing your long-term support with financial resources. As a result of your commitment to fund public education, the children of the Virgin Islands are on their way to academic recovery and success. With me are members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner, Alvincent Hudson II, Attorney, Mr. Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Dr. Stephen Jurgen, Insular Superintendent of the St. Thomas St. John District, Arisilda Utley Herman, Acting Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District, Ms. Charlene Foy, Budget Director. Virtually on Teams, we have Kadila Joseph, Procurement Director, Ms. Merlene Cooper Shelford, Acting Human Resources Director, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, and Belinda Sanderson, State Director of Special Nutrition. We do have additional VIDE personnel on standby should we need to dive deeper into any specific area. VIDE Fiscal Year 2023 General Fund Budget Recommendation. The Governor has recommended an appropriation of $177,210,943 from the General Fund to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2023. This sum includes $118,915,349 for personnel services, $51,038,094 for fringe benefits, $5 million for utilities, and $2,257,500 under miscellaneous. The FY23 recommended funding level is $4,693,441, or 3% lower than the $181,904,384 appropriated under the general fund for FY 2020 as per Acts numbers 8474 and 8557, to include utilities, and $4,013,977, or 2% lower than the $176,224,920 appropriated under the general fund for FY 2022 without the utilities total. In addition to the $177.2 million recommended for FY 2023, there is another $725,000 in other miscellaneous appropriations for the department's operations. These sums together total the $177,935,943. You can see Addendum A. The governor's team sets a ceiling for the Department of Education. While there is not an allocation for other services and supplies, we have been in conversation with the Office of Management and Budget to include a supplemental budget package that outlines the breakdown of funding needed for those three areas. Other services, $11,544,065. Supplies, $2,130,132, and capital outlay $40,000 for a total of $13,674,197. Student data. The total enrollment for the school year 2021-2022 was 10,234 students, 5,091 in the St. Croix district and 5,143 in the St. Thomas St. John district. This total is 759 students less than the 2020-2021 school year. As of August 9th, 2022, the 2022-2023 school year, the tentative enrollment is 10,145 students, 5,030 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 5,115 in the St. Croix district, which would be 89 students less. As displayed in Table 1, enrollment has steadily declined during the past 11 school years. You can see the breakdown by schools in Addendum B. We have been experiencing a steady decrease in enrollment for the past 10 years. The data shows that the decline began before we experienced the 2 Category 5 hurricanes and the pandemic. Many reasons can be provided as explanations for this decline. However, the department must continue to assess and look for ways to maximize the utilization of our facilities and human capital in our plans moving forward, which will result in downsizing of our footprint. Graduation rates. There were 3,317 students in grades 9 through 12 for the 2021-22 school year. Of the 716 students enrolled in 12th grade at the beginning of the 2021-22 school year, 683 graduated in May, which was 95%. 354 in the St. Croix district and 329 in the St. Thomas St. John district, Table 2. An additional 8 students were eligible for graduation in the St. Thomas St. John district, and in the St. Croix district, 2 students were eligible for graduation after recovering the missing credits during summer school. Human resources data. Personnel services are recommended at $118,915,349 and cover 2,172 full-time positions and associated costs. Included in this sum are 125 field exempt positions at $8,249,636, 16 vacant exempt positions at $424,958, 1,942 filled classified positions at $88,194,573, and 83 vacant classified positions at $1,585,542. Additional costs of $19,235,640 includes union increases. $17,326,595 for the American Federation of Teachers, and $1,909,045 for the Educator Administrators Association. Substitute teacher pool funding at $800,000. Night school teacher per diem payments budgeted at $400,000. And part-time/temporary employment totaling $25,000. The FY 2023 recommended sum for personnel services represents a net increase of $9,088,599, or 8% above the FY 22 appropriated sum of $109,826,950. You can find the table in Addendum A. There is also a net increase of 4% less. FTE's budget for FY 2023 and FY 2022. Personnel service costs for FY 2023 represents 67% of the recommended budget. The 117% variance in union increases represents the raises received by the American Federation of Teachers and the Educator Administrators Association. The new starting salary of a teacher is $49,013.13 with a bachelor's degree and $51,241.47 with a master's degree. The highest paid teacher makes $81,946.04. The starting salary of an assistant principal is now $67,856.40. The principals start at $70,637.40. The highest paid principal makes $113,937.98. It is a great day at VIDE. We finally have the opportunity to pay our professionals for the hard work they do in our schools. However, note that this increase will result in other increases in the leadership at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Fringe benefits. For FY 2023, the recommended cost for fringe benefits is $57,029,996.46. This sum is $4,025,950.46, or 8% higher than the $53,004,046 budgeted for FY 22. This sum includes calculations for the employer's contribution to retirement, FICA, Medicare, health and dental insurance, workman comp premiums, and unemployment insurance contributions. Fringe benefits represent 29% of the total recommended FY 23 budget. The number of active employees. The Virgin Islands Department of Education currently has 2,142 active employees in our school sites. There are 1,028 active employees in the St. Thomas St. John District and 1,114 active employees in the St. Croix District. See Table 5 for the breakdown. Our ongoing recruitment and retention still pose many challenges for the department. The past week, both superintendents and myself received separation letters after they opened schools. When those separations occur as the year begins, it becomes very challenging to find teachers. Nonetheless, the department will continue the recruitment using various methods to advertise the positions. Through the H-1B visa program, we recruited 86 teachers territory-wide. 46 for the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 40 for the St. Croix district. Thus far, 15 employees have arrived in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 20 in the St. Croix district, and they have begun the orientation process. And we anticipate the additional 51 teachers arriving by November 2022. Hired teachers will teach elementary education, science, physical education, special education, math, music, and vocational education. The department is awaiting permission from the U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services to recruit an additional 30 teachers who have already been interviewed and are waiting offer letters. VIDE has received an exemption to the H-1B visa lottery cap since we entered into a formal MOU with the University of the Virgin Islands that memorializes our active working relationship, where we provide student-teacher opportunities and guidance for university students. Our efforts are not limited to recruitment. We will begin by promoting careers in education within our high school as a viable track of study and continue to partner with the University of the Virgin Islands. We are currently looking at our Virgin Islands Virtual Academy to determine how that can assist us in filling the much needed critical courses for our high schoolers to ensure they successfully receive their credit hours. The tables below breaks down the data even more. Table 5 shows the number of employees by class and district. Table 6 shows the number of employees resigned, retired, separated by district. Table 7 shows the reasons why people separated from the department. Let me make an adjustment to my numbers in Table 7. The St. Thomas, St. John calculation is off. The total should be 126, and St. Croix 156 for a total of 282. Table 8 shows the number of eligible persons within this department that can separate at any given moment. The number of vacancies and dollar value. The VIDE currently has 184 vacancies totaling $7,713,461.32. Human resources updates. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has recently received the resignation of our Human Resources Director, and we have placed Ms. Marlene Shelford Cooper in that acting capacity. We will aggressively recruit a qualified, willing person to assume the helm since, as we all know, human resources is a critical aspect of our department's work. We recently interviewed for the assistant director, slated to begin within the next couple of weeks. That individual will support the director in managing the affairs in the St. Croix district. Human resources continues to experience challenges with hiring the needed teachers. The challenges include wages, cost of living, candidates not meeting set certification criteria, and teachers basically withdrawing their application due to the multiple steps involved in the process. The Virgin Islands Department of Education currently has 1,955 classified employees. There are now 187 unclassified exempt employees at the department. All increases are in the process and or completed. The AFT, you have 2 more pay periods for AFT employees to be compensated, which is being processed. EAA increases have been given to the employees, and the USW supervisors completed. The human resource team is preparing for a subsequent schedule increase for AFT effective September 1, 2022, and EAA, which will take place on October 1, 2022. These increases mean that the department is still working to provide the retroactive pay that is owed to the employees. Premium pay. BIDE was able to utilize federal funding to compensate with a stipend various employees for their hard work and dedication during the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes AFT and EAA members, school bus drivers, school monitors and maintenance workers, warehouse workers, and food service workers. The FY23 budget recommended for materials and supplies, as stated before, is zero. The budget category is being requested on a supplemental budget request submitted to OMB to include funding for operating and office supplies, drinking water, vehicles and maintenance supplies, gasoline purchases, and food supplies for the school lunch program. The supply budget is 100% lower than the FY22 funding level of $2,112,221. Supplies are not included in the total recommended FY23 budget. As noted prior, this is because of the department's ceilings. Other services. The FY23 budget recommended for other service, again, as mentioned before, is $0. This budget category is being requested under supplemental budget requests. The request submitted to OMB will include costs necessary for the continued operation of the department, such as pupil transportation, security services, janitorial services, accreditation of schools, special education services, internet costs, software licensing renewals, communication, travel, office rental, transportation, and training costs. Addendums D and E. This is 100% lower than the FY 2022 funding level of $8,899,403. Other services are not included in the recommended FY 2023 budget, and that is because of the ceiling. Utilities. For FY 2023, the utility funding is budgeted for $5 million. At the beginning of each fiscal year, the entire appropriated sum is transferred into a single payer fund, and the Department of Finance processes utility payments for the department. The sum of $679,464, or 12% lower than the $5,679,464 budgeted for FY 2022. Utilities represents 3% of the total recommended budget. The VIDE will develop plans to cut down on the cost of utilities. This includes installing automatic lighting and control systems in our classrooms, as well as keeping the building administrators aware of their monthly costs for utilities. VIDE is unique in that we have our school food operations, our school kitchens, as well as servers that require the utilization of electricity on a constant basis. Miscellaneous. For FY 2023, $2,257,500 is budgeted as miscellaneous under the department's recommended allotment. This sum represents $75,000 or 3% decrease from $2,332,500 appropriated in FY 2021. This decrease, 2022, this decrease is due to special appropriation to construct signage for the main complex. Other funding under this budgetary category includes $2 million school maintenance, $100,000 for IAA athletic program, $125,000 for interscholastic sports, $15,000 for the Sheswani after school program, $10,000 for FBLA, and $7,500 for continuing adult education tuition subsidy. The funds budgeted under the miscellaneous section represent 1% of the total recommended budget for FY 2023. Other miscellaneous funds. The department is also recommended to receive other miscellaneous appropriations for FY 2023, including $500,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund, $175,000 to fund the Civic Education Initiative, and $50,000 for the STEM summer programs on St. Croix. Security Services. Ranger American VI Incorporated is currently the contracted vendor that provides unarmed security services to several public schools. Today, VIDE has paid $1,241,052.74 in security services. The current term for the security services tied to FY 2022 is October 1, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. The contract shall remain consistent during FY 2023, October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2023. Maintenance. Maintenance remains ongoing for our schools and activity sites. Historically, the funding has been minimal to maintain the current state of our facilities. Based on the calculations provided by the Office of Insular Affairs in 2016, it will cost the department $20 million to maintain all of our existing footprint at this time. Since then, we have had 2 Category 5 storms that further damaged our dilapidated structures. VIDE, with the $2 million allotted through the general fund, has the opportunity to utilize alternate funding sites to offset the cost of maintaining our structures. Funding from 11 legislative project/maintenance initiatives totaling $806,987.43 have been identified for the St. Thomas St. John District, and 24 legislative project/maintenance initiatives totaling $1,286,550.02 for the St. Croix District will be up to this body for reprogramming to the major maintenance category due to insufficient funding currently to support our maintenance initiatives. We are asking for your cooperation with the reprogramming of these funds. The reprogrammed funds will be used to complete projects, initiatives held for additional funding, along with unfunded district priority projects and maintenance initiatives. In addition, the maintenance division has received money from CARES 2 to take care of air quality issues, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Both districts have also allotted American Rescue Plan funding towards facilities to address safety and security needs. Any work done on our facilities must now address those mandated code upgrades. disaster recovery projects, and new schools. The Virgin Islands Department of Education continues to work with FEMA to attain the needed funding to complete school improvements and build new schools. The table below shows the breakdown and approximations of the cost estimates that we are in negotiations with FEMA to get for the territory. School Food Authority. The School Food Authority remains committed to providing our students with healthy, balanced meals. We are still mandated to follow the guidelines prescribed by the United States Department of Agriculture. The department continues to look for ways to improve the preparation of our meals and the overall presentation. We have begun to partner with our local farmers to ensure that we receive fresh fruits and vegetables locally grown. We are revitalizing our school gardens and introducing some new initiatives, such as having salad bars in all of our high schools. Our goal is to ensure that our staff is adequately trained and supported in their work efforts. Figure 3 represents the monthly reimbursable meals served in the St. Thomas St. John District and St. Croix District School Food Authorities, and the total reimbursements earned for school year 2021 and 2022. While within the school year, there were instances where the total disallowances exceeded the total reimbursements earned in the St. Thomas St. John District. In those cases, subsequent claims were decreased to recoup the disallowed meal balances. This is reflected as a negative for December 2021. Meal disallowances were due to insufficient planning preparation of components, grains, fruits, vegetables, which caused incorrect portions and missing components. To remedy this situation, monitoring and support will be provided to our kitchen managers, as well as improvements made to ensure that all commodities needed to fulfill the menus are available in our schools. Work efforts with the SFAs will remain a priority for the department. Post-audit findings. The VIDE has reviewed the post-audit findings and has responded to the identified results. So there was an issue with the scope and overview. The scope that was inserted was from the Department of Agriculture FY 2023 mission statement, and the scope and overview was inadvertently placed into the executive budget book. Still, VIDE FY 2023 mission statement and scope and overview have been referenced on page 2 of this testimony. The discrepancy between the budget book and the allotment information, the Office of Management and Budget has been notified of the discrepancy and are currently working on updating that information. Personnel services and fringe benefits expenditure numbers are considerably below FY21 expenditures. The data provided as of May 26, 2022 did not include teacher increases and retro payments. However, Table 17 displays the updated expenditures as of July 31st, 2022. The Department of Education did not provide a fuel or maintenance cost for the fleet. The VIDE is presently gathering the requested information. Table 18 below displays an estimated fuel and maintenance cost as of August 8, 2022. VIDE continues to work on attaining the most accurate records. Further, the VIDE has developed a vehicle usage and maintenance policy that has been disseminated in memorandum enforcing the authorized use of all government vehicles. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner, to read the federal grants portion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Federal grants. The department currently manages $280,218,120 for 13 federal grants from the United States Department of Education and $5,179,159.48 for 8 federal grants from the United States Department of Agriculture, totaling $397,279.48. See Figure 4. The awarded grants include special education, consolidated grants, Strive-In Readers, adult education, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES, 1, Education Stabilization Funds, CARES 2, and our American Rescue Plan, ARP funds. U.S. Department of Agriculture grants include the National School Lunch Program, School Breakfast Program, Summer Food Service Program, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, Child and Adult Care Food Program, Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, NSLP Equipment Grant, and our state administrative expense. In FY 2023, the department anticipates receiving approximately $31,274,609.30 in federal funds, $25,778,098.69 from U.S. Department of Ed, and $5,496,510.61 from the U.S. Department of Agriculture as reimbursable program funds. As of August 12, 2022, the department is obligating $11,623,696.85, which is set to expire on September 30th of 2022. Figure 5 lays out those grants and balances that are set to expire. A no-cost extension was requested for the FY 2020 consolidated grant, which currently has a $5,339,239.60 balance to obligate as of July 29, 2022. This no-cost extension would allow for the continuation of services to meet the educational needs of our students and for the delivery of goods. A few factors contribute to the slow spending and large remaining balances. There continues to be a need for suitable candidates to manage the influx of federal funds. The scarcity and unavailability of supplies result in an avalanche of challenges. The department is experiencing delivery delays and cancellation of orders. Additionally, supply and demand shortages trigger price hikes, which then warrant budget modification. But notwithstanding these challenges, the Federal Grants Office has set internal benchmarks for the obligation of available funds. Additionally, spending plans have been prepared to monitor programs with funds set to expire on September 30th, 2022. See Addendums F and G. The government of the Virgin Islands is obligated to sustain a budget of no less than $169,123,512 as a maintenance of effort to satisfy the requirement of all states receiving emergency relief funds. This support for elementary and secondary education will remain in federal fiscal years 2020, 2021, and 2022. The federal fiscal year 2020 aligns with our school year 2020-2021. The federal fiscal year 2021 aligns with the school year 2021-2022, and the federal fiscal year 2022 aligns with the school year 2022-2023. CARES. While students mastered many skills through their virtual learning experience, that will prepare them for college and careers, VIDE recognizes that the pandemic has disproportionately affected many of our students, particularly students with disabilities and English learners. As such, the Insular Superintendent's Office of the Virgin Islands Department of Ed will continue to provide programs and services to address various needs of all students and account for their learning trajectories. Approaches include, but are not limited to, continuous data-based improvement, standards-based instruction, academic and behavioral interventions, extended learning opportunities, after school, summer school, tutorials, and homework hotline, social and emotional support, family and community engagement, and professional development of staff. These opportunities support the development and well-being of the whole child. American Rescue Plan, ARP. The Virgin Islands Department of Ed received $138,158,430 in American Rescue Plan grant awards. VIDE has determined that the funds will be used to ensure that schools in the Virgin Islands operate safely, support sustained access to in-person instruction throughout the summer and into the next school year, and address the social, emotional, mental health, and academic needs of students due to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. ARP funds will be used to implement evidence-based interventions to address learning loss. Such activities include summer learning or enrichment, comprehensive after-school programs, and interventions that address students' academic, social, and emotional needs. These activities must also address the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on students experiencing homelessness and children and youth in foster care. The remaining balances will be used for personnel services, operational supplies, supplemental resources and textbooks, small tools, office rentals, training, emergency cleaning, digital platforms, and continued supplement of extended learning programs and alternative learning opportunities for students. FY 2022 accomplishments, I will turn it over to Superintendent St. Croix Ali Herman.
Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Smith. St. Croix District accomplishments for the fiscal year 2022. Whole child and intervention, teaching and learning. For the past 2 years, the St. Croix District has been reviewing student scores and has made decisions about how instruction should be delivered. The district can improve instructional practices that directly affect the instructional quality in our classrooms. The district has been revising standards for several subject areas in conjunction with the State Office of Curriculum and Instruction. In school year 2021-2022, the St. Croix District created a focus on teaching those standards. District coordinators created pacing guides to include the priority and supporting standards and suggested resources teachers should use within each marking period. These documents were shared with school leaders and teachers at the beginning of the school year. Coordinators conducted professional learning sessions to ensure teachers could use the documents confidently. St. Croix District monitored the use of the pacing guides and made adjustments to those pacings based on teachers' feedback. The pacing guides and made adjustments refocusing on standards-based instruction allows students to receive the same content district-wide. The work of curriculum and instruction must remain fluid. This was phase 1 of our efforts to improve the delivery of instruction in the St. Croix District. This school year, the district will focus on instructional leadership practices as a shift in teacher effectiveness, focusing on the delivery of instruction. In school year 2021-2022, the St. Croix District also implemented the Standards Mastery Program in grades 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8. Standards Mastery is a program within the iReady platform that allows district leaders, school administrators, and teachers to monitor teacher effectiveness. This program also enables teachers to monitor their practices by measuring students' ability to master a standard that was taught. Based on the pacing guides for English language arts and mathematics, the district created a formative assessment schedule where teachers teach a standard for several weeks and then administer the assessment. The short assessment gave teachers an opportunity to see students' successes and challenges. The program then allowed teachers to reteach and administer a second formative assessment before moving on to the following standard. Reports from this program included tools and strategies that were teacher and student specific. Teachers were able to create small groups and provide intervention strategies for groups of students and individuals. This year, the St. Croix District will implement the Standards Mastery Program for grades 2 through 8. During the students' intervention period, the results from these brief assessments will be addressed. One of our biggest challenges over the past several years has been the high failure rate in grade 9. The district has offered a summer bridge program where students get the opportunity to be exposed to high school campus life and basic academic skills in preparation for a successful 9th grade year. However, enrollment has been historically low in the summer program, and our students continue to struggle in their first year of high school. In school year 2021-2022, both high schools in the St. Croix district piloted a 9th grade academy. This strategy grouped the incoming 9th graders in an area that separated them from the many distractions in high school. Classrooms are selected close to each other for all subjects offered in the 9th grade. Teachers are strategically assigned to students in teams. These teachers were able to work collaboratively to address the needs of learners. In the first year of implementation of the 9th grade academy in the St. Croix district, our promotion rate increased by 7%. District and school leaders will continue the implementation and strict monitoring protocol by collecting anecdotal weekly data in this school year. This protocol will create a laser focus on student achievement while addressing the needs of individual learners. Stakeholder engagement. These 3 accomplishments have made meaningful impacts on the lives of stakeholders in the St. Croix district. Procurement of the parent communication tool. The school messenger service allows schools and the district to communicate with parents, employees, and students on a mass basis. Each school has its own account and can choose to send information to all or specified groups. This year, we'll be rolling out the phone text portion, which we are encouraging all parents to opt into. St. Croix now has the technical ability to send report cards to parents securely online. As a service, the report cards can be sent in a convenient time-saver manner, which the schools can control. The St. Croix District Director of School and Community Relations has formed a collaborative relationship with various service providers on the island. These providers have provided free workshops and training for parents and educators. DIVASAC and the Women's Coalition, for example, have provided a Know Your Laws workshop for all school guidance counselors. This workshop featured attorneys and specialists who were able to inform the participants of their legal responsibilities pertaining to suspected cases of child abuse, neglect, and molestation, and critical points of contact. The director and DIVASAC provided certificates of achievement for the participants to use towards recertification with the Board of Education. CARES and ARP grants. CARES and ARP provided funding to support the impact caused by the global pandemic COVID-19. The district was able to purchase 6,000 Chromebooks and procured MiFi service for every child to continue their education in a virtual environment. As students transitioned to hybrid and in-person learning, the St. Croix district was able to purchase items that would help mitigate the spread of COVID-19. These items included, but were not limited to, bottled water, hand washing station, masks, hand sanitizers, disinfectant wipes and sprays, face shields, air purifiers, electrostatic sprayers, PPEs, and travel-sized Lysol wipes for students. CARES funding provided several social and emotional wellness training and activities to help students and staff adapt to the changes that arose due to the pandemic. Also, several school repairs were necessary to maintain social distancing and continuity of school services. CARES funding ensured that the school would remain in session by addressing maintenance issues that affected water service, ventilation, and social distancing. The district purchased touchless water filling stations, picnic tables for outside learning spaces, and repaired the air conditioning in several schools for the comfort and safety of students. The St. Croix district positively reacted to the many fluid changes caused by COVID-19 and will continue to address the effects on our students and teachers. CARES and ARP funding allows the district to provide resources to address learning loss caused by the pandemic, heighten safety protocols, manage critical code upgrades, and implement innovative strategies to move our schools forward. I will now pass it to Insular Superintendent of the St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Stefan Jurgen.
Thank you, Acting Superintendent Atlee Herman. Good morning. Students in the USVI experience considerable interruptions in formal education because of Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017 and the COVID-19 pandemic. These interruptions may have caused gaps in students' learning and in some cases learning loss. The Virgin Islands Department of Education describes the impact of these gaps in instruction as a shift in student learning trajectories, and as a result, it has taken steps to better understand and address those trajectories. While students mastered many skills through their virtual learning experiences that will prepare them for college and careers, the VIDE recognizes that the pandemic has disproportionately affected many of our students, particularly students with disabilities and English language learners. As such, the Insular Superintendent's Office of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, St. Thomas St. John School District, will continue to provide programs and services to address the various needs of all students and account for their learning trajectories. These opportunities support the development and well-being of the whole child. Approaches include, but are not limited to, data-based continued improvement, standard-based instruction, academic and behavioral interventions, extended learning opportunities such as after-school and summer school tutorials and homework hotline, social and emotional support, family and community engagement, and professional development for staff. Teaching and learning. During the 2021-2022 school year, the district coordinators conducted a series of walkthroughs and identified areas of need specific to classroom instruction. To respond to those needs and support individual teachers, they provided a variety of professional development. One extremely impactful professional development was the implementation of the new teacher development program, which targeted first and second year teachers in the district and included a series of targeted and timely supports, including an ongoing mentoring component. Teacher leaders were previously identified by their principals and were trained in various aspects of classroom instruction and supporting teachers. They engaged in several
He just called and he just call me to come and
Excuse me, somebody needs to mute their device. Can all individuals participating virtually please mute their device?
They engaged in sessions that were focused on developing instructional specialists using a coaching model, leading effective standards-based instruction, prioritizing and unwrapping prerequisite standards, data analysis, building professional learning communities, and engaged in coaching rounds. The district developed a framework for the program. A major component of the program involved having teachers partner with a mentor and encouraging them to observe their mentors and vice versa. Both the teacher and his or her mentor were able to engage in honest, open debriefing sessions and address areas of improvement. As we continue to examine classroom instructional practices, we discovered that there was a need to identify, implement, and monitor an instructional delivery model that should be evident in all classrooms throughout the district. Through work with our state curriculum and instructional team, a model has been identified and introduced to teachers and administrators, and additional training and support will be provided for the 2022-2023 school year. There will also be ongoing monitoring of the instructional delivery model to ensure it is being implemented with fidelity in every classroom throughout the district. To better support individual teachers during the 2022-2023 school year, student achievement program managers will be identified to work directly with selected teachers identified by the leadership team and/or the school principal to provide guidance, coaching, and modeling needed for teachers. This will be a non-evaluative role to assist teachers in improving their classroom instructional practices. The goal is to improve student achievement through improved intentional classroom instructional practices. To further support this work, elementary school schedules have been modified to support collaborative planning across schools within the St. Thomas St. John School District. This allows for our district coordinators to be better able to support collaborative planning groups during grade level meetings and to utilize school, class, and student data to adjust pacing guides and focus on standards-based lesson planning. These lessons will be monitored for implementation in classrooms by both district coordinators and school-based leaders. Additionally, the intervention block that was added to the schools during the 2021-2022 school year has found a permanent home in school schedules. This block of time will focus on reading and math interventions and allow teachers to catch kids up while further meeting the individual needs of their students. The use of standards mastery assessment during the 2022-23 school year will further address the instructional needs of our students in a timely manner and allow teachers to adjust pacing guides and provide small group instruction where applicable. To enhance technology in classroom instruction, all classrooms should be equipped with second generation, all classrooms are equipped with second generation Promethean boards, cameras, and microphones. As the district continues to work the home and homeschool partnership, student learning guides for parents will be provided to ensure they are aware of the educational expectations for their child. Guides have been prepared for students in grades K through 8. Several programs have also been implemented to further expand the learning needs of the learners in the district. Extending learning programs to include after-school programs and tutorials, homework hotline, and Saturday academies. The Math Academy for Promising Students, MAPS, is a collaborative effort between the St. Thomas St. John School District and the John Hopkins Center for Talented Youth. It is a donor-sponsored program intended for high-ability math students in grades 5th through 8th. The program seeks to target young people who are particularly talented in mathematics and grant them opportunities to be appropriately challenged. As a result, successful candidates will complete algebra by the end of their 8th grade year and will be prepared to take calculus as seniors in high school. The program is in its 3rd year and has expanded to 6 schools: Julius Brown St. John, Joseph Gomez Elementary School, Bertha Seba Shelter Middle School, Adelita Cancrane Intermediate and Junior High School, Olamola Elementary School, Yvonne E. Millinabowski Elementary School, and Joseph Sibley Elementary School. We have opened a 4th pre-K program with a new addition at the Yvonne E. Millinabowski Elementary School. With over 60% of kindergarteners performing at or above grade level at the end of the 2021-2022 school year, continued training and support for teachers in primary grades will be ongoing to ensure that students can continue this trajectory or exceed these numbers as they continue their primary education. A large portion of the CARES ARP funds have been budgeted to supplement extended learning programs, electronic resources, books, online platforms, subscriptions, workbooks, purchase supplemental resources, and provide alternative education opportunities for students. One program that offers a virtual learning environment for students is the Virgin Islands Virtual Academy, or VIVA, for students in grades 6 through 12. Whole child integration. We realize the importance of addressing the needs of students holistically. The district has hired key personnel to support the development of the whole child, to include SEL, Social and Emotional Learning Program Manager, Deans of Students, Student Support Specialists, Career Specialists, and 1 of 2 truancy officers. All schools in the St. Thomas St. John School District are staffed with school nurses. The district currently has 7 full-time nurses and 3 part-time nurses, and 1 additional full-time nurse newly assigned to the Janie Tuitt Elementary School that started in August of 2022. Additionally, the district has employed 4 additional part-time nurses through our CARES Act fund to assist school nurses with safe and healthy initiatives. St. Thomas St. John School District continues to support learners in their achievement and growth through summer programming. They include our kindergarten camp, hosted 131 students. This program is designed to help students successfully transition to a learning environment that utilizes thematic units to assist them in engaging in learning activities and conversations while incorporating Common Core communication standards. Credit Recovery Program. This summer, 341 students attended credit recovery. 480 credits were successfully recovered this summer, and 122 students were able to pass from one grade level to the next. STEAM Summer Enrichment. 36 students in middle and high school were engaged in high interest in science and mathematics courses while solving real-world problems, hands-on application, and collaboration. Our CTE Explorers Academy, this program is in its second year of operation. There were 35 participants on the island of St. Thomas and 15 students on the island of St. John. The program provided exploratory experiences in CTE fields for students in drafting, carpentry, hospitality, financial literacy, life skills, barbering and hair braiding, human ecology. Students rotated through each module. Special Education Extended School Year Programs, the ESY. The ESY program served 62 students this year. The Extended School Year Program provides special education and related services beyond the regular school year in accordance with the child's IEP. College and Career Readiness Summer Intervention Program. The intervention program served 20 students this summer. The program exposed students to academic and social emotional opportunities that will equip them with essential skills for success in life. Summer Bridge. The Summer Bridge program is designed to help students successfully transition from elementary 6th and 7th and 5th through 6th. Off-island summer exposure and experiences. Pineywood School, as part of the Safe and Healthy Intervention Program, 22 students between the ages of 11 and 16, along with 5 chaperones, attended a 2-week program from June 12th to June 24th at the Pineywood School in Piney Woods, Mississippi. Activities included American Sign Language and interpreting, horseback riding, agriculture, STEM activities, outdoor games, sports, and field trips. Basketball tournament. Another group of students with an interest in athletics were provided with an opportunity to travel to several tournaments in Daytona, Florida from June 17th to June 22nd. This group included 12 students, 8 chaperones, and we're pleased to inform everyone that that group returned to St. Thomas with trophies as victors. Skills USA. 9 students and 7 chaperones attended Skills USA in Atlanta, Georgia from June 20th to June 25th. The CTE program plans to revitalize various CTE program chapters. The travelers attended workshops that were geared towards program leadership and advisement. Stakeholder engagement. The district has several partnerships with UVI to prepare staff in the areas of school leadership, school counseling, library sciences, social work, and school psychology. Employees will earn degrees in the aforementioned areas that have been deemed areas of personnel shortages. The school calendar has built-in opportunities for schools to engage in ongoing dialogue with families so they are aware of the parent-school compact necessary for students to succeed. This year, the department partnered with several agencies to include the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services, Fire Services, the Virgin Islands Police Department, as well as other government and private agencies to address safety, as well as social and emotional wellness and community awareness initiatives in our schools. The Department of Justice, Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands, John Hopkins Center for Talented Youth, Dadley's Trucking, Insight Psychological, JW Behavioral Center, local fraternities and sororities, as well as several private unnamed donors that support the district as well as our schools. Our CARES and ARP grant funds were used to hire employees to procure the goods and services needed to ensure schools were ready to safely respond to COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing academic needs of students. Examples of purchases were mentioned by my counterpart. The remaining funds will continue to support safe and healthy initiatives that will support student and staff wellness, as well as provide maintenance support, purchase generators, procure room purification systems, security infrastructure surveillance, camera systems, fencing, PA systems, communication board, fencing of schools, and ongoing air purification and support, the creation of outdoor learning spaces, as well as large percent of the funds will also support student achievement initiatives such as extended learning, tutorials, technology, resources, and infrastructure to hire specialized staff and implement programs for our learners.
Looking ahead, as the VIDE works to ensure that all the needs of all students, faculty, and staff are met, below are some of the tasks that will be completed in the upcoming school year. Our focus is on reforming, rebuilding, and rebranding. And so we have bulleted some items that are of importance to us. The department has begun the strategic planning process to align state, district, and school initiatives. We must update all policies and procedures within the Department of Education. We have an opportunity to support our teachers to make sure that their early childhood certification process is completed this school year. Definitely engaging stakeholders in the conversation of operating or organizing and developing a virtual school in the territory, professional development across all discipline and content areas, assess and adjust approval workflows. These are all things that we have identified as things that need to be done in order to ensure that we are doing our due diligence to provide the much needed resources to those who are in our schools, in the trenches, to meet the needs of our students. Not going to go into all of that. That's there for your perusement, and I definitely am looking forward to an engaging conversation with you as we work together to make sure that we are improving public education territory-wide. Honorable Senator Kurt V. L.A. and the Finance Committee members, the fiscal year 2023 budget recommendation as processed will enable the Department of Education to meet the fiduciary responsibilities as well as remain dedicated to providing quality services for students, teachers, and all faculty and staff. My sincere thanks go out to the Committee of Finance for taking the time to consider the Department of Education's proposed budget of $177,210,943 for FY 2023. My team and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee. We're going to go, colleagues, directly to a round of questioning, but before, I'd like to recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins and Senator Johnson, who were here from early, and also Senator Genevieve Whitaker. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming. We'll start with a 6-minute round, colleagues, and we'll begin with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, good morning. Commissioner nominee, Wells-Hedrington, and your supporting management team there with you, and thank you so much for this comprehensive, in-depth testimony. Thank you for taking the time out to actually go through the post-audit report and make those changes, because I was going to start off there because the numbers were off. But nonetheless, let me ask you, based on your testimony, you spoke to some of your challenges, the separations as of the last week. How much you didn't mention them. How much separations were there, and what area did it affect, and which district?
All right, I'm going to ask Ms. Marlene Cooper to give that detailed information, but I just want to say for the record that these challenges, especially in the separation that we are experiencing, it's really because of a misconception that, you know, if you resign during the summer months, for some reason people think that they're not going to be paid, and so they wait until the opening of the school year. So when they do that, it really puts a hamper on the department in terms of the recruitment process. Ms. Cooper Shelford?
Before she goes, so how are you going to communicate that moving forward to let folks know it will not affect, that way it don't affect the whole operation of your system?
So we talked about that. We really have to sit down and educate our people. It's already prorated. It's not going to affect anything. And it's just a matter of building that trust back.
That's the key word.
Yes.
Okay, very well. Proceed.
Good morning, Senator Marlene Cooper Shelford, Acting Director of Human Resources. From the month of June up to recent as yesterday, we have received in the St. Thomas District at least 99 resignation and retirement letters.
How much?
In the St. 99.
What?
Yes, that includes
99?
support staff and teaching staff. And in the St. Croix district, it's at least 90, and that also includes support and teaching staff.
So we have 99 in St. Thomas St. John district and 90 in St. Croix. Grade levels, can you break it down for me, please? Because it's important that we know so we can know how to move forward.
Sure. We have elementary, we have special education teachers as well, and we have secondary level.
Okay. Commissioner nominee, that's like a crisis, to be honest with you. That's my position. And I know you have onboarded some individuals in the interim. You're doing what needs to be done. What are we doing in terms of trying to onboard even subs in the interim also to assist in the interim?
So we do have the substitute pool available, and we are aggressively contacting those individuals who we know have supported the department in previous years to come back and help us at least to get over the hump. One of the things that the superintendents did do was look at their numbers. In some schools, you may have smaller class sizes, so we've had to consolidate in those areas to ensure that we have a teacher where a teacher needs to be in those situations where we don't. We have to use our paraprofessionals to fill those gaps.
Well, that's good that you're being creative, you know, but that's a hit. That's a real hit on our students and our faculty and staff.
Mm-hmm.
I pray for you guys. I want to pray for you guys because it's going to be a difficult school year. I mean, they have been home for some time, and I know they're happy to be back. But at the same time, being back, you know, we need to make sure that, you know, we have the proper amount of staff to assist in them learning. Let me ask you in terms of the numbers. I know the post audit was not was not on point, but in terms of the numbers, it's showing a variance based on your numbers between last fiscal budget term and this current one of, I believe, $20 million difference. I know you stated that the raises were not included, but were the raises included in your numbers? Because it's still showing a $20 million difference in terms of the personnel costs.
So the numbers were included in our numbers, and I would allow
2 minutes.
the director, Ms. Foy, to explain that further to you, Senator.
Yeah, because it's 101 million compared to 81 million from October of 21 to September of this fiscal year. And basically, if you look at the numbers, it was an average of 8.5 million between 20 and 21. Personnel and fringe was 4.1, and for 21 to 22, it's an average of 6.8 and 3.3. So let her explain to me right quick, please.
Charlene Foy. For 2021, our budget was $164 million, So our actual expenses is 162. For 2022, our budget is 176 million. The expenditures at 130, we have estimated a projection of $35 million to be spent between now and September 30th. So the expenditures will go up to our budget level.
So what would it take that number to, based on the 35 million you're speaking to?
It will take us to at least 170 million spent for the year.
170?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very well. That look more like it. Okay, you have outstanding obligations of exorbitant amount in outstanding obligation. What are we doing to address those obligations? Because there's many local vendors, etc. What are we doing?
Chemo Smith. Senator, we're asking for the support of the Senate body as we are unable to pay those outstanding obligations.
First of all, what's the number?
The number is $516,019.01. Territory.
Okay,
and
continue.
so being that they are prior year expenditures, we are unable to use current year funds to pay those obligations.
So you say you're looking to, have you done anything as yet in terms of putting correspondence together, etc., for us? You say you're looking for this body to assist you. What have you done in terms of reaching out to us?
The outstanding obligation listing was submitted to the Office of Management and Budget.
But I mean, but that's not actually reaching out. That's just something that you do on a normal basis. But what have you done?
We normally would have to go to them to be able to get the information to the Senate body.
So have you reached out to these different businesses and explained to them exactly what your challenges are and that you're working on some to make them whole again?
Various businesses have been reached out to and are aware of the situation, Senator, yes.
Various or all?
Yeah. I would not say all.
Please reach out to all of them because these are small business owners in our community. And thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. All right.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for your questioning. I'd like to recognize Senator General Sorrow. Please mark her as present. Point of personal privilege, Senator Sorrow. Senator Sorrow, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all. I ask that we stand and have a moment of silence for the passing of... We did already?
Yeah, we did.
For being late, right?
Yes.
No problem. I appreciate it.
We thank the St. Johnian before she...
No, thank you. That's again for being late for class.
Before she started her testimony, that is the first thing that she did respectfully. Let's go to page 17 of your testimony before I go to the next individual. The chart on the bottom, I want to make sure that I'm reading it right. And I'm seeing AFT President, Ms. Rosa Soto. Thank you for being here. You have the second column with money says October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. Is that your projections for this fiscal year, that at the end of this fiscal year, that is what you're going to spend?
No, Senator. Those are not the projections.
Okay, but so why do you have that? Why do you have the title on the top saying October 1st to September 30th? That's the entire fiscal year.
Correct. That is the entire fiscal year. However, the expenditures are as of July 31st.
So what we have here, it should say October 1st to July 31st.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And before we move on, I see you had something listed as private donations. What are private donations?
Good. Senator, private donations are funds that we receive from companies within the department. Sometimes companies specify how they would like the department to use those funds. Sometimes even to specific schools, educational programs, and sometimes they just provide those funds to the department to use within the department.
So you'd be able to provide a listing as to exactly who has donated and the specifications as to what school?
Yes, we can provide that information, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to everyone. I really want to commend the Department of Education. Despite the challenges that you have faced over the past 5 years, you are pressing on regardless. And I just want to encourage you to continue. Our children are very vital for our future. Do what you must and can do to get things moving, especially for the education of our young people. Commissioner Designee, I want to commend you for agreeing to take on this job. I don't want to be in your shoes. It's not easy, or any of your team members' shoes at this time. But we know that those persons who are called to a higher order are given much. To much is given, much is due. Okay, so I just want to encourage you and encourage all of you. I am very distressed this morning when I'm hearing that we are having such a large departure of teachers. All of us who are here are the results, the outcome of great teachers in the Virgin Islands, some very great teachers who sacrificed their time to teach us. And so we want to have that same level of momentum and quality education that can be derived only in the Virgin Islands here and expanded to the next generation. So I want to ask you some questions, not necessarily on the teaching, but definitely geared towards your budget. Before I go to that, I wanted to get a breakdown of those teachers and paraprofessionals, persons who the department have had resignation, as was asked from the previous speaker from St. Thomas, and we noted it was 99. Is the 99, I just want to qualify that, is the 99 in addition for the St. Thomas, St. John district specifically, is the 99 in addition to the 144 that is represented here in your testimony under table 6?
It's inclusive.
It's inclusive. So this time, okay, so all of this date was as of August 8, 2022. Has there been any addition to the 144? And if there has, what is that number?
All right, I will turn that over to Ms. Cooper Shelford, because I know for a fact that there have been separations since the August 8th. I know paraprofessionals, administrative staff. I remember reading those. But Ms. Cooper, can you give those figures for our senator, please?
Sure, Millen Cooper Shelford. As of August 8th to present, to today, we have received in the St. Thomas district 11 resignation letters.
Okay. So that number now looks as 155 instead of 144. 44. Okay, wonderful. So how many have you been able to fill any of these vacancies due to the separation?
Yes, we have.
And what is the number? Just focus on St. Thomas, St. John district for me, please.
Can you provide that, Ms. Shelford?
My time is clicking.
Sorry, I got that number too, Senator.
Okay, if you're looking for the number, I have another question I can ask during the time while you look for that, Ms. Shelford. Now, I wanted to focus
2 minutes.
So if I may, Senator, I have a copy of the handout. I don't know if it's most recent because hiring happens all the time, but this is of August 8th. And so we have 39 hires in St. Thomas of local persons, in addition to 20 of the internationals that have arrived. I can have Ms. Shelford provide that breakdown more in detail to you.
Okay, so you have 59 hires, and these hires have replaced those who have separated, correct? They are not new positions or anything. They have replaced those who have separated. Okay, so we're having still a little deficit with the numbers to be able to have sufficient manpower and teachers ready to teach and the supporting staff. Let's go quickly because my time is running and I have over 5,000 questions to ask. And I want to go towards the post-audit report here. Let me get the page number quick. Follow me kindly to page 3 of 112 of the post-audit report. And I'm sure your grant manager, Mr. Smith, could enlighten me on some of the activities specific to the indirect cost. I'm noting that you have a lot of funding for federal grants. However, I need to know, how is it for the fiscal year 2023? There is no indirect costs, especially for personnel services, fringe benefits, and supplies. Those that indirect costs were delineated in fiscal year. Mr. Chairman, may I?
You may conclude your question.
Those numbers, where they were figures delineated, how is it that we don't have any indirect costs and you have over millions of dollars in federal funds? Kindly explain to me, and I will listen, and you can conclude on the chairman's time. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the leniency.
One of these days, I'm going to say, no, you can't conclude on my time. But today I will say yes.
Okay,
you may proceed.
Thank you. Chemo Smith. So, Senator, there was the number in the numbers transposed in the post-audit report here. If we look in the same column and you look at the line that says capital projects, where the amount is $1,482,282. So if we're looking under the Department of Ed federal grant section, and then we're under the 2023 column, right? We have personnel, fringe, supplies, other utilities, and capital projects. That $1,482,282 is the amount that should be for indirect costs.
Okay, and is it under the capital projects category? What do you have?
Yeah, it's under capital project, but that is an error.
It's an error where it is, but the category is it's capital projects.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. The CARES Act, I'm looking at your funding. How much did you get in CARES Act 1 and CARES Act 2? I'm seeing CARES Act 1 here as 19 million on figure 5, page 19.
Correct. So the CARES 1 is $19,992,337, and CARES 2 is $53,234,881.
Because why don't you have CARES 2 in figure 5? Any reason?
No particular reason, Senator. We just reported those funds that we'll be expending this year.
So tell me CARES 2 amount again, because the senators need to know that.
No problem. CARES 2 is $53,234,881.
Thank you. Before I go to the next senator, which is Senator G.E.R.S, I also want to recognize the EFD president for St. Thomas, Leontine Jones, and the national EFD, who is always here on a regular basis, Mr. George Bodine. So thank you guys for being here. Senator G.E.R.S, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner Wells, I support you 100%. You got uphill battle, you get dropped in the hornet's nest with honey on your feet, and it's going to be, hey, but I'm sure you can handle it. I support you 100%.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, the post-auditor's report that was sent you have it. You have a copy of it. So I know you mentioned some things that were things. So the fringe benefits for 2023 is incorrect. That's what you're saying? Okay, so is the personal services correct? 118 million?
Yes.
Okay, and the fringe of 51 is incorrect. Okay, it can't be
Ms. Boyd?
51 if 105 was 52. 108 was 52.
Excuse me, the fringe benefits?
The fringe benefits at $51,038,094. That's incorrect.
Incorrect, yes.
Okay, what should it be? If you said it, maybe I missed it, but I just want to make sure. Okay, so while you get to that, because I'm here looking at the numbers, and basically, Commissioner, are you asking for? I was just looking at how would you sustain your wage increases and all of that, and you're only asking for $3 million plus over your budget, over the fiscal 22 budget.
We are asking for an additional, I believe it's 13 million in the supplemental.
You're going to show it to me, because I'm going to show you how I only see 3. But we're going to go back to, you found the fringe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The fringe benefit for 2023 is $57,020,996.46.
Okay, 57 sounds a lot better. So, okay, so we got a number. That number is wrong. Okay, good. That's number one. I'll add in a couple of other things. Thank you for you said nurse at Jenny Tuit School. Oh man, thank you for that. I highly appreciate that. What is being done with all your shuttered schools? How many shutters do you have? The listing of your shuttered schools are going to be turned over to property and procurement?
Yes, we do. We do have some shuttered schools that we have not turned back over as yet because we have changed. For example, E. Benjamin Oliver, originally in the facilities master plan, we had E. Benjamin Oliver remaining shuttered. However, we have decided to bring that school back up. And so there are adjustments here and there. Those schools that we still have are going to be swing spaces for those schools that are going through full replacement. So until we are completed with all the work concerning the facilities master plans, we won't be turning over everything to DPP.
Okay. IAA, for sports, I understand you just got a new insurance. Thank you for that. I highly appreciate getting this insurance for catastrophic insurance and stuff to cover these children out here. That's a big plus. Now, is there funding is a match needed or anything regarding to that new insurance?
So the cost of the insurance, and don't quote me, but I know it was going to cost our parents close to $100+. And upon me entering into this position and meeting with the fiscal team, we did have the opportunity to utilize some cost savings. And so some appropriation transfers will be coming. And so the Department of Education will assume that cost. And then we will have to go back to the board to figure out how can we assume the cost and just allow the parents to continue to pay the regular $17 insurance.
I'm on board. That's a plus. That's a major thing for our young athletes going forward. I just getting some things out of the way now. And in regards to vehicles, do you have a mechanic or mechanics?
No, all our vehicles go through the Department of Property and Procurement.
1 minute.
In some cases, some of them are still under warranty, so go back to the original, to the dealer to service.
Okay, and to the post auditor's report, page 4. Now, you mentioned that there were different wage increases that was given prior to now, and there are retro that's owed and everything. All the monies and everything that's owed is already covered in the 22 budget? Or you're going to need that covered in the 23 budget?
It's covered in the 22 budget.
Okay, and it transcends on to the 23 budget?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, now based on your acts at the end is 177 million from the general fund. Now on page 4, the post auditor's report, it has Act number 8474 appropriated 170,229,673 to Department of Education for fiscal year 22 operating expenses. Then they took out the amount of 5,679,464 was
Time.
reduced for single payer. If I may just wrap this up, Mr. Chair, okay? For single payer transfer, which took it down. It took it down to 164 million. Then they added 11,599,711 for wage increases. You taking it back up to 176, but you started off with 170, so that's $6 million. Then I mean wage increases, we short $5 million. No?
No, Senator. I will allow Ms. Foy.
Yeah, I want to make sure they're straight. Okay, good.
Currently, to date, we expend 130 million as of July 31st. We anticipate a projection of 35 million going forward, which would include the retroactive payments for AFT and EAA, and also the regular employees' wages. So our expended expenditure would be close to $170 million for FY 2022.
117?
170.
Okay, so, right, so that's what I'm saying. So if you take the 170 and you take away 5 for single payer, took it down to 164, and you add 11,599, it took you over the 170, but it took you up only $6 million. It took you 6 over the 170, but you're asking for 11,599 for wage increases. So we short.
We're not short, sir. For our actual expenditures for the general fund, the 176 is to include miscellaneous funds of 2,257,000. So that is excluded from the figure. So our actual number would be 173,392,410.
Still short. And like I say, I don't know, and I want to be wrong. So don't think I'm imposing being right on you. But again, if people negotiated for the salary wage increases going into 23, you know, like I said, this might stick with this here, the employees first for years. So we're going to go with, if you're asking 11,599,711 for wage increases, mean you already identify who's supposed to get it, they're going to get paid in 23. What you said you're appropriated, 170. You take 11,500,000 and change, add to 170, going to take you to 180 something.
Yes.
Minus your single payer. You're missing $5 million for wage increases. Unless you had money already in your 170 to cover a portion of wage increases. So the total wage increases is more than 11,599,000? Right.
But the issue, Senator, is that they will not spend 170. So you can't add 11 to the 170 because the total spend for this year, the actuals will not be 170.
But that's what, if I get your name correct, ma'am?
Charlie Foy.
Say again?
Ms. Foy.
Ms. Foy? Ms. Foy stated they would top out at around 170. So if they're going to top out at around, that's what you said?
That is to include the wage pay.
The 170 is in Act 8474 total. Correct. But along with a 170, they receive additional money for wage increases that we had in a different category.
Correct.
So they actually receive 179,807. That is how much they receive for this year. They're only going to utilize about $170 million out of the and 79 million that was appropriated to them.
No, I'm going to correct you if you don't mind. I'll show it to you. Just in this same paragraph on page 4, where the post auditor reported that after
page
11
4
million,
of the post auditor.
page 4 of 112, the highlighted part.
Go ahead.
You take the 170 that's appropriated, you remove the single payer, but then you add in the 599 for wage increases. She stated that we're going to still top out at around 170. They add the 75,000 for the Cannigator, Waterman, bringing that grand total to 176. The governor budget submission indicates that the revised budget Department of Education is 179,807, a difference of 3,000,005. It is unclear why there is a discrepancy between the budget book and allotted information. That statement alone, I found it. What it is when you take the 176,224, which is plus the 75,000, and you take away, you subtract it from the 177 that's being asked, you get a difference of 1,136,000. And then there's a section that marks other funds, 2,495,000. That makes up the 3 million. Back to what it is, that thing is 3,582,000.
Right, but all of those are figures where you got to look as to what is actually happening. And I was going to say, if you look at the actuality, they have spent 81,084,869 in 10 months until July 30th. If you divide that by 10, they're spending an average of $8,108,484 per month. So you can multiply that times 2. You will get 16,216,971 and add it to the 81,084,869 and you get 97,301,840 that they're going to spend at the end of this year. You still have to back out 99 persons are not there, and they're going to take a while for us to fill them. That's a cost savings. 90 on St. Croix. So you have 200 individuals who are not being paid now, which can reduce this amount even more. So they're only going to actually spend about $96 million in personnel, and we have allocated more than $100 million in personnel. That includes the raises, includes everything. So it's going to, what they have here is going to be sufficient because that is also pending them filling those positions. Right. And I don't think in education, I didn't look at that part, but I don't think none of those positions could be funded at 50%. Because if you're hiring a teacher now, it needs to be funded at 100%. So we'll look at that.
And finally, for the record, again, if, ma'am, could you repeat what you said in terms of your appropriation and what you're going to end up with? She's going to still end up with what she's saying there, 170. And thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Just repeat your section again for me, please.
Yeah, but even if she end up with 170, that does not include the additional monies that were given to them for the wage increase. 170 is 8474. That's a total in 8474 that we passed at the beginning of the fiscal year. But we also passed wage increases and we had it in other sections. So when the wage increases were applied, you now have to add that to the overall, so the 170 increases. And that is why OMB sent the 179. That is including everything else that was given to the Department of Education to include the 8%. Remember, the 8% was back in December, right. And we did X amount of money. Department of Education received the most out of the 8%. That is in addition to the 170 that they were given originally. So their budget swelled because of the 8%, and they also swelled because of the wage increases that were given at that particular point. Point of, and then we'll move on. But that's a good discussion, so that we can know what we need to do moving forward. Okay, so that we can make sure that the Department of Education has sufficient funds to be able to function. Senator Sorrow, point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same line of the numbers on page 2 of the post-added the personal services had a roughly 10% increase, 10 million. And then the fringe benefits reduced by 1.4 million.
What page number?
2.
Of?
Post at 8. So I know, so that personnel services does not include, that increase does not include the wage increases or anything, right?
You looking at 23, Senator?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're making me feel crazy. Yeah, page 2. Post at 8.
It does include the
So
wage
that
increase.
personal services does include the wage increases. That's why you have the massive jump, but a reduction in your wage, in your fringe benefits, because you hired some people.
The fringe benefit is calculated incorrectly.
So your fringe is off.
Right, our fringe is 50.
Speaking to the mic. Speaking to the
Sorry,
mic.
the fringe benefit is 57 million.
Oh, 57. And you're calculating your fringe at 48%?
Senator, if you look in the testimony on page 9, you'll see the breakdown.
Okay, so you're saying that your fringe benefit is 57 million.
Correct.
So it is an increase of 5 million from this fiscal year.
Yes.
Yes.
So what is reported there isn't right.
You didn't even let me finish the question. but thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you.
Senator James, before we go to Senator James, and quickly, Department of Education know would have been a long day. I was in a presentation with Ms. Ersilda Atley and Dr. Jurgen in reference to test scores and class size, etc. And at the presentation, the size of classes were elementary were averaging around 14, 15, Ms. Atley?
Around, let's say 17 or 18 at the time.
17 or 18 students. And secondary was how much?
Secondary ranged, the average was about 22. And this year we've asked them to maximize at both the elementary and as well as the secondary, especially due to our recent resignations.
Okay, so if they maximize, it reduces the amount of vacancies that you need to fill.
Correct.
What's the number?
I would have to get that to you, Senator. But one of the things that we've been seeing most recently is that the St. Croix district numbers are on the uptake. We do have an increase in the number of students. Currently, we're at 5,000 and about 5,100, 200 students, whereas last year we were at about 5,091 students. So, and we are still accepting students, as you know, with open enrollment. And so, even though schools have maximized on in terms of increasing the number of students in a class per student to meet the CBA, we are still accepting students, and so we are seeing the need to keep our numbers or refill the positions as they come.
Okay, so stop there. Last school year, I'll go to the next senator after this, St. Croix had 5,451. We're at 5,091. So we're 500 below what we had last year. So even if we receive 500 additional students, you still go back to what was the average class load of 17 and 22. We need to consolidate because we can't have classes with paras.
If I could add.
St. Croix district was at 5,091 last year. Senator, what page are you referencing?
Okay, now I was looking at the 2020, 2021. So, okay, so we're at 5,091. Where are we now?
Currently, we're at about 5,000, and I'll get you the number as of yesterday. We are at 5,128 students as of yesterday.
Okay, so that's an increase. And
Yes.
St. Damas?
5,146.
Yeah, that's 3 students more. Okay, that's good information.
If I could just add that during the summer, we did a right sizing. And so we realized that we had some teachers in our schools that we could pull out to send elsewhere. And that kind of helped us to balance it a little bit.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator James? Oh, yeah, it's related to what we're speaking. And get directly to the question because we have a lot of senators and we need to be courteous. So Senator Joseph, please recognize Senator Joseph Mike.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Do you have the cost per student? How much it costs to educate one student? Have we done any calculations towards that? That's one of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you can get that information, calculate it, and give it to us as we proceed. Senator James, you're recognized.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. I'm happy to know, because of Act 8434 that was sponsored by the Office of Senator Javon James, that we finally got the new account code and the charge code. So funds from the gun license fees will now be going to the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund. I just want to quickly reference the Act, that's Act number 8434. And based on the passage of the bill that I proposed, the funds should split 50-50 between the St. Croix Career and Technical Center and the Raphael O. Whitley Skills Center. So my question is, now that the new account and the charge code is there, have you factored that into the budget? Because my last communication with the Department of Finance, we have approximately over $160,000 in there, and it should be used for school books, curriculum, and other items for the teachers and staff. Anyone can speak to that?
I will ask DC Smith, Deputy Commissioner Smith, to respond to that.
Good afternoon,
And
Senator.
I need a short version, please. Thanks.
Okay, no, those funds have not been included in the budget numbers.
But you are aware of the fund, right? And the purpose of those funds?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands passed, get the act number here. That's Act number 8193 that was sponsored by my colleagues, and I signed on as well, for over $5 million to be reprogrammed from the gross receipts tax bonds, matching fund revenue bonds, the community facilities trust account, and the general fund for Department of Education projects. I know it was made mention in a past hearing that there's no need for those funds because they're using federal funds. Have we brought down any new mandates or purpose for us to utilize those funds? Have you brought down anything to the legislature to say, okay, reprogram those funds to X, Y, and Z?
No, Senator, but we definitely will look into that and see how we could best utilize those funds.
Please do, because if you read Act number 8193, it was put in place to help a lot of our public schools in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I know that yes, we could utilize federal funds, but we can always use those funds for other things. So please bring that down to the legislature as we speak about a budget hearing and before budget markup. We also have here in the post-audit report where we have the STEM summer program, civic books, and school maintenance. I had the opportunity to visit the STEM summer program. Have you had a chance to hear any reviews about the STEM program? Anyone on the leadership team? Because I do have some recommendations as far as the $50,000 appropriation.
I have not heard any reviews. Superintendents, have you?
In terms of the STEM summer program that occurs in the St. Croix district every summer, the feedback that we've gotten from parents and students have been it's an engaging program. Students have learned a lot. Our math and science coordinators engage the students. This year we had an agriculture program where we brought in a farmer and he worked with the students as well. So we've gotten positive reviews. It's a program that they consistently look forward to every summer.
In the St. Thomas St. John School District, the STEM summer program as well as the CTE summer program are pretty much the most sought after, and so they have a high interest among students and parents.
Thank you. And I heard a lot of positive reviews, and I just so happen to know the gentleman who took part in the agriculture program. His name is Kamani Boye for Bodo Farms. However, I'm just asking my colleagues, this time around when we were doing the budget, instead of $50,000, if you can just add in an additional $10,000 to $15,000. There were situations where they needed to do extra stuff, and I think they were limited by how much they have there. So nothing hurts for us to just put in a little bit of funds to help our youth of this territory. And as far as civic books, I see you have a recommendation for $175,000. Can you explain to me what basically you're able to purchase with that $175,000, and is it suffice? Is it enough?
So I will let Ms. Foy speak to the dollar amount, but we have utilized some additional funding to subsidize the purchasing of supplemental materials and books relative to every discipline. But I would allow you to expand on that, Ms. Foy. Dr. Charleswell? Okay, we're going to turn to Dr. Charleswell in regards to the $175,000.
The short version.
Yes.
Hi, good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Curriculum and Instruction Commissioner. So the civics books, the purchase, as Commissioner Nominee mentioned, we will be purchasing digital as well as additional resources to support civics within our schools for all grade levels.
Time.
Because I know, Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up, I know there were conversations with Dr. Larson and several other members regarding the Board of Education and the Department of Education to relook and revisit our curriculum when it comes to Virgin Islands history and what have you. And I'm just hoping and praying, because I really want us to instill pride in our students so they can learn about Hubert Henry Harrison, Caspar Holstein, Edward Wilmot Blyden, Rothschild Francis, and all those individuals who paved the way for Virgin Islanders. So as we speak about updating our curriculum, please, and there are a lot more things I want to say, but out of fairness, I'm not going to abuse my time. And please reprogram that $5 million that the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands put in place that you said you do not need. And I know you guys need it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. I don't think you said you don't need it, right?
No.
So clear the record on that. And before you clear the record, Senator James, the good sitting chair of the Finance Committee, is the sponsor of Bill number 8193 that I worked closely with Dr. Wells, I think 3 years ago, to come up with those numbers.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clear the record. It was said in a hearing they don't need the funding because they have federal dollars that they can use. However, they plan to reprogram those dollars. So
yes,
I don't want to be misunderstood.
Yes, they did say they were going to reprogram the dollars. So you're right with that part, Senator.
Yes.
Okay.
So let her answer that, and then I'll go to the point of inquiry.
So I just wanted to say, yes, we're reprogramming those dollars to be utilized in a more flexible way to meet the needs in our schools. And Chairman, if you don't mind, I would like Dr. Charleswell to speak about the curricula since Senator James brought that up.
Ms. Charleswell?
Yes. So in terms of the curriculum, we have gotten approval for our math, our science, our ELA curriculum. We are currently working steadily on our VI history as well as our social studies, and have gotten approval on our draft. We are purchasing our textbooks. We have textbook adoption for our science and our math. And we are currently going through the process of purchasing our resources, digital as well as consumable copies for our curriculum. But we are fully on our way. And please keep in mind, the curriculum is a fluid document. It's a fluid interpretation of everything that happens within VIDE. It's not something that stands alone, and it requires as much support as possible in all avenues.
The Virgin Islands History Workbooks, K to second, have you ordered those?
Not as yet. We are not as yet. No, we're actually working on ensuring that we have our VI history as much as possible included in those workbooks.
Okay, but you already had the K to second completed. What is the reason why we haven't replenished that supply for this school year?
Superintendent Harmon.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Charles Oil.
The K to second, so just please know that our adoption for social studies is not up until next year. We're still working on that. And in terms of replenishing, we are in the process of doing so and ensuring that we do have not just one type, but digital copies as well.
Ms. Charles, 1 minute.
Yes.
I'm speaking specifically to something you have been utilizing already, K to second. Have you ordered those books so that every kinder to second grade child can have a workbook this school year? Have you ordered those?
I will have to check into that, Senator. I will allow Ms. Herman to mention what she knows about her district, but for me, I will need to check to see if that happens.
I don't want Ms. Herman to really answer because it's territorial.
Okay, so I will.
So I want the K to second workbooks ordered. Additionally, we have appropriated $700,000 on more than one occasion to complete the VI history project for kinder to 8. We need to check to see what is the status of the project, what needs to be done to complete the project, and we need to complete it. It's only been like 3 fiscal years that have been put in money to complete the project. At some point, we need to finish with the Virgin Islands history from kinder to 8, and then we can focus as to how you're going to infuse it from 9 to 12. But it's very important. Quickly, Senator Sarro, point of
information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the previous senator's questions on the STEM program, do we have a STEM director, or is that position still vacant?
We're doing some restructuring as we speak, and so Dr. Shamika Williams will be resuming the STEM director position.
That was about to be my recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Senator,
and in reference, Senator Whitaker is next. In reference to 8193, Commissioner, I know that you just came on, but we have been waiting for the administration to send down the changes, and we even offered to do it in the Finance Committee if we know exactly what the Department of Education would like. But we were told by the former commissioner that they had to go through Government House first, and we've been asking for this in February. So we could have already reprogrammed these monies to give you flexibility, but we have received no bill from the administration in reference to reprogramming those monies, and this is August, and the fiscal year is over September 30th. However, those monies are Public Finance Authority funds, so they just sit there, and they sit there until they're spent. So, Dr. Jurgen, you wanted to put something on the record?
Well, I did want to respond to the K through second books. I know that both districts have ordered the books, and I know that in the St. Thomas St. John district, we have received our books already.
And in the St. Croix district, we have schools that need supplemental books. Those are in process. But what Dr. Larson has done is provided all schools with a digital copy until the actual consumable has arrived. Every summer, Senator, through our consolidated grant application, we provide the stipends for Dr. Larson and his group to continue their summer work so that they can finish the K-8 books. I know they were finalizing this year and working to finish the content for the upper grades.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Whitaker, you're up next. Your 6 minutes.
Well, I had a point of information before my time began.
The point of information. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. My point of information concerns the adoption of curriculum. Commissioner Pointy, are you aware that of the law that requires the Board of Education to approve curriculum? Are you all continuing to do textbook adoptions against the law, which requires the collaboration between both the Department of Education and the Board of Education?
Senator.
One minute. So it's a point of inquiry, Senator?
It's a point of information that we're required by law.
You're asking.
Let me rephrase it. They're required by law. The Board of Education requires by law that in order for the textbooks to be adopted, that the Board of Education approves it. So that is that. And then I guess to follow up is that, and I'll follow with my questions about whether it's taking place. But I want to make the point of information that that is required by law.
Okay, so thank you for that clarity. You're adding the textbook to the conversation.
of inquiry.
And so I
is
will
a law
follow
that
up with the
rights
team to make sure that the Board of Education is involved in that adoption as well.
Thank you so much. And now I'll recognize you, but you did ask a question, and that's why I asked if it was a point of inquiry, because you asked a question and asked the commissioner to respond. But now you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to you again. Good morning to colleagues. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to our testifiers. And Commissioner nominee, I just also join in congratulating you for stepping up, and certainly have had a very good working relations. And I can just say to the public, Commissioner nominee and her team continue to engage with me, and we're going to continue to move forward on behalf of the children. They're very responsive, and that's what's appreciated. Let's go ahead and dive in. I dove really heavily into the professional services contract area especially, but I want to first, before I get into that, bring up a concern. And I do want to thank, at that point, well, now Assistant Commissioner Sohm for coordinating with me, and I did go with my chief of staff to tour the St. Croix schools, and I'll be following up with the St. Thomas, St. John schools. But what I want to say is that there still remains mold. Well, the air quality is still an issue. What efforts are being made to purchase air purifying equipment, because we still have mold presence in many of our schools?
I'm going to allow the superintendents to address the air purifiers first, and then I will respond after.
Thank you. Every single classroom in the St. Thomas, St. John School District has at least one air purifier. If additional air purifiers are needed, all principals have to do is make contact with my office, and we'll gladly supply them with more.
In the St. Croix district, all schools.
I didn't see them when I did the tour. So do you have a list of how many they are and what the costs are associated? Because I didn't see
thousands of them. Last year we had one set, and over the summer we doubled the order. So we have more than enough air purifiers in this district.
In the St. Croix district, we ordered an air purifier for every classroom and offices, as well as filters. If you did not see them, Senator, the walkthrough was prior to teachers setting up their classrooms, so they may have been stored. If a teacher has an issue with the air purifier, their school administrator would reach out to us so that we can rectify the issue.
Okay. And I'll be following up, because one of the concerns to even what you've purchased may not have been the correct equipment. So what I would like is the cost associated to the chairman with these air purifying systems, that they are the right type being purchased. Because I've also learned that many teachers have had to purchase their own air purifying equipment of concerns about their classrooms being, properly, their quality increasing. But I want to move on because we have a little limited time here. I want to go into school maintenance. So we now, you guys are all clear about the costs associated with school maintenance for the upcoming school year. What I did not see is an actual cost. Like you have like an annual cost by school. Would you be able to actually break down the outstanding work order costs by schools? Is that something that you guys are working on going forward, so we actually get breakdowns? A lot of times we find that, and I've asked principals themselves, they're unable to give me any information. Do we have a full understanding of the costs for outstanding repairs for each school?
So I can get that information to you, Senator. Yes, we do have that.
Okay. One of the things that I encountered one time where a superintendent wasn't aware that something as simple as a AC wasn't repaired. So I'll continue to follow up on that. Curriculum. Throughout your testimony, Assistant Commissioner appointee, you indicate, I don't see for curriculum, what are the actual true costs? I see for the civics initiative, it's $175,000, but for the most part throughout, it's mostly the costs concerning the curriculum centers. Would you be able to put together an actual budget concerning, we have one, of course, the VI, and it's VI and Caribbean history. Yes, you all have endeavored to move forward VI history, but it's VI and Caribbean history. What do you guys actually have a cost and done a cost analysis in collaboration with the Board of Education for curriculum costs? Has that been done? Outside of civics, which you did already, and VI history, which we already discussed during this hearing.
2 minutes.
I would be able to pull that information for you, Senator. And just a point of clarity, the board was involved in the textbook adoptions with the Department of Education.
Okay. Thank you for putting that on the record. Appreciate that. ESL, I see that there's so that is covered. That's clearly covered. Professional services contract. So I see that's covered. What is the status of that? So is that did they already start the training already for the persons for ESL teachers, instructors?
Can you repeat
And I see
that
that's,
question? We missed that, Senator. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
On page 41. Yeah, on page 41, you have the Sistema Universitario Ana Mendez, doing business as Universidad Ana Mendez for $338,000 to provide all necessary training for 15 teachers in each district for ESL.
That is an ongoing contract where we certify persons within the Department of Education who are interested in receiving additional credit hours to be ELL certified. And so, yes, that's ongoing.
In the area of agriculture, I noted that you all spoke, you testified concerning a summer off-island summer program. I think that's very good, but I think again, as I'm emphasizing, we need the actual costs associated with curriculum. So how many textbooks we need for agriculture, the cost to continue to recruit instructors, teachers for agriculture. And one of the things I would also encourage, if you're not aware, the Future Farm of America Virgin Islands chapter is moving forward. Collaboration, with my office, I've been assisting Mrs. Bella Hendricks in moving that forward. And she's been doing some great work there. I do wish to see in your next testimony some of the costs associated with supporting for programs such as that.
Time.
Are you all supporting any programs in that area?
And Senator,
national programs.
We would love to have that conversation with you. We're always looking for ways to work together to improve what we're doing in our schools. So we definitely welcome that engagement. We've had conversation with the local farmers and how we can incorporate that into our schools and just improve what we're doing around agriculture. So I am definitely willing and available to have those types of discussions as we move public education forward. We do have the breakdown of that listing for the textbook cost. So, Chairman, do I send that to you?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. The Committee of Education will take a 2-minute recess. Let's say education, because it's so much education. The Committee of Finance, Education, Hearing, Committee of Finance, Budget Hearing for Education will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. We have a new recorder. So if you ask a question, please state your name before you answer. Next we have Senator Frankie Johnson out of the town of Frederickson. Do you recognize?
Good morning to my colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience, and good morning to the testifiers. So, since you had me out of Frederickstead, I will start my line of questions with Frederickstead. Commissioner, what's the plan for Alexander Henderson School? Alexander Henderson, Pearl B. Larson, and Alfredo School was pretty much built around the same time. I know it's turned into a lumberyard at this present moment, but what is the long-term plan for that school, if I may ask?
So that's one of the schools that Dionne, Wells-Hedrington, sorry. That's one of the schools that we are slated to keep. Right now in the facilities master plan, we're going to use it for swing space during the construction and then rehab it so that we can use it or repurpose it for whatever use that we determine. At one point, there was a conversation around the alternative program moving to that site, along with some other programs, but nothing is in stone as yet.
Well, I'm quite sure that'll be good news to those folks down there because they're talking about all the schools them keep closing. So hopefully we get something done with that school. I need to get back to that outstanding of $516,000. It goes back all the way to 2012. And one of the lowest amount is $30,000 for Echo Valley. What has caused this problem and how you guys really intend to fix it? We cannot continue doing this type of business to our vendors because they have employees, they have a cost. And from 2012 to now, we have vendors that are owned by the Department of Education. How do you guys actually plan to expedite it and stop it from happening?
Good morning, Senator Kemo Smith. Senator, so we've worked internally with all of our basically activity centers that have budgets, have funding available, so that information gets submitted timely, so that we're able to process payments within the year. And so we meet throughout the year. We request information throughout the year. So that we're able to get those invoices entered into the system and get those vendors paid within the year that the expenditure occurred.
I spoke about one that went all the way to 2012. What about your vendors for this year? Are you current and up to date with those?
Yes, Senator.
So if I may.
Thank you very much. I also go ahead.
So if I may, you mentioned what are we going to do moving forward? And one of the things that we have fallen short with is tracking our payments from the inception of a requisition to the actual check being cut. And so those are internal things that we are putting in place to ensure that our vendors are paid timely. Before you came, we did mention to this body that we will have to come to ask for assistance to pay those outstanding vendors. But moving forward, we should be doing better at paying within the current year.
Also, your post that it shows from 2022 2024, you had an increase in rent. How come this is happening? What have you guys not have a solidified rental agreement?
What page are you on, Senator?
Was in the post audit. I think it's up to $105,000. Your rent has been increasing from 2022 to 2024.
I will allow Director Joseph to respond.
Good morning, Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. Senator Johnson, which rental facility are you referring to?
I'll have to go back into it, but in the post audit, it shows where the rent has increased. And that's for the board, or that will be the Board of Education. My bad. Sorry.
Thank
I
you.
stand to correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. But I see here your supplies. Your supplies have a reduction of some $400,000. how will the reduction of the funding supplies affect the operation of the department?
And so we are going to have to request a supplemental budget to help us with the operating supplies that are needed for the Department of Education. As mentioned before, because of the ceiling and the increases, we are capped in our personnel, and fringes taking up most of our allocations.
You also spoke about the amount of people that are departing. Do you think that we have competitive salaries for our teachers? Teachers' salaries start at 49. A policeman start at probably 41. And I'm quite sure a policeman with a bachelor will carry him up a little closer to a teacher. You think your salaries are competitive to hold on to your teacher? And are you guys utilizing that bill that was passed, allowing someone to come back to work for 2 years? Are you trying to tap into your teachers, them allowing to come back and at least collect their pension and work? Are you tapping into that, and are your salaries competitive?
I would say that we could do better in our salaries. We have made some great strides, but because of the cost of living here in the territory, it really is not comparable with the salaries, and that is a huge hindrance to us getting and recruiting teachers into the territory. When it comes to that bill, I know that we've had discussions about the bill and the fact that the Department of Education really needs to maximize on that and really do a campaign to get some of our people back in now that their retirements are not going to be affected. So yes, we have looked at that, and we will aggressively utilize that bill in our benefit.
Time.
And Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up with this last question.
You may conclude.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't see there was a madam there. Your HB1, what kind of benefits are they receiving? Are they receiving cost of living, and are they receiving rental assistance? H1B, sorry.
None of the above. I will allow Ms. Shelford to expound on that.
Millen Cooper Shelford, Acting Director, Human Resources. The H1B teachers who do come on island, they are not given those benefits. They receive the benefits as a local teacher, which is the health insurance and the regular benefits that the government provide.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioner nominee Wells-Hedrington, you spoke about the list of properties earlier that will be slated for return to PMP and those that you'll keep. Which properties will remain under your purview?
Can I get that to you in writing, just so that I don't miss any? So the school closures, can I give you that so that you know what remains, or would you like it the other way, Senator?
You could, because we need to know as a body what properties will remain under DOE and what will remain, or what will move or be transferred to PMP.
So transferred properties would include Charles H. Emmanuel, Evelyn Williams. You are using that property for the new Arthur Richards Junior High. Right now in the St. Thomas, St. John district, no properties are being turned over except the ones that have already been turned over. At the end of the facilities master planning process, we will have, stand corrected, Adelita Cancrine has been turned over. After the facilities master planning process is completed, Joseph Gomez would be repurposed into the headquarters in the St. Thomas, St. John district. We all know that Gladys Abraham is the new skills center. We will also be relocating Julius E. Sprouse School. So that property will be turned over back to DPP because Sprouse School is relocating in St. John. And I believe that's it for the St. Thomas, St. John district. In St. Croix, with the facilities master planning, there will be some consolidations to include creating a mega campus at the Alfredo Andrews School, which would mean that some smaller sites will be closing, such as Ricardo Richards and I want to believe it's Lumoko. Lumoko was the site that was slated to create a headquarters, a one-stop shop that would include state and district offices. Again, we're not turning over anything finally until that plan is finalized and the vision is realized, because everything is dependent upon the federal funding that we are receiving.
And EBO?
EBO will come back.
So Gomez will move over to
Gomez
EBO.
will close, EBO will come up.
And then the curriculum center where it wasn't in St. Thomas.
Right, so the
St. John.
curriculum center and headquarters will be located at the Joseph Gomez site.
So did we own the old curriculum center building?
So we still have it in our possession, and
what's
that will
it?
be turned over as well. Thank
So
you.
that will be turned over to
Yes.
PMP.
Yes.
Gramboko?
Gramboko is slated to be, and I'm looking at Mr. Jurgen, Dr. Jurgen, because we've been waiting for some time for some reallocation of funding to complete that project, but that will be the temporary curriculum center. Once the new curriculum center is built, then we will turn that property back over to DPP.
So right now the curriculum center is in Dover School?
Correct.
No.
Piece of it. Hold
Partly in
on.
Dover.
Piece of it, right?
Yeah.
So when you move to Gramboko, what happens to Dover?
So Doba, originally we had a vision for Doba. Doba is 83 years old, so the work that we need to do on Doba is extensive. However, because of the location, conversations surrounded utilizing that property for cultural education and actually creating a museum because of its location in downtown, and showcasing some of what our students are doing in our school. So we still are not sure about
If that's a plan for Dover, then what's the plan for the J. Antonio Jarvis Annex that houses cultural ed now?
So right now, J. Antonio Jarvis is being utilized for, I believe, Sparks. A determination has not been made. Final determination has not been made as to whether we're going to turn that whole property over as yet.
There's a MOU used for Sparks to have J. Antonio Jarvis Annex, Superintendent Yoggin.
And point of clarification, also in there is special nutrition. So we still have offices in there, but Sparks also utilizes a portion.
Sparks has just been utilizing a portion. We don't have a MOA as yet, but I wanted to make mention of the Doba facility just housing a portion of the curriculum center, because the other half of the curriculum center is out at Madison School, Edith Williams. And so when we go to Gramboko, we'll be able to have the entire shop under one umbrella again.
So last question before we move to Senator Gittins. So when you move to Gramboko, tell me the plans for Iwa.
Iwa will return back to the Alternative Academy. Okay. That's their home school. So right now, we're kind of infringing upon that site.
We're infringing all over the district, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Special good afternoon to the VIDE team. Commissioner, congratulations on your appointment. Now, the good senator from Frederiksted spoke about the Alexander Henderson School, and I am certainly not comfortable with the response that was given. However, I'll move to the next site because it is well understood and it is well established that that neighborhood schools definitely benefit our students, families, and communities. And that said, I wanted to know, how does the Department of Education justify relocating the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School so far from a majority of the students that it served, especially given the reason that they said that they wanted to relocate this school?
So based on conversations that we've had before, Senator, that decision actually was brought forth by the advisory board, and we did hold community meetings to get input as to the new location. When it comes to the demographic data, I would ask that we look into whether the majority of those students actually come from that area. I don't have that information in front of me, but as indicated before, we recognize that it's often difficult to make those types of decisions. But when we look at the fact that the existing footprint is very difficult for us to maintain if we don't have the necessary funding, then decisions have to be made. But like I said before, nothing is in stone yet. We do have a facilities master plan with a projection. If there is a need to adjust in any areas, we are open to that. But I need to say that our challenge has always been maintaining the existing footprint that we have and justifying all the schools when enrollment continues to decline. So I'm open to have those discussions with you as we move forward and move public education forward.
Please do. And I wish that the parents too that are affected and the students will speak up on this issue as well, so that you all can know of the importance of keeping this school at that location, because the reason given about tsunami zone is just total hogwash. And every time I think about it, I get so annoyed, because you have neighboring housing communities there. We should be concerned about the same tsunami zone if that is the case. But I know that that area is not considered a tsunami zone. So hopefully we can not only have this conversation just for having a conversation's sake, but that we will take serious consideration into building the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School back in its original place. Now, if individual also wanted, or a business wanted to donate monies or materials to the department or to a specific school, how do they go about doing this?
So we have established a division within the commissioner's office that deals with public-private partnerships. Our director is Ms. Monique Cricky. So I will recommend that they contact the commissioner's office, and then we can facilitate that process.
Great. So you need to make sure that you do some public service announcements on it as well, because
2 minutes.
Some corporate citizens that would like to assist but don't know how to do this. Now, as a St. Jonian, you are well aware of the problem of having the modulars located on the only ball field there in St. John. What efforts are being made to repair the Julius Sproul school, or is the department waiting on the construction of a new facility?
Yes, Senator. That school has been slated for full replacement, and so we're going through that negotiation process. We're hoping to have that obligation for Sproul, I would say by January, and then we proceed to design the new Sproul school.
And what are your plans to get schools back on track with maintenance schedules?
So
we saw through a whole summer again, and from the outside, you barely see anything happening.
So as we have mentioned before, maintenance will be ongoing. There's no more conversation around summer maintenance. We've experienced several challenges in the summer maintenance, especially around our air conditioners and the procurement of those items, especially those large units, have to be shipped from off island. We've also been experiencing a lot of challenges in our bid solicitation. For example, case in point, kitchen equipment for Claudio Marco and Eulalie. I put that bid out for 30 days, no one responded. I asked for leniency with DPP to put that bid back out again. I put it back out for 15 days, only one bidder for Claudio, none for Eulalie. And so we really have to have a campaign and encourage our vendors to bid on our projects, because we're getting ready to put out all the additional schools. And if we continue to experience those challenges, that really just hinders the work that we need to get done.
Time.
And why do you think you're not getting the bites for these bids?
It's hard for me to say, because I remember after being very disappointed the first time I actually called vendors. I had Director Charlemagne calling folks to go back up on GVI buy and bid on the projects, and they still didn't. So I am not certain what it is, except maybe that many divisions, many departments are all under construction and have projects slated for construction, and so we're competing with the same people.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, I beg your indulgence. Obviously, availability of funds is not an issue. We seem to have monies. So, and I heard the discussion about air purifiers. What about the air conditioning unit that I asked about with regards to the kindergarten classroom at the Claudio Elementary School on St. Croix?
So I sent the acting director of maintenance, which is Yancey Milligan. At this point, he went to the site yesterday. I believe that he's identifying a replacement, and I will have an update for you before the end of the day, Senator.
Before the end of the day? Thank you.
Before the end of the day, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. What's the role of the success coaches in terms of how many success coaches do we have? What part of the budget? What's the total number?
Superintendents?
In the St. Croix district, we have Arisilda Lee Herman, acting insular superintendent, St. Croix district. We have 2 full-time student success specialists at both high schools. Their role is to support the dean of students in terms of in-school suspension, functional behavioral assessments, intervening and working with students. The part-time ones provide...
How many part-time ones?
I would have to get the accurate number, because some of them did not return as part-time. Some of them applied in other roles throughout the district and in other departments. I would have to get the exact part-time.
So if you could get that for me, I'll appreciate it. Dr. Jurgen?
Dr. Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John School District. We have 4 success specialists, and we have them in our high schools, 1 junior high and 1 elementary school, and they work closely with the guidance counselors as well.
Okay, and you also have a dean of discipline at each of the high school?
Correct, and also in our junior high schools.
Okay, so we have a lot of resources, and we have a lot of resources for a reduced number of students. So we have 4 administrators, 4 assistants at each high school, plus a principal, plus a dean, plus 2 other individuals to assist with discipline, structure, everything for enrollments that are 1,000 or less. And I'm a former high school principal of 1,600 with only 3 assistant principal and a dean of this and dean of that. So we have to demand that things improve. Because we can't be hiring all of these additional individuals and their fights on a regular basis at Woodson or at other schools. We have to make some demands that the monies that we're spending, that we're going to be able to show something for it. Yes. Additionally, we have a lot of exempt positions. So I would ask you to evaluate all of these exempt positions that the Department of Education presently has, and see as to whether or not there are need for some of those individuals in other areas. We have all type of exempt positions. Some individuals will never work a day in education, but they have an exempt position in a policy-making position for education, but they never work a day in education. So I don't even know how they could help education when you never worked in a school in your life, but now you're given this position for X amount. And then I also noticed you said the highest paid principal makes $113,000. So the highest paid principal makes more than you. You make $110,000 to run the entire district with 2,000 employees and 10,000 students, and the highest paid principal that could be at an elementary school, and it could be 200 enrollment, and they make more than you.
Yep.
And you also have 20-something years in education. What you got, 29?
29.
So yeah, I was right on target. And the top of the scale for the administrative union is what, 24, 20?
That's
I don't get it. But the whole thing I'm getting at is that you can't have the commissioner for the entire department making less than the highest paid principal. The principal deserve to make that, don't get me wrong. They deserve, because principals and the education need to be paid.
Yes.
But something is wrong when you have a commissioner that has a staff of 150 individuals making the same amount as you and have a lot less responsibility. Senator Sarah, you recognize?
No.
Senator Carrion, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon already. Yeah, good afternoon to you, to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the team for the Department of Education. And to you, Commissioner nominee, congratulations on your nomination. And we clearly pray and wish you all the best. Not only we pray and wish you the best, but we stand with you to be able to assist you in anything that we can, because that's the role of this body, to make your job a bit more easier. So congratulations to you. I must say I am a bit troubled by what I'm hearing today, the separation of teachers from the department, the reduction of student enrollment, the conditions of our schools. Clearly, the Department of Education really needs help. And I'm hopeful that with you at the helm now, we could see some positive change in the right direction. And that I know that you won't be able to fix everything. You don't have a magic wand, and some of our issues have been for years. But I do hope that we will see some very much needed improvement within the Department of Education. Commissioner nominee. With regards to the Granny Pre-K program, how is this funded? What's the funding amount for this program? And I would like to know, who is running it, and what's the timeline for its full implementation? What schools are actively have implemented the program?
All right, I'm going to have Deputy Superintendent Herman respond.
Good morning, Acting Superintendent Atley Herman here. Initially, Senator, the two Granny Pre-K programs that launched in the St. Croix District are federally funded. That's the Claudio Marco Elementary School as well as the Pearl B. Larson. In year 3, we added the Ricardo Richards, so those 3 are federally funded, and we can provide those numbers to you. The other programs were actually locally funded, and so at this point today, as of today, every school in the St. Croix District is a Pre-K 6 or Pre-K 8 school.
Okay, so every school, but not every school has the Granny program, correct?
Every school in the St. Croix District, except for our secondary schools, which is Woodson, Complex, and Central, has a Pre-K program. Our 2 most recent schools were Eulalie Rivera and Juanita Gardine, and they came on board this year.
Dr. Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John School District, we refer to our preschools as Sugar Apple Preschools. In this district, we have 4 of them, one at Joseph Sibley Elementary School, one in St. John at Julius Eastbrow, and 2 at the Yvonne E. Milinabowski, with one that is going to begin in January at the Joseph Gomez Elementary School.
So in St. Thomas District, when we will see full implementation?
We are adding one every year, but we do have some issues in terms of space at Janie Tuitt and Olamola. But after we are finished with the Gomez site, we hope to have those schools situated with space and be able to add it at least for next year.
So the date and time then by 2024 would see this fully implemented?
Given our space situation is addressed in this district, that is the plan.
Very well. Also, Commissioner nominee, I heard some of my colleagues mention about the outstanding balances
2 minutes.
that you have department for the vendors. I have been told by some local vendors that it takes too long for the department to create the purchase order so that they can be paid. Why is this taking so long? What's the issue?
So I will say, Senator, that we have some internal procedures that we need to improve on. And sometimes it really requires that person who inputs a requisition to track it until payment. And that hasn't historically happened within the department because sometimes it does require you picking up the phone and making a call to the supporting agencies in order to get a PO process or in order to get payments approved. And so we've established those relationships. So it's just a matter of us enforcing and holding the necessary persons accountable.
Well, I hope under your realm, under your leadership, I should say, we should see some improvements in that area. Who approves these POs?
So the approval process in terms of purchase orders, it begins in the department. It goes through, depending on the funding source. If it's federal funding, it has to go through the fiscal office to the federal grants office. And then it ends up in DPP finally after all the approvals within the department. If it's a construction project, we have an additional step, which is DPW before it gets to DPP.
Got you. Well, I hope we start holding some of the individuals accountable because we can continue down this path. We have a lot of small businesses that are suffering and they can't continue being placed in this predicament. So I hope to see some improvement in this area. Now, with regards to the status of the funding for the ESL program in both districts, we've had some conversations. I've shared some concerns with you. What's the amount that's separated for ESL programs and in each district?
Time.
I'm going to ask Ms. Shelford to respond to that question, Senator.
Michelle, Acting Director, the ESL teachers are paid based on their degree.
How many separations?
Oh, how many separations? I'm sorry.
I'm more interested to find out within your budget what's appropriated for these programs in general.
Oh.
And also, like I shared with you, the implementation of the law. I must commend Purby Lawson School, because something Purby Lawson School did is they provided information in more than one language. So communication is coming out in more than one language. They've had orientations for the parents in their native language. So I mean, if Purby Lawson can do this and provide information, whether it's online, internet, flyers that go out, have a whole orientation also in a separate language, so that students and parents that are non-English speaker can understand what's happening, what programs, what activities, and what's required of them. We would like to see this in every school, especially that has a population of non-English speakers.
And we totally agree with you, Senator. After you reached out to me in regards to your concern, I immediately shared that information with both superintendents because we need to do our due diligence to ensure that any information coming out of this department can reach to all our stakeholders, meaning the translation into Creole or Spanish or whatever other languages that we, for those populations that we serve. And so your concern is duly noted, and I will make sure that the superintendents as well as our school-based personnel do a better job in communicating with our parents. When it comes to the ELL program, that is funded through our consolidated grant application.
Thank you for that information. And I think my time has been called, Mr. Chair, but if I may, I just want to make one yeah, looking again at the post-audit report, the appendix that speaks to the federal grants, I think it'll be very helpful for us once again to see where they are, what balances they have, what are their actuals, and again, that is missing from this report. So if that could be submitted through the chair, we'll appreciate it.
Definitely. And if I may.
Yes, you may.
Okay. I just want to say that, we have quite a large sum of federal funding that needs to be expended by September 30th of this year. And upon coming on board, we rallied the troops, and we've had meetings with both district leads and their supporting persons in regards to the operating supplies and what is the plan to expend this money. We don't want money being returned to the federal government. The Department of Education has a lot of needs. And so they've come up with a spending plan that we've attached as an addendum to the testimony. And we have also shored up some additional personnel to assist us in bringing down that large sum that you see for personnel reimbursements, so that we can get our numbers down and get a true reflection of what the department is, and making sure that people are in the right places to ensure that operation happens, the expenditure of our funds, the obligations, the payments, everything is running as seamless as possible. So these are all things that we just recently, they've had conversations before. We've just sat down as a group to ensure that they have the support of the commissioner as well, and my assistant, of course, as well as the superintendent, speaking and having those conversations, especially with our non-public schools, in the expenditure of those funds.
Thank you. Senator, carry on. You're just going to say something? Just get it out and I'll move on to the next senator.
No, I just want to say I'm glad to hear that, because definitely we need to keep and utilize as much federal dollars as we can. We shouldn't be sending anything back. So I'm hopeful to hear some good news under your leadership, Commissioner nominee. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on. Senator Saru, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Before I do, let me also recognize Senator Francis Heiliger. Thank you for joining us. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Today's discussion is a breath of fresh air. We're having a discussion and not an adversarial one, so thank you. Commissioner, are you committed to a reorg of a department? Part of your issues lie with your complex, convoluted structure, and then just piling on these makeup positions to the top of the hierarchy. So you plan to do a reorg?
Yes.
Right size?
Yes, Senator. I actually spent the majority of my time preparing for the budget hearing, but that is the next course of action that we will be taking.
Good. Next. Quickly, IMPRES funds. Principals depend a lot on the IMPRES funds. Have we released the IMPRES funds to schools? School principals?
Yes, Senator, we have.
So every principal has the IMPRES fund?
They do.
Okay. Let's go quickly to special education. Is Dr. Charles still good? Special education. What's the plan to, I don't know if this is Anna, Dr. Charles, but there's an aging bus fleet for special education. We bought buses, I think, for the regular population. Special education, they need buses. Status of that.
So I actually had a conversation recently with one of our drivers in St. Thomas who expressed the fact that the buses are not in good condition. So, Senator, I need to see what's going on with that and get back to you.
We have a lot of federal funding. Is that an allowable expense? Mr. Smith?
Special ed in the past has been able to utilize funds.
Okay, so let's go to kitchen equipment. Kitchen equipment that was purchased, never been installed. Where are we on? Tell me, good.
So I just spoke about that, Senator, in the fact that we are having challenges getting contractors on board to install in St. Croix. We recently going through the reappropriation process to buy some equipment for the St. Thomas, St. John district.
But you know why people are running from bidding on your contracts? The very same outstanding vendor payment you have. So once we start making vendors whole, people will begin to bid on education contracts. So let's work on the outstanding balance, the previous year reappropriation, and let's pay those vendors, and then they'll come back and they'll bid on stuff when they see that we could make good on our
Point of clarity, Senator.
Is that Senator? Point of clarity? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Point of clarity. They do have plans in the St. Thomas, St. John district to purchase buses using the ARPA funds for SPED.
For SPED? Good.
Yes.
Good news. How many? You have to get back to me?
Yes.
Okay, no problem, because you're not going to ask me any questions after that. Let's go quick to Act 7932, academically talented classes. We have this misnomer across the entire territory that all of our students are not doing well. That's not true. We have a lot of bright students in the public education system, but not all of our elementary schools take that bright bunch and push them and run with them and, optimize or maximize their potential. So where are we? I hear in Granny PK, Sugar Apple, all the good stuff. Where are we in our academically talented classes?
So I'll allow the superintendents to respond.
Succinctly, go ahead.
Good morning, Senator. So our schools, for the most part, except probably 2 due to teacher shortages, have a academically gifted and talented program. But what they have done is differentiated in the classroom and made sure that there is an opportunity for our students to excel.
In all schools, you said?
Well, I said that my 2 schools do not have a succinct academically gifted and talented class, but they are working within their classrooms to differentiate and ensure that the children are challenged and pushed forward.
Okay. Dr. Yagan?
While we can do more, I mentioned earlier that we have 7 schools in this district that are partnered with the John Hopkins Center for Talented Youth. And so we've been looking at those students that with high math applicability, and we've been pushing those students so that by the time they get to 8th grade, they're taking algebra, and then the goal is for them to take...
I get all of that, I get the John Hopkins portion.
Yeah.
I was in an ATC class in Olamala, so I know what it means to be pulled out of class, put into a different class, and by the time I made it to 7th and 8th grade, it was a breeze for me, and in high school was the very same because our teachers pushed us. We were never bored. When bored, I became destructive. So I'm asking ATC, I know the John Hopkins plan, but do we have ATC classes in the public schools right now, elementary?
We do not.
Okay, but per the Act, I need to implement Act 7932. Quickly, let's move to the CARES Act funding. CARES Act 1 point something million is remaining to be spent, right? Tell me your plan. I'm very concerned with your federal portion and the spending plan, and that's my Achilles heel with education. So tell me about your CARES Act spending. 1, CARES Act allows for summer learning. Did we do targeted assessments of our students to say, hey, these students are not performing on grade level, we can use CARES Act 1 and 2 funding for that over the summer? Did we do that?
So I'm going to have the superintendents respond, but I just want to point out, Senator, that a spending plan is attached for
we always get a spending plan,
No. A spending plan is attached to this document that we spent our time on as a team. Okay. And so this document is a binding agreement with me and my office.
Just making sure
that this is what the districts will do to expend that additional funding. So superintendents, can you speak?
1 second, you understand our frustration because we just see spending plan year after year and you come back with the same federal dollars and the threshold, nothing can move, a little bit move sometimes, and it's just like you're doing the document because you're coming before the body. So this is your binding document. Okay, yes. Tell me about, before you go to, give me an explanation on your targeted assessments and using CARES funding to close the learning gap over the summer. Tell me how much you have remaining in the ARPA funding.
Time.
Mr. Smith?
Okay, in the ARPA funding, we have currently 132 million.
That's your balance?
On the ARPA.
That's the balance on ARPA.
Correct, sir.
So what have you spent so far on ARPA?
We have spent 506,000.
On what?
Personnel, supplies, and some just personnel supplies at this point.
So we need to make a dent on ARPA too. The problem is we need to touch. You have to touch and see the impact of all these federal dollars. These federal dollars should transcend to higher test scores, higher performance, that achievement gap, closing it. But my time has been come, Mr. Chair. Just if the superintendents could tell me what have they done with targeted assessments over the summers using your CARES Act 1 and your CARES Act 2 you didn't even touch yet. So I'm all ears.
Actually, we had several programs running during the summer, and on the heels of summer coming back to school, these first 2 weeks are earmarked to provide those same assessments so that we're able to determine where we're going to place our students to provide the treatment. So that's happening now across both districts.
So, Senator, I want to point to clarify some things about the federal funds in terms of CARES 1 and the other funds that we have in the district. Our consolidated grant application funds was already identified and approved by USDE to provide summer programs or credit recovery. We did a music program. So there were the use of the funds in terms of the summer was different. So all of our activities for our students who we saw, for example, before the summer, we had 89% that was promoted, and after 91%. That was used through or implemented through our CGA. Whereas our CARES funds, we used to allow and assist. We hired summer employees, our high school students, to assist in maintenance, to assist with what was happening over the summer. So in terms of CARES, it wasn't specifically academic based.
Okay,
but
hold
more
on,
so
Mr. Chair. I
CGA.
just need to follow up on this with your indulgence. Very critical. I guess the question I need to be asking is, how many students did you record based on the data that were performing below standard? And of that below standard, how many received summer instruction to close the learning loss? I think I need to rephrase to get the numbers from you. How many were below standard in each of your respective districts, and how many received summer instruction to close the learning loss gap? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the
If we
latitude.
could, Dr. Jorgensen, Thomas and John School District, that information we can provide to you based on all of the students that attended the various programs for the purpose that you mentioned. So we can get that information to you.
They can make sure we do. We're pushing hard to try to make sure that those students that are below grade level, as a result of the hurricane, COVID, virtual learning, that we do have a plan in place as to how we're going to actually be able to catch them up. So that is a big concern. Commissioner?
So along the conversation with learning loss, one of the things that I have spoken to the superintendents about is the fact that we need to see, based on the funding that we have, how we can take this pot of money and give our principals some autonomy in the design of what that learning loss recoupment may look like. What we do in one school is going to look different from what we do in another school. And so we've talked about site-based management. One of the things that I have to see is how I can take federal funding to make it a reality. So that too will be part of the discussions moving forward, because principals know their students. And so principals know what exactly needs to happen. And so we need to put that responsibility back on the professionals who know what is needed within their buildings. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I was looking for something on my phone and I found it. I was at a conference, the National Council of State Legislators, and there was a workshop on education and learning loss. And the speaker said one thing that resonated in my mind. He said, this is a moment that we need to decide that we won't leave a generation behind.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And this was for all 50 states. He also said, as a result of what is taking place, we now have a category of individuals that are unemployable because they have no skills. And he was talking about graduates. And
yes,
you know, a lot of it made sense. You think about CTEC program, you think of whether or not they're actually being taught workforce development or employability skills or anything around that area. And I reflected back to the Virgin Islands because the conversation on the mainland was in reference to COVID. So we are in Massachusetts Square because we had the hurricanes before and then COVID. So we have lost 5 years that we have not had normalcy. And they went on to say that the program that the district designed is going to determine as to whether or not the learning loss becomes permanent or whether or not we're able to correct that particular deficiency. And they did like an equation just for 1 year of virtual learning. And they said 1 year of virtual learning, it perhaps could take you 2 years to catch up. 2 years of virtual learning, they were very alarmed as to exactly how you would design a program. And they spoke about the program really must be targeted. You must do that assessment, and then you have to plan a specific program for those students based on where they are. Miss Atley wanted to say something. She
and then me after, please.
So, Senator, when we looked at our district data from 2018-19, we went back and we saw that our ELA proficiency this year has reduced and decreased. Our math proficiency has greatly reduced and decreased. And what we're seeing is that in the past couple of years, last year when we had in-person instruction, a larger number of students were tested. This school year, right now, we've opened our diagnostic windows. So at the end of these 2 weeks, we'll have a clear picture of where the students who are in front of us. Now, we had an influx of students who came back in person. So we're going to be able to know where the students who are in front of us are. We're going to have data chats with each school team to determine what is a specific plan of action based on what they see for the overarching population and the subgroups. But you are correct. This plans that the district has to move forward is going to impact our students, but more so the school leadership. Because once a school is exposed to an effective school leader who sits in the 75th percentile of their performance, that child can grow anywhere from 3 months. And that's not just at one class, but let's say for across the entire school based on school leadership. And that's why this year we're focused on supporting school leaders in pushing and moving their schools forward.
And Senator, if I can add, that is why in our elementary schools, we have the intervention block. And in our high schools, we've created a space where we can actually recover some of the loss that has been garnered. And so we're going to use that time as best as we can to make sure we get our children to catch up.
We just need to make sure it's structured.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and that it's impactful. And you lead me to site-based management. Move away from this cookie cutter approach where everybody got to do the same thing. Wherever you are ordering supplies, so every single school, you're not asking the school what they actually need. Let the administration run their school. Let them design programs for their school. Let them present budgets where we perhaps can draw down on some of the federal funds to fund innovative programs. I mean, I just did a simple after-school program where students did the homework in school at Arthur Richards, and they improved the promotion rate tremendously. Let's have targeted programs, or we're going to lose an entire generation of children. We have the monies necessary to make it work, but we got to dig really deep, and we got to hold administrators accountable. And then a quick one, and then we're going to Senator Alma Francis, and then we're going to wrap up with the Department of Education. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier we had a discussion about consolidating and utilizing resources, and the fact that we did pass Act 7932 on the academically talented classes, and the answer for the John Hopkins as the academically talented portion, I don't think I could accept in a sense, because that's virtual. And our students came from virtual learning already. So if in that whole restructuring, if we could take some of those teachers in that restructuring, because classes have like 14 students, and in all consolidating, take those teachers and create that academically talented program in every elementary school. Because I get the John Hopkins thing, Dr. Jorgen, but that is virtual. And our students really need that. They're tired of the computer at this point.
But there is a classroom teacher in the class with them.
I know a teacher that she's monitoring, right? So you have instructional line, and the teacher is there monitoring. But we really need to implement Act 7932, and the John Hopkins thing cannot be our way out. We really have to get those
that's not the replacement for.
Okay,
thank you.
John Hopkins is a supplement.
Yes.
But the law is the law, so we need to follow the law.
Correct.
Okay, and that was passed, I think, 33rd or 32nd legislature, that I was able to be the proponent of that particular bill. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I hope everyone is doing well. The first question I want to direct to you is...
Speak into the mic.
The first question I would like to direct has to do with what is the average per student cost when it comes to the overall budget of education?
So we did have that question already, and I will get back to you on that exact figure.
Okay. Well, I know probably a couple years ago I did a calculation where I just did a rough division of the budget per the amount of students under the public school system. And I think at that time it was almost $12,000, $11,000 and change. Someplace around there when I just roughly did it. And what I'm trying to figure out is what percentage of that money directly is impacted to the children. Because I keep looking at other jurisdictions. I have done comparisons to where private school versus public school, for example. I had it, unfortunately, since my brother's murder, I had to raise his two children. One went to private school and the other one is in public school. I roughly spent about $8,500 a year on his private school system. My niece in public school is roughly over $11,000. And I'm looking at the comparison as to the type of education each one of them got. And I'm very much concerned because I'm more worried that a lot of this money is more at the top than actually getting to the kids. And that is a major issue. And I think until we start figuring out a way to make sure this money is directly impacting the children of the territory, we're going to keep having these same problems. Last week we had a visitor here, I think congressman from Tennessee, and he was sharing with us that in their state, they divide up the money amongst the kids and it follows them. So it gives the children a little bit more diversity as to how they do things. But I know here in the territory, I'm a product of the public school, and hey, I became a senator, so I did okay. But I also am worried about programs, for example, like the IEP program. How do you guys deal with that? Because as a parent that is dealing with a child under that program, I see a lot of struggles, and I really would like to see some improvement, because what the senator said earlier is we're gonna end up with a whole lot of students that are unemployable, graduates. And as I see some of them move through the system, I'm trying to figure out how they're even moving, number one. And also what kind of quality of life they're gonna have after some of them graduate. How do you guys start preparing for, especially those in IEP programs, whether it's teaming them up for CT programs, skills? How do you get them to that level that they will be able to take care of themselves?
Yeah, very good question, Senator. And before I let the superintendents talk about what they're doing in their respective districts relative to the special education population, your concerns are valid. And for example, just getting the supplemental services for our special needs students, that's a contract that we must have. Having qualified teachers in front of our children, we're experiencing so many losses, that impacts what we're able to do. But the Department of Education's goal is to make sure that at the end of their time at the Department of Education, that they're able to function in society as adults. And so that population, that subgroup is very critical to the success of our territory, to the success of those children. And so we do have programs in place. I will let the superintendent speak a little bit more about those. And I just wanted to tell you it's $12,612.
You see how close that was?
$12,612.
$12,000 is what I calculated.
Yes. So you are on point. So Superintendent Herman?
So good morning, Senator. In terms of our students with an IEP, students who have a disability, we, through our vision of special education, ensure that all teachers, work with them based on their accommodations in high school and throughout their schooling. One of the things that we have in high school is what's called an individualized transition plan, where as the students get older, the team comes together and meets to determine what are some of the skills that they would need. And it depends on where our student sits, whether they're in Mod 4 or Mod 3, for them to be successful in their adult life. Most recently, we highlighted our classroom at the Synchro Educational Complex that's being refurbished and should be open within a few weeks, that has life skills. So it has a stove, it has a washer and dryer. So it's going to allow our students to learn and see what it is going to entail to be a productive citizen and to take care of themselves post high school.
Are any of these programs inclusive of dealing with finances, dealing with checking accounts, these types of things as well?
So it is dependent on the program. It tries to teach them. One of the things they do is also summer work. They place them for the summer in terms of different areas of employment.
Well, what I'm talking more about, it's nice to use an iron, but how do they know how to deal with their finances, balance a checkbook, know that, even though they might have a disability, life deals with money. That is day-to-day operations.
Right.
And I think that should be something that's also invested in their learning from the beginning.
So that's not just for our students with an IEP. That's for all of our students. One thing we would say that as a community we needed to firm up, and even as an adult, is financial literacy for our children. So we need to, this is something that we are moving forward with. Ensuring that all of our children are exposed to financial literacy. We do know that our children with an IEP may need some more support in terms of grasping those concepts, and we work very, very diligently with our district as well as State Office of Special Education to provide those programs.
Could I just wrap up with teachers? I want to know a little bit, as you know, when I was looking through this stuff, the teachers, there's about 17% of the teachers that are eligible to retire. Are you guys tracking this? What type of programs or anything you have in place? Sometimes money will keep them there on the job. What are you planning on doing? Because that's a large section of our educators that might be ready to walk through the door. And, I have a whole listing of salaries that I did a whole comparison salary for all the states, for starting salaries up to the top. But I'm looking through this. What are we doing to really retain them and maybe get some of these retirees to say, well, wait a minute, I might hold on another 2 or 3 years?
Thank you for that question,
Thank
Senator.
you so much. You may respond.
Thank you, Senator, Mr. Chairman. Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner for Education. Our Division of Human Resources regularly tracks retirees. We want to be on top of what our employment pool looks like, so it's really important that they track that. One of the things, as I believe Senator Johnson mentioned, is the law that allows for retirees to retire and continue to get their annuity and work. And that's something that we're going to embark on, because we know who's at the 30-year stage, who's at the 33rd year stage, like myself, and so forth. So we want to begin to attract those individuals to say, hey, you can get your annuity and stay on. So that's an initiative that we'll be working on.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Just quick questions, because we have spent quite a bit of time, but I definitely know that we need to have a next meeting with the Department of Education in the Committee of Jurisdiction, where we could have all day to just ask questions. But Payroll Office and Synchro, are there monies in the budget to hire additional individuals? You only have 2 or 3 individuals in the Payroll Office.
So,
in this budget, do we have funded positions for the Payroll Office and Synchro?
Mr. Smith?
Yes, we do, Senator.
How much?
We have one full-time position available.
So you'll have what, 4 now, Ms. Hartley?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the office once had like 6, 7 individuals in it, and all. You have a lot of stuff going through. We have to beef up the number of individuals we have in the office. And let me just clarify, when I was talking about exempt positions, I wasn't talking about individuals in business and financial and all of that. I'm talking about other positions that perhaps could be deemed as not necessary.
So if I may, Senator, that's part of the discussions in the restructuring that we're talking about, because the payroll division not only processes the regular payroll, they deal with all the federal programs as well. And so we definitely will make sure that we have additional staff added to both offices, actually, to ensure that that work is done seamlessly.
And the business office.
How many employees, Mr.
And
Smith?
I'm not talking about leadership. I'm talking about individuals who are actually doing the work. Because how many individuals you have in leadership in fiscal, in the business?
Mr. Smith?
In leadership, we have a director for each district.
Okay, and then the level under that is what?
The level under that, we have financial analysts.
Okay. So that's good.
Okay.
So is there a plan to have additional individuals in there, since we're going to be doing so much requisitions and all of that? Do we plan to staff up the office?
Yes, we have to staff up the office if we're going to see
Good.
that. Mm-hmm.
Procurement.
Procurement. How many are in procurement? I don't have that
just
number.
plans. Are we
Director
staffing up?
Joseph
Because
is there.
we're talking about...
Yes, every office has to be shored up.
Okay. We're not speaking about 1 million or 2 million. We're speaking about hundreds of millions of dollars that need to be expended. The budget is 170 million, 180, and then you have over 200, close to 300 million dollars in federal grants that we really need to be able to expedite that process. So you're going to staff up all of those offices.
In addition, disaster projects.
Okay.
And so, yes, it's definitely part of the process moving forward. What we will be able to do is cost share, because they will be doing both work, disaster work and regular local federally funded work. Yeah.
So
Mr. Chairman, if I can add to the commissioner's comment, in procurement, we just got a contract administrator. There is a vacancy for admin assist, somebody to assist with admin. So that office does recognize, because of the volume of work they need to do, that they need additional staff.
So I'd like you to submit to me your needs for procurement, business, fiscal, so that we can be able to spend these monies. I'm looking at your contract. You spoke about the kitchen equipment, but the only RFP I'm seeing is the RFP for Claudio Marco School that was sent out. Were any other RFPs sent out for Alfredo Andrews, Central High?
So the first two that we sent out, Senator, were for Claudio Marco and Eulalie. Only Claudio Marco received a bidder. No one responded twice to Eulalie. We're getting ready to send out the rest. So that is a concern that I have, that no one is bidding on the projects.
Okay, send out all of them, because it's only been a year that we have the equipment sitting. So if we can get all of those sent out. Ms. Atley answered a number of questions today. She's been acting for 8 months. She an act for 12?
No, Senator.
Okay. We have sufficient monies to make sure that we have the internet connectivity?
Yes, we do.
You're doing analysis of all schools now to make sure that the needs are addressed?
I have the superintendents working on that, and that will be communicated to Mr. Hendrickson.
Okay. The last million from the G.E.R.S one, you're going to get that obligated as quick as possible? We had that a while now.
Yes, that's part of the spending plan, and yes, we have a plan to take care of that.
The G.E.R.S 2, the 53 million, how much have we spent?
We spent 14.6 million.
14.6, so you got 39 million left there. Okay, and you said the ARPA, I think you made a mistake with the ARPA. You said you have 132 million left, correct?
Correct, but we currently have encumbrances of 4.9 million, but I was actually just speaking to the expenditures.
Yeah, and I made it off from the 138 to the 132. So you actually have $5 million spent over in encumbrances, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's 132 plus 39. So right there we have $171 million left in federal funds as a result of COVID or ARPA, and then you have your consolidated grants, which is a huge next amount, and then you have $5 million in local funds that you could utilize for maintenance. So I keep on saying that right now with education, it is not an issue of monies. It's an issue of just being able to get the job done. Now, your school lunch program, and this is my couple of minutes, colleagues, that I'm using. Your school lunch program in St. Thomas, for lack of better words, has been a disaster. You collected some $2 million from the feds in reimbursement for the island of St. Croix, $2,258,295 in the island of St. Croix. For a similar population in St. Thomas, you collected $1,086,060. You had a lot of disallowed meals, a lot of stuff was dumped. What is being done this year to make sure that you're not dumping food at the landfill? We don't have a lot of disallowed meals because you don't have fruit, so you don't have this. We know what you need to put in the plate for that meal to count. And we have individuals working in school lunch for years. So why are we having so much disallowed meals in St. Thomas, and have you corrected that problem?
So I'm going to allow Director Sanderson to speak about that. And Senator, that's also an area that we definitely have to work on. I know that there has been issues with the procurement of goods, the late requisitioning and delays in the requisitioning. And so those are internal processes that we have to work through. And so we've already started the conversation, and we will support our SFAs moving forward to ensure that that doesn't happen. Because when you don't have the commodity to put on a plate, then it's disallowed.
Correct.
And that is not an excuse that's viable for us in leadership. And so we have to make sure that we support them as well.
Okay, so who you said? Miss
Sanderson, I don't know if she's still on.
Okay, so let me first say December 21 is negative, and St. Thomas, negative 6,323. So we had 8 months that we have had a massive problem. That same month, December 21, and St. Croix got reimbursed $132,000, while St. Thomas had to literally pay back $6,000. So we have had 8 months to correct the problem. Tell me what has been done to correct the problem. Not we planning, not we meeting. What has been done to correct the problem?
Well, I can add that we did replace the freezer in the lager building. And so whereas we had to toss some of the food because the freezer was broken, we do have a new freezer in the lager building.
So the problem has been dealt with?
Some of the problem. We still have issues with the requisitioning of our food in a timely fashion. And I really need Ms. Sanderson to speak on this, because it is a situation that has to be rectified in the St. Thomas, St. John district.
Who are the vendors we're using now?
If I'm not mistaken, Senator, West Bay is one of the vendors on St. Thomas. I'm not certain who the other vendor, but I believe it's two vendors. Merchants Market.
Do you still have the contract with Merchants Market? I don't think so.
Adela Joseph, Director of Procurement. No, we do not have an existing contract with Merchants Market in the St. Thomas, St. John district.
And I knew that. You need a backup, okay? West Bay brings in trailers, correct?
Yes.
So if the trailer is late, what happens?
They have to go open market.
So we need a plan.
Yes.
You need a sustainable plan. You can't have a vendor and then the vendor is not able to get a trailer here on time, and then you're only able to provide limited product to the students that's missing fruits or vegetables or something. So we need a backup plan, or we need a better procurement system to make sure that those trailers are here. And we need variety. You can't serve the students the same thing day in, day out, chicken nuggets, spaghetti. We need a variety of stuff that they can be able to eat. I know everybody wants a next round, but unfortunately we can't have a next round because it's 101 and we have 3 other groups to go. But I really know that we need a meeting. We have new leadership in the Department of Education. We have had a civil meeting without anybody huffing and puffing. So I think it's time for us to move on. But I think the next meeting by the Committee of Jurisdiction need to be targeted, and it need to be about answering questions. Not about a million reports, but about answering questions so we can know exactly where you're at and where you plan to go for this school year. This school year is now. So we need to make sure that financially the Committee of Finance is able to do whatever possible to make sure that we're able to meet the needs of the children of the Virgin Islands. So once again, I think for the 11th time, I'll ask that the $5 million that is going to be reprogrammed, that it be sent down to the Committee of Finance so that we can hear it as soon as possible. I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement, and then we're going to go to those two.
Point of inquiry.
We did ask a point of inquiry a half hour ago. Point of inquiry, Senator Carrion.
Thank you. And it's in regards to Commissioner nominee to internet connectivity, which remains a big issue in most of our schools. You know, the students are getting laptops and sometimes other digital devices, but they're poor or no internet connectivity in some of the schools. And I need to know, what's really the plan. Learning loss cannot be supported with digital programs if the internet is not working. So this is urgent.
Yes, and so we've done some infrastructure work. We still have some projects ongoing. I can definitely get you that information as to the schools that we still have to outfit with the necessary equipment. I do have the superintendents touching bases with their principals so that we are aware of those sites that may still be experiencing severe internet issues so that we can address them. We have experienced some issues with the power outages that have affected some of our equipment. And so making sure that we have the necessary protectors to protect our servers in the event that we continue to experience the loss of power are things that we have in place moving forward. So I can get you that update, Senator, and we will do our due diligence to make sure that our schools have that connectivity.
Thank you.
Very important. Okay, to that.
Point of inquiry.
Thank you so much.
Somebody yelled.
The targeted, Senator Johnson, targeted point of inquiry.
Thank you very much. I kind of jumping off of what Senator Carrion just said. I noticed that they collect some money from the parents them for those laptops, and parents are inquiring about when they are going to receive back that money. What's the status on that $30 that was collected from the parents them who came to register the students and get these laptops?
So I'd like the superintendent speak on their reimbursement of that fund. But I want to say something about the laptops. The reason that funding was put into place was because the department has been experiencing numerous of our equipment being damaged, and the existing insurance that the department has doesn't cover cosmetic damage. And so I'm asking parents to please help us in ensuring that our students are responsible with the devices that we are putting in their hands. And so we've withdrawn that because we have enough federal funding to take care of that. But my concern is that we need this equipment to work for long periods of time. And so I really want to say to my parents to please work with us and ensure that your child protects the device that is assigned to him or her. Superintendent Herman and Superintendent Jorgen.
Senator Johnson, all refunds will be completed in the St. Croix district by Friday.
To the best of my knowledge, there are no parents in the St. Thomas St. John district that are owed that refund.
Okay, thank you so much. And just like to reiterate that the department spends a tremendous amount of money and resources, and the people of the Virgin Islands need to protect those resources, to include protect our school. We can't be painting schools and in 1 week there's graffiti all over. We can't be purchasing equipment and they're left on the side, they're destroyed because you didn't spend anything. So we gotta be responsible, because there's a next generation after you that is going to need that same equipment. And it doesn't have to be the laptops, it's just everything.
Right.
Everything that the schools have, all the equipment, all the supplies. We need to protect it so we could continue to grow and not be purchasing back the same items over and over and over. As a commissioner, I'll allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Well, on behalf of the entire body here today and the rest of the Department of Education, I want to thank the Finance Committee for allowing us the opportunity to speak and have rich conversation in regards to the way forward with the Department of Education and our fiscal responsibilities. And trust me that the concerns that were brought forth today and the recommendations that were brought forth today will be taken into consideration as we move this territory forward. We are public education proud, and we are here to serve the people of these Virgin Islands. And we are here to ensure that our vested interests, our children receive what they need in order to be successful citizens as they grow up. So thank you, Senator VLA and the rest of the body for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. I think I neglected Senator Gittins was waving his hand. I think he wanted to ask one last question. You don't have to do a closing again, but I didn't see him, but my staff said he was waving. Senator Gittins, quickly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just thinking that, teachers and employees are leaving for many reasons, but I saw that California offers special grants and loans to teachers in order to assist them with purchasing homes. Has anyone from the Department of Education looked into or talking with Housing Finance Authority about implementing any programs such as these, working with our local teachers?
So conversation began, I would say maybe like 2 months ago with me. I was interviewed by Housing Finance Authority relative to the disaster projects that we have coming up. And one of the things they mentioned, and I need to follow up on that, Senator, thank you for the reminder. They mentioned allocating some of the homes that they are about to build, designate those for, teaching personnel to have affordable homes in the territory. And so that is something that we definitely need to continue to have that conversation around, because as we all know, many places are, or many houses are being turned into Airbnbs, and so it's limited resources in terms of rental property. So we need to be sure that we are doing our due diligence to partner with those entities that are able to support us in our process.
Thank you for your response. In addition to doing your exit interviews, see if you could talk with your HR person to start conducting what's called some stay interviews and attract those that are looking to leave. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
so much, Senator Gittins. I'll close by saying there's a nationwide shortage of teachers. So we're going to have to be creative. There are districts that are ready to open on Monday that don't know how they're going to open because they have lost so many teachers, Florida, a bunch of other states. So we got to be creative. We got to try to retain those individuals who are presently working with us. We need to create a good working environment. Administrators need to work with the staff and not chase the staff. And if we're able to accomplish that, we can grow education. The Committee of Finance will recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next before us, we have the Board of Education, and we're also going to have the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Board. But we're going to begin with the Board of Education, while the CTEC Board also go ahead and do some other stuff. So I'll begin by allowing the Board of Education for you to put your name and title on the record, beginning with the chairman.
Good morning, Dr. Kyza A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Dr. Berry.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Next.
Good afternoon, Sandra Bess, Director of Business and Finance.
Okay, Mr. Francois, you could put your name and title on the record.
Dr. Michael Francois, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Board.
Thank you so much. We'll begin with testimony by Chairman Callwood.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Kurt A. VLA, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Dr. Kyza A. Callwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, hereinafter referred to as VIBE or Board. Today, I have with me in person our Executive Director, Dr. Stephanie Berry, and our Director of Business and Finance, Sandra Bess. I offer testimony on behalf of our governing board in support of VIBE's fiscal year 2023 budget of $2,272,030. Board composition. The Virgin Islands Board of Education is an independent agency of the government of the Virgin Islands. The members of the board are elected in 2 legislative districts, 4 in St. Croix District and 4 in the St. Thomas St. John District. We also have 1 at-large member, a resident of St. John. Our St. Croix members are Winona A. Hendricks, Terrence T. Joseph, Shauna K. Richards, and Emanuela Perez Casillas. Our St. Thomas members are Judy M. Gomez Esquire, Jeanette Smith Barry, Nandi Siku Esquire, and myself. Angel Boques Jr. is our at-large member. The 4-year term for the board is staggered. Through 17 Virgin Islands Code subsection 21 to 23, 41 to 42, 82, 90 to 91, 121, 127 to 129, 171 to 177, 184 to 191, and 193 to 194, the VIBE is responsible for the general policy and direction of public education in the Virgin Islands. The VIBE is charged through this authority with responsibilities to include, but not limited to, administering and overseeing the Territorial Scholarship Fund Program, special legislative grants, and federal funds issued or awarded to the Virgin Islands Department of Education, hereinafter referred to as the Department. Certifying education professionals employed in the Virgin Islands, developing and revising educational policies, reporting on school plans and facilities management, accountability, and environmental compliance, and mediating and hearing appeals of decisions of the department and complaints concerning all educational and public school matters. The work of the board is directed by 5 standing committees that meet at regular intervals. They are Professional Staff and Higher Education Committee, Chairperson Jeanette Smith Barry, Policies, Rules, and Regulations with Nona A. Hendricks, Chairperson, Public-Private Liaison Angel Boques Jr., Chairperson, School Plans and Facilities Emmanuel Perez Casillas, Chairperson, and Finance, Scholarship and Collection Shauna K. Richards, Chairperson. The Executive Committee is comprised of myself, Chairperson Kyza A. Callwood, Vice Chairperson Winona A. Hendricks, and Secretary Shauna K. Richards. The 20th Governing Board has added 2 ad hoc committees. The ad hoc committees are the Internal Control, Judy M. Gomez Esquire, Chairperson, in conjunction with the Executive Director, serves as the board's liaison with the Office of the Inspector General and or all other public and private auditors approved by the board. However, the Executive Director shall have primary responsibility to interface with the Office of the Inspector General, conducts investigation and hearings, and recommends decision to the board pertaining to ethics violation, labor relations, and human resources issues pursuant to advised bylaws and policies and in accordance with federal and territorial laws, develops, reviews, and recommends for consideration by the board due process procedures, standards, and guidelines for considering employee and board member grievances and complaints, VIBE operational guidelines, labor relation and human resources policies, all policies related to conducting internal audits and internal controls, monitors corrective action plans implemented in response to external audits and reviews conducted by any government or private agency, recommends requests for public and or private audits, reviews audit reports, and prepares corrective action plans in response to external audits. The Legislative Liaison Committee, Nandi Siku, Chairperson, Esquire Chairperson, drafts and updates a legislative agenda for consideration and approval by the board, coordinates with board committees regarding recommendation for legislative revisions, coordinates relations between the board and the Virgin Islands legislature, drafts positions on proposed legislation for consideration and approval by the board as needed, monitors and provides recommendation for code compliance, coordinates the timely preparation and submittal of reports to the legislature. Fiscal year 2022 operations. Table 1 above provides a revised VIBE's FY 2022 appropriated expenditures budget and the expenses record as of June 30th, 2022. There is no anticipated budget overrun. Personnel services. Presently, the board has 19 budgeted positions. There are 4 persons in the St. Croix office, the executive director, financial aid representative, administrative assistant, and educational certification officer. There are 9 persons in the St. Thomas office, the director of business and finance, accountant, financial aid coordinator, financial aid assistant, an educational certification officer, 2 loan collection officer, a custodian, and 1 maintenance engineer. All positions are non-unionized. As of June 30th, 2022, there were in court personnel services expenses of $45,810.63 and fringe benefits of $217,360.77. Through Act 8411, the VIBES classified employees will receive a wage increase in FY 2023. Through the recent board action, a 3% increase was approved for the executive director and director of business and finance in FY 2023. As such, we're requesting funding that supports the increase in personnel services and fringe benefits for these 2 exempt positions, approximately $11,000. An organizational chart is attached in Appendix A. While we recognize the need to be fiscally responsible, the board objects to the Office of Management and Budget's OMB 50% cut in our 6 vacant positions. Although there were challenges in recruitment and retention of positions during the past 3 fiscal years, we are confident that we are progressing towards operation stability and will need all hands on deck to continue to improve board governance and implement strategies and enhance customer satisfaction. We have prioritized 3 vacant full-time positions to be filled at 100% funding no later than the first quarter in FY 2023. These positions are Associate Executive Director, Researcher, and Financial Aid Assistant. The remaining administrative and technical positions are needed, especially with the increase in workload within operations as the board completes revisions to policies. This triggered a need to ramp up monitoring of our programs and double down on increasing data validity. As to the latter, we are preparing for loan data migration. There will be a need for at least 2 temporary employees with accounting experience to assist the collections unit in reviewing the thousands of collections accounts. We are requesting $40,000 to cover the cost of these temporary positions. First bank account. As of June 30th, 2022, the board's first bank account ending 0390 currently has $49,660.76. The monies in this account are primarily for certification application fees collected prior to VIBE's transition to an account managed through the Department of Finance ERP system. Personnel services. The 4 vendors in Table 2 below currently provide professional services. Outstanding obligations. As of June 30th, 2022, there are no outstanding obligations. Real property. The board currently rents an office space at 1115 Strand Street in Christiansted on St. Croix from St. Croix Restoration. The FY annual rent is $49,465. It will increase to $50,948.64 in FY 2023. The board is reviewing the feasibility of purchasing property to renovate or construct a permanent home on St. Croix. The Vibe owns a St. Thomas office property at Dronigan's Garter, number 60B, 61, and 62. The property consists of two buildings. Our main story is a masonry building with offices, storage areas, and restrooms. There is also a generator. This property needs repairs to its roof, courtyard, and grounds. There is also a single-level historic building on the street front that will be rehabilitated to serve as the board's conference room. Capital projects. As of June 30th, 2022, the Vibe has $275,000 for the Gertie House project located at Dronigan's Garden number 62 in St. Thomas. The plans were completed to address what is needed while maintaining the original character image of the building, for instance, street facade and architectural characteristics. The architect's probable cost estimate is $385,000, excluding approximately $60,000 in contractors' overhead costs. The revised plans were approved by the St. Thomas St. John Historic Preservation Committee. The plans will be submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, for approval before transmitting a solicitation request to the Department of Property and Procurement, DPP. Additionally, the Vibe anticipates that there will be an increase in construction and related costs, for instance, permitting, hiring a construction project manager that will impact the funds earmarked for this project. That cost is an estimated $60,000. We are waiting response to our application for a grant through the Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Fund, ESHPF, Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria Disaster Recovery Reimbursement Sub-Grant Program vehicles. The Vibe maintains two vehicles in each district. The board requested quotes to include the trade-in value of the older vehicles, which are the vans, in each district to replace them as our budget permits. Student financial aid. Territorial Scholarship Fund Special Legislative Grants. Given the successful implementation of the online financial aid application process and evaluation over 4 award periods, the Vibe now has a fully online application process. For FY 2022, the board received an appropriation of $1,192,416 for the Territorial Scholarship Fund program and $363,150 for special legislative grants. Table 3 below provides a breakdown of these scholarships. The financial aid period was from January 2022 to April 2022. There were no eligible applicants for the exceptional student and no applicants for the VI National Guard scholarship. Staff has redoubled efforts to incorporate a targeted outreach plan for these scholarships and solicit assistance from agencies such as Office of Veterans Affairs, Department of Human Services, and the VI National Guard. There were no applicants for the Morris D. Castro Fellowship. For the Morris D. Castro Fellowship. Table 4 below shows that a total of 545 applications were received. When compared to the number of applications received for the 2020-2021 award period, there was an increase in applications. The board approved a territorial scholarship loan grant amount awarded to all eligible applicants, $1,500 loan and $1,300 grant. The financial aid staff has called and emailed all students whose application were deemed ineligible for reasons to include but not limited to disclosures not returned, low GPA, and having a part-time status or not providing proof of enrollment. In late June 2022, the staff commenced issuing promissory agreements to students whose application were deemed complete. The fully executed agreements are processed through the Department of Finance Financial Management System. As of June 30th, 2022, of the 545 applications received for this award period, 109 have been entered into the ERP system for further processing, and the remaining eligible applications are pending additional information or return of disclosure agreement. Coronavirus Supplemental Scholarship. The Coronavirus Supplemental Scholarship was made possible through Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s Executive Order Number 504-2020, dated July 9, 2020, for the 2020 graduates. There were two subsequent executive orders to extend the scholarship to include Spring 2021 graduates, which is 512 of 2021 on May 17, 2021, and 2020, 2021, and 2022 graduate 520-2022 March of 15, 2022. The Office of Management and Budget, OMB, has directed oversight of the funding source for this scholarship. As of July 1, 2022 deadline, the VIBE received 391 applications. There is more than what we believe to be available funding balance. As such, we have requested that OMB confirm the availability of funds to ensure all eligible applicants receive an award. This scholarship was open to all 2020, 2021, and 2022 high school, homeschool, adult education, and general education graduates who were permanent residents of the Virgin Islands and resided in the territory at the time of graduation. Applicants must have been accepted into or in attendance at an accredited institution, college, university, or post-secondary education, third-level tertiary education, or advanced vocational or trade school. Applications were available online through the financial aid portal. In addition to posts on our website and Facebook pages, we sent emails to all our education stakeholders. This scholarship was also advertised on the VI Consortium, in the St. Croix Avis, and the Virgin Islands Daily News, as well as through radio ads on Isle 95, Roomba 98.3 with Junior, Reef Radio 103, Reggae 100 WSTX, and The Vibe. Disclosure statements for the 2022 award cycle are being issued to eligible applicants who have completed the application process. Staff also continue to call and email applicants regarding missing information. The fully executed agreements are processed through OMB, then sent to the Department of Finance. Once checks are cut, they are sent to OMB, who then forwards a check to VIBE for disbursement. Table 5 below provides a breakdown of spring 2020, 2021, and 2022 graduates who applied. As of June 30th, 2022, of the 522 applications received for the 2020 and 2021 award periods, 476 eligible applicants have received a $1,000 award under this scholarship, and 46 are pending payment. As of the 391 applications received for the 2022 award period, 9 were ineligible. 146 have been transmitted to OMB for further processing, and 236 are pending additional information or return of the disclosure agreement. Collections. Figure 1 provides collection over the past 3 fiscal years. As of June 30th, 2022, $324,121.15 was collected in student loan repayments. Data migration from the old to the new system is delayed, allowing for staff to update records and confirm compliance under the recently approved financial aid policy. However, there's a need to hire at least 2 temporary staff with accounting experience to assist in reconciling accounts. The VIBE is considering all possible means of increasing collections, including a collections drive with different incentives to reduce the approximately 700,000 in delinquent accounts. We strongly encourage all persons with outstanding debt to the VIBE to contact us as soon as possible. The anticipated launch of the new collection system is no later than the second quarter of FY 2023. EDC contributions. To qualify and remain eligible for benefits provided under the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission program, 29 Virgin Islands Code subsection 708M requires each beneficiary, excluding small businesses, to submit an annual contribution to the VIBE in the amount of $3,000 to be placed in a territorial scholarship fund. As of June 30th, 2022, approximately 186,000 were posted in contribution from beneficiaries of the VI EDC program. We thank all beneficiaries for their compliance and support of our financial aid program. Disaster recovery claims. Public assistance applications were filed with the Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA for damages sustained in both VIBE locations by Hurricane Irma and Maria in 2017. The VIBE was awarded all small projects, maximum threshold of $123,100. FEMA officially obligated the St. Thomas Category E Public Buildings and Contents project in March 2021. However, the VIBE could not complete the project's scope of work by the period of the performance date. Therefore, a one-year time extension was granted. A property survey was performed to ensure the boundaries were identified before commencing any work in the courtyard and grounds. The work has not commenced. An architectural and engineering firm must be identified to provide an independent cost estimate for the courtyard and grounds and administration building. The VIBE is awaiting on assistance from the Office of Disaster Recovery and the Department of Public Works to receive an independent cost estimate for PW 1238 on St. Thomas. Once received, they will be submitted to the Department of Public Works for approval before transmitting to the Department of Property Procurement to commence solicitation. We anticipate that PWs 244 and 966 will be closed this quarter. Table 6 below shows the amount awarded for each claim. FY 2022 accomplishments. Through its relationship with the Department of Education, the Career and Technical CTE Board, the University of the Virgin Islands, American Federation of Teachers, and the USVI Parent Student Association, Parent Teacher Association, and other educational stakeholders, the board works on matters that affect public education in the territory. Year to date. The board completed and approved revisions to the 9 to 12 grades promotion and retention, grading systems, and graduation requirements. The board completed and approved revisions to the student dress code uniform guidelines. The board completed and approved the electronic communication device policy to include recommendation for risk mitigation for electronic communications and electronic devices used. The board completed and approved revision to its early childhood education certification rules and regulations to comply with Legislative Mandate Act Number 8270. In addition to notifying each newly certified or recertified applicant of new revisions, the board continues to work with the Department of Education to ensure teachers are placed in pre-K through third are certified in early childhood. In addition to the funding made possible by the department by the legislature, funding is available through the Territorial Scholarship Fund to assist early childhood educators in meeting the requirements. The VIBE ran ads online in the newspaper and posted information on our website regarding certification and the new ECE requirements. During the first week of fiscal year 2022-2023, we provided a flyer to the department and requested that they share it with all staff, including all elementary school personnel. The VIBE's Internal Controls Committee completed financial and travel policies and procedures to implement both the letter and spirit of all applicable territorial and federal regulations regarding the expenditure of and accounting for public funds. The board approved these policies and procedures, which are currently utilized in VIBE operations. The Department of Education's VI Standards of Achievement VISA were approved in the areas of English Language Arts, mathematics, science, computer science, health and physical education, world languages, music education, and arts education. The draft social studies standards were also approved. The standards hold the department accountable for higher educational and academic goals from the 2022 through 2024. The VIBE also directed the VIBE to acquire and make available to all schools and include in VISA additional resources by local and Caribbean authors and historians. The VIBE approved the English Language Arts, mathematics, science, and computer science curriculums to hold divide responsible for the content, information, and skills for students, teachers, and the community for 2022 to 2024. The board's 3-year strategic plan was completed and is posted on our website. On July 1, 2022, the board submitted to the governor and the 34th legislature its 2021-2022 School Management Accountability Report, SMAR, with its findings and recommendations based on site visits and available data provided by the Department of Education and auxiliary departments included in the SMAR legislation. Upon the request of then Commissioner of Education Raquel Berry Benjamin, the board conditionally agreed to certify teachers of proximity learning, a contractor for the department's VI Virtual Academy, to teach certain courses that were hard to staff, beginning with the 2021-2022 school year. Certification application will receive around the middle of the second semester for 40 proximity learning employees teaching in Viva. Of this, 37 are conditionally certified by the VIBE. All these conditional certificate holders must complete the VISA requirement by 12/31 of 2022, which is December 31, 2022. The Virgin Islands Board of Education has authority and jurisdiction to prescribe rules and regulations and establish criteria for certification, selection, and appointment of teachers, supervisors, principals, librarians, and other professionals of the Department of Education, and sole authority to issue certificates licensing the holders to teach in the public schools of the Virgin Islands pursuant to VI Code Title 17, subsection 121. From October 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, the board certified a total of 182 educators and other educational professionals, 92 in St. Croix District and 90 in the St. Thomas St. John District. The online certification application portal was launched in January 2022. Our goals are to increase the number of certified professionals by at least 10% annually through online certification, build an online registry of certified education professionals, and provide a clear certification strategy involving collaborative efforts with the Department of Education and University of the Virgin Islands. Certification staff is reviewing all certification records. In addition to contacting all persons with expired regular and conditional certificates whose contact information is available, certification staff is in communication with the department's representatives to assist in contacting those individuals listed as employed by the department with an expired regular or conditional certificate that we do not have current contact information. We strongly encourage all unfortified professional educators to contact our office today or apply for certification via our website, www.myviboe.com. In process. The Professional Staff Certification and Higher Education Committee finalized revisions to the rules and regulations for the certification of educators and other professional staff. The revisions include certification requirements for virtual learning environment. The primary focus is on clear guidelines for requesting and receiving certification and ensuring that there is efficiency, transparency, and accuracy in handling of all certification requests. The board approved draft rules and regulation, which will be circulated for public comment. It is anticipated a new policy will be implemented in the fall of 2022. The VIBE thanks the Virgin Islands Fire Service and the Department of Health Environmental Health Unit specifically for providing the school year 2021-2022 inspections in both districts on the status of public school. For school year 2022-2023, we have received inspection reports from all departments for most of the public schools in the territory. Our School Plans and Facilities Committee will have a follow-up meeting no later than September 2022 where the department discuss the status of school year 2021-2022 maintenance priorities and anticipated school year 2022-2023 priorities. The results of the annual reviews by auxiliary agency identified in the SMART legislation, our walkthroughs, the VI Department of Education notification of maintenance priorities for the 2022-2023 school year, and the safety and security inspections of schools recently conducted by the Virgin Islands Fire Service, the Virgin Islands Islands Rescue, Virgin Islands Police Department, and EMS assists us tremendously in improving the quality of the SMAR and the board's maintenance function to the duty to conduct annual inspections, report to the legislature, and request funds for significant repairs. We all have the same goal: to ensure a safe and secure environment for our students, school personnel, and visitors. The pre-K through 8th grade promotion, retention, grading systems, and graduation requirements are currently under review in our Policies, Rules, and Regulations Committee. In collaboration with Divide, the revisions will incorporate the distance learning policy. It is anticipated that a new policy will be implemented in the 2023-2024 school year. Recommendations for changes to legislation on specific scholarship include funding for 17 Virgin Islands Code subsection 512 Teacher Incentive Scholarship Program. In conclusion, I take this opportunity to thank our dedicated staff for supporting VIBE and its stakeholders. Their commitment to concurrently administering 2 major financial aid programs, diligence in collections, and overall support to the business of the Virgin Islands Board of Education during unprecedented times cannot be understated. My thanks to the members of the governing board for their work towards many of the accomplishments achieved this fiscal year. We also thank this body for your support and collaboration to improve the quality of public education. Mr. Chair and members of the Finance Committee, thank you for allowing us to provide testimony. We remain available to respond to your questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Chairman Callwood. Mr. Francois.
Good day, Honorable Senator Vele, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. The Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education members, thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committee. My name is Dr. Michael Francois, Board Chair and Professor at the University of the Virgin Islands. Today, I have the responsibility of reading the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education's testimony into the record. Joining me here today virtually is the board's Executive Director, Anton Deuce. Critical to our mission as board members and the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education is the mandate that employability skills, both academic and technical, be provided to all students in the Virgin Islands, regardless of their plans to attend college or enter the workforce directly after high school. In addition, teachers and students must be provided the proper resources required to keep up with the rapidly evolving career and technical education changes across the globe. As per the request of Senator Vele, we will keep our testimony today short and geared towards our budget request for fiscal year 2023, while also offering some ideas for solving issues affecting career and technical education in the Virgin Islands. Although our supplemental budget for $150,000 was not approved, the board feels that the initial budget suggested by OMB is sufficient for this year, especially listening to the financial outlook presented in these chambers and the responsibility we all have to manage finances wisely. Today's testimony will include the current status of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, the board accomplishments for fiscal year 2021-2022, board goals for fiscal year 2022-2023. We do have a few issues that need to be addressed which affect our budget. Listed as a semi-autonomous board in the Virgin Islands government budget chat, the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education seems to have lost that status when our finances were managed by the Department of Education and later added to the ERP system, which now manage our funding. As in the past, this board has been the go-to for whenever a CTE classroom, program, instructor, or student was in immediate need of funding, such as a car lift, not working in the automotive technician program, or a freezer in need of immediate repairs in the culinary art program. However, with the present system, this is no longer possible. The board no longer has the authority to write a check to cover expenses needed for the right now repairs and more. Our proposed solution is that this board or this body consider appropriating a fund name after one of the long-standing educators and board members, Mrs. Lena Schalterbrand, in the amount of $250,000. This fund would be paid to the board in a lump sum and directly deposited into a local bank account, not subject to ERP scrutiny, and with full transparency and accountability to this body as part of the budget hearing. The board can then, at its discretion, issue grants from this fund unchained from the government of the Virgin Islands approval process. This would include funding for career and technical education or career and technical student organizations, travel requests, funding for items outside the regular Department of Education track, and emergency needs for small or large projects for which there are no budget codes. We acknowledge and thank this body for the continued support and encouragement the board has received in the almost 3 years since our members started to volunteer. Both scholarship funds are now once again under the control of the board and have been distributed to deserving students with the goal to have them return as trained professionals and give back to our community, volunteering, teaching, or becoming members of the Career and Technical Student Organizations Advisory Board. In regards to the CTSOs, the board again applauds this body for taking an active interest. FBLA, Skills USA, FFA, and the Tuskegee Airmen are active CTSOs in the territory. The pandemic, of course, had an influence over membership, but with the above-mentioned available funding, we believe students will return. I had the pleasure to attend Skill USA National Leadership and Skills competitions in Atlanta this past June and witnessed these students' astonishing accomplishments, to say the least. I am certain that our delegation from the St. Croix and St. Thomas district that also attended, both students and advisors, would wholeheartedly agree. The current status of the board. The Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education currently has 7 of the 9 members as mandated by the VI Code 6 by the VI Code. 6 of the 7 are new board members nominated by Governor Bryan and commissioned in late January 2020. We still need 2 more board members from the island of St. Thomas and 1 from St. John to replace an individual who has been an interim member but not participating since 2020. The office currently operates with an executive director, 3 staff members, 2 in St. Croix and 1 in St. Thomas. Once the final approval is given, the board will search for a program monitor to complete the St. Thomas staff. Fiscal year 2022 accomplishments. The board has purchased $50,000 worth of UVI cell study credits for instructor development. Courses and assessments are available to all CT instructors for completion of certification requirements and for annual professional development. Study credits can be used for UVI cell courses as well as UVI traditional courses to meet certification requirements, as well as to cover the cost of certification and licensing exams, such as the praxis or general constructor exam. We have expanded $20,000 to Skill USA for NLSC attendance, and we purchased a $30,000 virtual reality package for middle schools for career exploration. And we have that here that we're going to allow the senators, if interested, to view it. We have completed the upgrade for our office communication infrastructure, which is forecasted to save the government of the Virgin Islands over $35,000 in the next 10 years by using voice over IP teams versus regular landlines. The upgrade to our board's conference room for CTSO communication centers is on the way with the completed purchase of smart tables and touch screens. We have identified an individual for the position of grant, which if successful, will assist the board in identifying sources and applying for funds outside the government of the Virgin Islands. 2021-2022 goal updates. The Virgin Islands Board of Current Technical Education members have enthusiastically worked on the following goals, accomplished most while others are in progress. Following is an update summary. Goal number 1, CT instructor certification and professional development. We are happy to report that we exceeded our goal of 30%, increasing the CT instructors that are certified and now to exceed 70% in certification achievement. We are looking at the possibility of bringing a dynamic presenter to the territory to speak during the annual AFT Teach session and invest in trade-specific trainers for the coming school year, as well as offering courses and assessment via UVI Cell. The board has executed an MOU with the Virgin Islands Board of Education for the use of the same certification platform via a link on the webpage. Instructors will now be able to upload their credentials in the same manner as teachers. Security of documents, questions, etc. are all the same with a few tweaks for CTE. The review of an application is done online by the committee members in a much more efficient way. Goal number 2, to increase CTE program assessment and development. The enrollment territory-wide for the past school year include 280 students for NAF, credentials in health science, hospitality, or culinary art, for example, while 144 students studied for NCCR, credentials like carpentry, electricity, or welding, 4 students as LPNs, and 10 students as EMTs. There are 39 programs of study in the Virgin Islands schools identified as CTE, and 21 of them are nationally trade certified via NAF, NCCR, or other national industry certifications. Goal 3, communication and marketing. The board supported a community event at Seja Farms with sponsor contribution and demo table, distributed flyers and had information both at the agriculture fair this year. Several members attended ACTI virtual conference and Skill USA national conference. Goal 4 was interagency collaboration. This is an ongoing process, but we are happy to report that we signed an MOU with the Virgin Islands Board of Education for joint software usage in making the certification process faster, smoother, while increasing effective communication between the two agencies. Furthermore, joint collaboration between all stakeholders resulted in a very detailed document for the rules as requested in Act 330267. We are in conversation with the acting commissioner, or now the appointed commissioner, and her team to discuss CTE programs. For fiscal year 2023, our goals are Goal 1, restructure CTE as a separate pillar within or separate from the Department of Education. The board will work on collaborative plan with stakeholders. First draft is included with this report that either separates CTE within the Department of Education as its own pillar or division, as it's done in Puerto Rico, for example, or a completely separate entity from the Department of Education with its own budget and oversight. Goal 2, creating a Work Skills USVI chapter. The board will petition to become a member of the World Skills Organization separate from the United States, and hence afford our local students the opportunity to showcase their talent on the global stage. World Skills recognizes the power of skills and the need to encourage vocational training to the highest level. Skill competitions are a celebration of excellence and a unique opportunity to share knowledge. A budget for this endeavor will be presented at next year's hearing. Goal 3, implementing new technology in the classrooms. The board will continue to research new emerging technologies by attending CTE trade conferences and competitions in order to learn what items are offered in other jurisdictions or perhaps globally. After identifying such new technology, discussions will be held with education stakeholders, how those could benefit or attract local learners, leading to the possible implementation. Interagency collaboration. The board will hold at least 2 town hall meetings in collaboration with the Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education. That's one of our goals. Collaboration with these agencies will focus on developing, researching, and forecasting future studies and programs related to CTE. In addition, the board will work with the Division of Personnel to establish an online credentialing system to track, monitor, and report on CTE instructor certification and set a professional development tracking process for instructors and administrators. With our current goal for this fiscal year, Mr. Chairman, the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education has submitted an ambitious plan again, like last year, for improving the status of career and technical education in the Virgin Islands. We are delighted that Bill number 330267 is now law, Act 8374, and congratulate this body wholeheartedly for the support it received. We believe that every student should be career ready upon graduation, whether that student is going to college, trade school, or directly to work. Our children must be ready for life. Providing them with the academic as well as technical skills will ensure a successful entry into the workforce. The board is submitting a detailed proposal for 2022-2023 fiscal years. A listing of all current board members, office staff, and other supporting documents are attached. The members of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, thank you for the opportunity to read this statement into your record. And we are now ready to answer any questions you may have. Any additional information which we do not have upon your request will be submitted promptly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Francois. We are going to take a 5-minute recess for changing of the recorder. This committee stands in recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Mr. Francois did bring one of the virtual headset, and they're using it right now on the floor. That it's a possibility for the students. He brought it for the senators to take a look. But we're going to begin with Senator Blyden. We have both the Board of Education and the CTEC Board who is before us. Senator Blyden. Sen 1 minute, Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, we're not picking you up. Try it again.
Testing 1, 2, testing.
You're good.
We're loud and clear. But hear me?
You're good. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again to Board Chair Dr. Callwood for the Board of Education and Board Chair Dr. Francois for CTEC, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I note Board Chair Francois, in the postal report, it stated that nothing was submitted for the fiscal year 23 budget. So with that being said, let me ask a quick question based on the 2022 budget fiscal year. The lump sum appropriation for this fiscal year 22 was $734,681. How much of those funds have been expended to date thus far for the CTEC board? And while you're looking for that number, because I know you have 280 students, and I see you're increasing your number, which is a good thing. But I wanted to know exactly how much of those funds are we really utilizing to assure that we get our best bang for our buck.
Is Mr. Deuce? Mr. Deuce, you want to? Executive Director Deuce, you want to answer that? Because I have some numbers here, but I don't want to.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Executive Director Deuce. We have appropriated so far. We're down to the last 200,000 and a couple of dollars, out of which still is payroll to be done. So we have $100,000, $110,000 left of our budget for this year.
So you anticipate utilizing all those funds before the end of the fiscal year?
Pretty much so, yes. We still have an open order for an upgrade of our computer infrastructure that's still going in there. So we're going to be a little bit under what we looked. So we're giving you a little bit of money back.
No, you can't give us no money back, because let me ask you. Because I know last fiscal year you had a $518,000 outstanding obligations. How much outstanding obligation do you have for this fiscal year in 22?
We shouldn't have anything outstanding. We have paid up everybody that needed to be paid up. We don't have any outstanding obligations left anymore as of right now. All our vendors are paid up.
Okay, very well. And all your professional service contracts, everything up to date?
Everything is up to date, yes. We did renegotiate some new contracts for rentals. Everything is up to date. Everything has been executed with property and procurement, and we're all up to date.
2 minutes.
Okay, very well. I don't have much time, so let me go to the Board of Education. Good afternoon, Board Chair Callwood. In your testimony on page 2 of your testimony, let me ask, because the numbers in terms of expenditures for 2022 is showing budget expenditure of $909,494. Is that correct?
Repeat, Senator.
And then it should. It does basically appropriation, right, for 2022, $990,494. But it says as of June 30th, you have expended $455,810. But with those numbers, it's showing me that basically by the end of the fiscal year, you would have spent $569,000. You would not have expended all of those funds.
Mayor.
You have how many vacancies do you have?
I will allow Executive Director Berry to respond.
Please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. We have approximately 6 vacancies. The reason for us, as we testified, there has been a lot of changes in the past 3 fiscal years that resulted in us not being able to fill positions. Since I've come on board last year, we were able to fill 1 critical position. We anticipate that 3 additional critical positions will be filled no later than Q1 of fiscal year 2023.
So that makes up for the difference. And those vacancies are funded at 100%?
We're here today to defend 100% funding of all our vacant positions.
Okay, very well. Page 5 of the testimony, and I can see now why in respect to the scholarship fund program and the special legislative grants, it would have nice to see a listing with exactly how much have been expended from these different categories. Because I know it stated 1,192,000 for the territorial scholarship fund and 363,150 for the special legislative grants. But it would have been nice to see a chart of exactly how much have been spent and how much is left over in each of those categories.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Do you have a listing?
Yes, you may.
You may.
By legislation, we're required to provide that information no later than a month or 30 days after the fiscal year. At this time, we're really in the peak of processing all applications and making sure that they're transmitted. We've received less than 50% of checks for the disbursements of the Territorial Scholarship Fund program, Senators. So at this time, it would be premature for me to put on the record any funds that have been expended or unawarded, because we're still trying to process the applications through the Department of Finance.
Understood. And in closing, Mr. Chair, on page 8 of the testimony, it speaks to student financial aid, right? And it speaks to 545 participants and that received the award, and only 109 have been entered into the ERP system. Is that because of a short staff? What are the challenges there?
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Our staff is very small, and we're required to do a lot, and they must be commended because for the past 3 award cycles, they have been successful in administering not just the Territorial Scholarship Fund, but also the Coronavirus Supplemental Scholarship. So yes, Senator, we appear to be short-staffed because we are running basically $3 million through the system, 3 award cycles. And we appreciate the question, and I take this opportunity to recognize my staff for really doing a Herculean task, and they've been exceptional in adapting to any changes that we may have.
Well, I commend the staff for the work they're doing. I look forward to you onboarding those 2 individuals in short order to assist and easing the burden on those individuals and at the same time help our students in the territory. Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Joseph.
A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I want to, of course, commend both the CTEC representatives as well as the the Board of Education representative for all the work that you've been doing over the year relative to assuring that we have highly certified and qualified teachers and instructors. I wanted to ask a budgetary inquiry, actually, of the Board of Education relative to your ARPA funding. How far along, how much money do you still have available in your ARPA funding? I noted in the post-audit report, it indicated, and I'm on page 6 of 10, it stated that you have $10,000, you received $10,000. How much of that funding is still available?
We have approximately $18,000 still available.
Okay, and what is your time frame to expend all of that money?
All funds must be obligated no later than the end of September of this year.
And are you on target to meet that time frame and that deadline, or are you going to ask for an extension?
If an extension is warranted, we would definitely will be addressing that in the next week or so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now to the CTEC. I know you've had a long-standing issue and a long-standing battle with the Department of Education to manage your funding based on what is required in the code. How are you progressing with that? Has the Department of Education relinquished its authority over the funding for the CTEC and have allowed now CTEC to fully manage their funds according to what is written in the Virgin Islands Code?
The answer would be no, Senator. Dr. Michael Francois, the answer would be no, Senator. We were having that discussion on how we would move forward on that, but as you know, the commissioner, we have a new commissioner now, and also that the state director, Nancy Caldwell, rest in peace, passed away. So
Yes.
we have to start all over again with the negotiation and discussions.
Okay, and have you reached out to the commissioner designee regarding that matter? Because this is a long-standing issue.
As a matter of fact, I forgot his name. One of her assistant commissioners will be inviting her to our meeting tomorrow, so we could open up discussion.
Okay, thank you. Are there any new instructors?
2 minutes.
That you or certifications that you plan to bring on board to help us meet the needs for vocational education? Dr. Francois?
Dr. Francois. Senator, I actually been talking to individuals on a one-on-one base, trying to get them to come and at least work or do some sort of contract with education.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the issues goes back to salaries.
And speaking of that, salaries, because I noted on page 4 of 6, you have a vacancy for a grant writer.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's funded at 0.5 here. But if we look for it for an entire year, it's going to be about $37,782. I'm going to let you know, is this going to be a full-time or part-time position? Because if it's full-time, I'm letting you know that it's going to be very challenging for you to get a grant writer paying $37,782 a year.
Yeah, Senator.
It's not realistic.
Senator, we know that, but what Mr. Dusa and myself have done, we've gone out and we've spoken to a few grant writers in a way that instead of us hiring them as grant writers, that we only pay them when they identify grants and apply for the grants for us.
Okay,
so they won't be on salary. So this position, what we want to do with that position is make that individual just a program manager. Where that
not even a program
and I know that too.
Not even
Yes.
a program, because I managed programs, and this is
Way too
woefully,
low. Yes, ma'am.
woefully too low a salary to attract anybody.
Time.
I want to also ask the Board of Education a question, and it's relative to operation. I understand based on your testimony you mentioned about early childhood certification. Are you aware that we also have teachers who are certified in elementary and now they're teaching also specific courses? And how are you handling that? And what training are in place to assist that? Because now they are teaching they're certified as elementary teacher, and now they are teaching language arts, which they may not be certified in.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Education. We were not aware of that specific instance where ECE or elementary education professionals are teaching outside of their certified area. I will make a note of that, Senator. Thank you, to reach out to the department.
Right, to reach out to the department, because on the elementary school level, I was informed when I went on a tour that there are teachers who are on the elementary school level who are actually teaching language arts or teaching math and science, because they are now having the students teach courses when they're in a grade level. I believe it's higher than third grade. So that's something we want to look into. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the leeway. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator carry on there. Okay, then Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All viewing, listening, and present. Dr. Callwood, in regards to how many personnel does the Board of Education have?
I'll allow the director to respond.
Sure.
We currently have 12 positions that have been filled.
Okay, 12. I think in Dr. Callwood's testimony, he mentioned about a 3% increase. They're looking for an ax of 11,000 to cover those wage increases?
No, that's just for the executive director and the director of business and finance. The staff increases was already is already there. Just the two of them didn't receive the 3%, but the board recently voted to allow them to get the 3%.
Okay, so these are GS employees.
They're non-union employees.
Non-union, right?
That's
okay,
correct.
so their increase is coming in 23.
October 1, effective October 1.
Good. And then you say you're asking for 11,000 for whom again?
For the executive director and the director of business finance, in order for them to get that 3%. They weren't included.
Okay. No. I mean, like I said, don't. I ain't saying any issue with it. I just want to clarify and make sure. I was saying 11K for all these people seem too less. That's how I mean. Okay. Good. Okay. Also, I think there were 3 vacancies. Now you were saying there were 6 vacancies. I think in your testimony,
go ahead,
Dr. Callwood, you mentioned 3, and Dr. Berry mentioned 6.
I think she was including the others that we would need, but the 3 that we have currently vacant would be the associate executive director, the researcher, financial aid. We also have the executive assistant, and I think the other 2 temporary positions that we're looking for. Go ahead.
So we have 6 vacant positions. We're prioritizing our positions because I just can't continue to do them all. So we have the associate executive director, the researcher, and the financial aid assistant would be the priority within the next the first quarter of 2023. We had to prioritize.
So 6 GS employee vacancies?
No, we have
Some exempt?
We do have 1 exempt, actually 2 exempt GS, non-GS, so that would be exempt. Okay. And then the remainder of them are GS.
And 4 GS.
Correct.
Okay, so with the GS wage increases going to affect those positions, most likely 50% funded. The wage increases you have also estimated in for those positions?
Senator, we're here before you to defend 100% funding for all our vacancies.
No 50%.
No,
2 minutes.
I support 100%.
I get you.
I'm with you. I just wanted to know if the wage increases also attached to this 100%.
100%.
That you're asking.
Irrespective of whether it's exempt or GS, we are here to defend 100% budget for all our positions.
Sound good to me. I just want to make sure. Okay, and Dr. Francois, in regards to how much employees do you have working?
We have 4 employees at this time.
4 employees, GS also?
No, we have one exempt employee, which is the executive director, and everybody else is non-union.
Okay, so and non-union, so the G.E.R.S too.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those three, they're covered. With their October 1
October
coming.
1.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And is there any mention of an increase for the executive director?
Executive director
We
dues.
just heard about 3% for this Board of Education. I just want to know, is it applying to you guys too?
Executive director dues. Can you answer that question, please?
Executive Director dues here. Our employees are receiving their step increase this fall, as directed by the governors of last year's or 2 years ago, the revision of pay, and that's in our budget as well. Yes, sir.
Right. I was asking, is there also in the budget an increase for yourself, for the executive director? Was that a part of the budget?
Since it's a semi-autonomous agency, the board would set that, but I have heard a little bird whisper that might happen, and yes, that would be included in our budget as well.
Well, in actuality, Mr. Chairman of the board, you should have been telling me the answer.
Time.
Because I'm saying you're here for the budget. If that was the case, again, as board chair Callwood mentioned for his team, I was just saying again, you mentioned it for your team.
The board hasn't met on that discussion
good.
yet.
Okay, that's all I want to make sure. And finally, if I may just wrap up, Mr. Chair, Chairman Callwood, in regards to the Vibe building, like you said, I know that's an old building. Yeah, $275,000. You said for the Gertie house. How much do you have budgeted for repairing that facility for the employees?
Well, through the 2022 legislation, we were able to get some additional funding. Thank you very much for the Gertie house. So we're roughly at about $330,000 right now. We have an architect's estimate of $390,000, but I am firm believer that we're going to be able to be fiscally prudent in how we move forward with the Gertie House. I'm happy to report that we recently got the plans approved through Historic Preservation Committee, and we're moving forward. So it's a great challenge, but we're going to do our best. And additionally, we have an application out there that we're hoping to get some grant funds from. So
excuse me,
we're
Dr.
good for
Bray.
right now.
Dr. Bray, I try and get a number. If you could give me a number, because I'm saying that's what I'm looking to help out.
The architect's estimate is $390,000. That is the architect's estimate.
To build out total.
That's the total project cost.
All
It
right.
does not include approximately $60,000, which is about $15,000 of construction overhead. And it does not include a project construction manager. I can't do that one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. And you did include those amounts in the testimony, Mr. Callwood?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So in reference to the vacant positions, you're asking for an additional $144,000, correct?
For the 11, 40, and 60, about, yeah.
Yes.
Page 7 of 10. Look at the post-audit report.
I didn't even look at that. That's correct.
We'd need,
Okay.
That's correct.
we really need 203, which would cover us.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vacant positions.
Correct.
3 are exempt.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, correction, 4 are exempt, 2 are GS.
No, you said it the other way.
With 4 exempt, you have the associate executive director, the executive assistant,
The researcher.
and the researcher. What's
Oh, I'm looking at myself, sorry. I'm not vacant.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Senator James, do you recognize?
Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. This question is specifically for the Board of Education on page 6 of 10 of the post-audit report. It references the territorial scholarship, and it made mention of $200,000 being used exclusively for territory-wide nursing. Can you just give us an update on that scholarship as far as individuals coming forward to take advantage of nursing in the territory and the opportunities?
I'll allow the executive director to respond.
Every year, we're able to fill all slots for this $200,000, Senator.
Which is how many individuals?
I will allow the Director of Business and Finance to give the specifics.
Sandra Best.
The short.
Sorry.
Go ahead. The short version.
Sandra Best, Director of Business and Finance. There are 20 awards per district, $5,000 each year.
Awesome. I'm happy to know that individuals are coming forward to take advantage of the nursing scholarship. As you know, nursing is a major issue in the Virgin Islands, and we have to fill those critical positions. And Dr. Callwood, I know you work hand in hand with the Department of Education as far as on certain initiatives. And as we speak about nursing in the territory, just quickly, I know recently we had the Department of Education before us, but as far as getting nurses in our schools, have we been able to fulfill some of our obligations to make sure that we fill some of those vacancies, or do we still have an issue with nurses at specific schools?
Well, I know in the past we have had a conversation, but the department usually have a conversation with the University of the Virgin Islands relative to getting nurses as they graduate to fill those voids in the school system.
And have we been able to successfully do so in the FY 2022, going into the FY 2022-23 budget?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. It's a little off topic, but we're still on the topic of nursing and education in the Virgin Islands. And as far as the CTEC, I know it was made mention in the post-audit report as of January 31st, 2021, you had some outstanding obligations in amount of $500,000. But recently I heard that you said to the previous speaker or couple speakers before me that you no longer have outstanding vendor obligations. So I guess you're able to fulfill your obligation with a $500,000 CTEC?
Yes, we have.
Executive Director Dewes. Yes, all our bills have been paid.
2 minutes.
The issue really is that the report that you received is not the report that we submitted. Somehow electronically it got filed somewhere else. So post-audit gave you an older report. But all our bills are paid. There is nothing outstanding.
Because I was going to follow up, and that was going to be my next line of questioning, because on page 6 of the post-audit report, it made mention of $12,982, and it says here for the section of outstanding vendor obligations that the breakdown of the amount can be viewed in the exhibit, but it is not totaling $500,000. But anyway, I'm just happy to know that you were able to deal with that issue. And when it comes to the CTEC board, I know it was made mention that 2 more board members are needed, one from the St. Thomas district, one from the island of St. Thomas, and one from St. John. And I know it was made mention that you're working on it. But as far as names of individuals, those names of individuals came forward to the governor to fill those vacancies?
We've asked a few individuals, Senator, and once they find out they have to come before the Senate, they pull the names.
Come on, man, you have to encourage them, man. Ain't that bad? Ain't that bad? Not that bad. That was probably old-time politics, but ain't that bad, no. Tell them
And
to
actually,
come on
we
down.
need 2 individuals in St. Thomas and 1 in St. John, Senator.
Okay, well, please remind them it's not that bad. We have good people in here, you know. It might get a little rough up here and there, but it's not that serious. And as far as you made mention of the $50,000 worth of UBI cell study credits for instructor development, For those who do not know about it, like myself, who's new to this information, can you just elaborate and tell me what you plan to really do with that fund?
Yes, Senator.
Time.
Dr. Francois. What the funding is for is there's certain courses that our instructors need to have in order to get fully certified. A lot of the instructors was complaining that they couldn't afford to pay for some of these courses. So what the board did, we went ahead and put $50,000 with UVI Cell and UVI where they could take those courses through the board. The board will pay for them to take those courses and get fully certified as CT instructors.
Thank you for placing that on the record. In closing, I just want to let you know when UVI came before us for the FY 2023 budget hearing, it was made mention that they have a feasibility study of Associate of Arts degree in Construction Management for a total of $100,000, and it was made mention that they plan to have an Associate of Arts degree program and a certificate program. I'm encouraging you to sit down and talk with them and find out how you can merge the CTEC schools for students to be able to transition to the University of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And we did finance that study at the University of the Virgin Islands. They have completed the feasibility study, and they will be getting back to us with the cost of actually implementing the program. So it's going to be one of the new associate degree areas that will be offered by the University of the Virgin Islands. In terms of vacancies at CTEC, have they had any discussion with you on both islands and the high school? How many vacancies we have?
No, Senator.
And Mr. Deuce, do you have any knowledge as to vacancies or whether or not they have been able to hire individuals? Have any new vocational certification been approved by the board for teachers?
Executive Director Deuce here. No, Senator, I do not have the exact numbers. I know we are looking for agriculture instructor on St. Croix. There are several other openings in the in CTE instructors throughout the territories. As Board Chair Dr. Francois mentioned, the big issue in instructor is the salaries that we pay in education versus the salaries that people make in their businesses. One of the things that we're looking at is to see a way of perhaps attracting instructors on a part-time basis rather than having them full-time integrated into the Department of Education. So the board right now is investigating the legalities and how that would work. But I think we realized that we need to somehow look at career technical education from a different angle.
Okay.
Students really don't care if they have 4 teachers teaching them plumbing as long as they learn the plumbing business. And I think that perhaps a plumber can give up 1 day a week versus
Correct.
7 days a week in order for him to go and create a new employee for his business. So that's something that the board is looking at.
Okay.
But we don't have exact numbers of what the openings are.
Okay, and you said you haven't issued any certification for any new applicants that came to the board? Zero?
No new applicants.
We have right now, we have a applicant on the books for a architectural drafting, I believe, industrial
Okay.
arts drafting. We have received an application for a substitute culinary teacher over in St. Thomas. Those are the new applications we really got. Most of the certifications we've been doing
Okay.
are renewals rather than new ones.
Okay, so I just encourage you to look at those applicants as quick as possible, and let's see if we could get them certified. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to our testifiers. I first off want to commend both boards for their continued work. I could definitely say there are two particular boards that I work on a regular basis and reach out to, and they're very communicative, and I appreciate that. Dr. Callwood, I want to just drive home and just incorporate into this discussion today the school accountability report. As you know, on a regular basis, we engage over this very matter throughout, before the report's promulgated. But do you have, as I asked of the commission appointee, do you have a breakdown of the costs for each school, and do you have an updated numbers? Because I know as the report was promulgated, there were additional costs that came after the report was promulgated for every school. Particularly, I'm talking about the cost of minor and major repairs at every school.
Not that I'm aware, no.
Speak a little louder, Chairman Callwood.
Not that I'm aware, no.
So as I continue to encourage, let's work on that number, because that's the way that the Finance Committee can properly address the school accountability matters. Professional development, Dr. Callwood, for your respective staff, do you have a budgetary number? And I asked that concerning courses outside of just travel and training.
I'll allow the
Specific
executive director to respond. I know we have some professional development exercise that we already did, and we're getting ready to do some more with the staff. Go ahead.
Thank you for that question, Senator. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education. We have earmarked approximately $15,000 in our budget for professional development for our staff. Our governing board is behind us in supporting that initiative. In addition to the Microsoft trainings that are available on a monthly basis, as well as EAP and other matters other PDs that are available that are not for a cost, we have identified some other professional development opportunities involving our partner agencies. As a matter of fact, we'll be closed this Thursday and Friday to allow our staff to participate in some professional development events as well.
Thank you. And on the matter of curriculum development, as I continue to engage both on the board as well as the Department of Education on curriculum development, what is the cost even associated with promulgating curriculum?
Hold up, Senator. One second. We lost you for a minute. Try again.
Dr. Callwood, in terms of curriculum, one of the challenges that I continue to address is the mandates of the curriculum, of the code pertaining to curriculum. Virgin Islands history, financial literacy, on agriculture, the list goes on. Have you all done any kind of cost analysis of the cost of even developing the curriculum in collaboration with the Department of Education?
2 minutes.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Just a point of clarification, Senator, the Board of Education is not responsible for developing curriculum. Our governing board is responsible for reviewing and approving the curriculum submitted by the Department of Education to the board. So to answer your question more directly, no, because that's not within our jurisdictional authority to do any financial projections for curriculum development and any associated standards.
Thank you for that, and that's something that I would address. It's in order to, the cost associated with actually approving it, because you're responsible for approving the curriculum. So you guys would want to have, not that I'm saying that for you all to come up with that, but to work on the curriculum cost itself. To the Virgin Islands Board of Current Education, Dr. Francois, the question I have, and I just want to highlight, I want to thank you for the work you all are doing in the context even of, you mentioned the Skill USA. One of the things that I want to highlight is, can you provide provide some further breakdown on costs associated with even just the travel, as well as the costs associated? I know you put some initial numbers with the career and technical student associations.
Executive Director Deuce, you wanna?
Executive Director Deuce. So the cost for a CTSO, what the board has been doing is limit the payout per CTOs at this time to $20,000 or $1,500 as an individual. We understand that a hotel, a flight, fees for the attendance will run anywhere between about $1,700 to $2,700 depending on the conference and where the conference is held. Recently, the costs associated with Skills USA, for instance, just runs about $2,600 per person to attend a conference in Atlanta. One of the problems, of course, is airfare. Hotels are generally pretty much the same throughout, but airfare can go and run as high as $1,400, $1,500. Since we do not know the exact amount of students that can attend, that might be because of grades, it might be because of parental plans and so forth. That doesn't really work out until last minute, so it's not like we can buy tickets in January for an event in May. So they're very close to the it's usually about a 2 months window at the most.
That was called, Executive Director Deuce. I just wanted to highlight that I have, in fact, crafted legislation, as you all are aware, and it will be more awareness surrounding for us to actually legislate and support us helping to fund these student organizations so that they have the funds they need to be successful in preparing for the efforts. My time on call, Chairman, I have one more point I'd like to make.
You may accept. You may proceed.
Thank you. My final question is concerning the virtual reality, the transfer that I know that we coordinated. Thank you, Chairman. We coordinated with the CTEC board to showcase that. Dr. Francois, can you put on the record the importance and why the board is moving in the direction of possibly purchasing the equipment for our children?
Well, previously, good day, Dr. Francois. Previously, when we came before this body, one of the things that was stressed is that we must have some sort of exploratory program in the middle school. So we were looking at that, and of course, there's a shortage of instructors, CTE instructors overall. So we wanted a way that we could implement that and still be able to remain without hiring new instructors in the middle school to teach those courses. So the virtual reality aspect of it will save us money as far as we only need one instructor in the classroom, and that instructor could introduce the students to several different CTE programs through the virtual world. And on top of that, we're not wasting any resources or material. For an example, if the student decide to do something in carpentry virtually, they'll learn about the different saws and so forth. They'll see techniques on how to cut wood, but we're not actually cutting any wood. We're not actually using live machines. So it also takes care of safety, but then as far as resources, we're saving money on that.
Thank you so much for the explanation. I know we had a discussion before, and I said that I hope that I do agree that we need to move to a certain level of virtual, but I don't want a certification that the only place that the student have cut wood is virtually.
No, sir.
At some day, they got to use the actual equipment so that we can make sure that they understand all of the safety concerns, etc. It helps to keep the student interest, but it cannot negate the need for that actual classroom instruction and actually utilizing those tools. That might be perfect virtually, but something goes wrong when you're actually doing it. So let's have a level of both. Senator Gittins, not there, Senator Johnson.
Is it Johnson?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Been there relaxing, waiting for this opportunity. Dr. Kyza, the agency includes in its fiscal year 2022 budget capital outlays in the amount of 335 to date. None has been appropriated. Has this fund been expended?
Where are you looking at, Senator, in the post-audit report?
Yes.
No, the answer is no.
So what's the plan? Do you have any plans of expending this by the end of the year or some of it?
I will allow the executive director to respond.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. As it relates to the capital outlays, as indicated in our report, there has been some delays. That is where the Gertie House money is, as well as the FEMA claims that are pending through ODR. So to answer your question, there have been delays as a result of the processes within those specific project areas that we're currently addressing. I am ready to have to follow the procurement procedures of the government of the Virgin Islands, so it does take a little longer, but it is anticipated that we will do so no later than the first quarter of fiscal year 2023. So I anticipate a carryover in that area, Senator, that I will be able to use it as soon as the ancillary agencies responsible for the necessary requirements are in place.
Thank you. And Dr. Kyza Callwood, what work has been done thus far in locating a site for a permanent office on the island of St. Croix?
I would know that we have started, but I'll let the executive director respond because she has been intimate in that regard.
We've looked at several areas, and I'd like to thank our St. Croix district members for assisting us. And unfortunately, at this time, cost, especially construction costs and renovation costs, are really what's kind of deterring us. We have looked at government sites, such as the old jail in Richmond. We've also looked at buildings that are in need of repair. And at this time, our focus is on relocating our existing office to an office that's more conducive for the needs of the services that we provide to our clients.
And the post-audit analysis also shows an increase from 2022 to 24 in your rent. Have you not obtained a solid contract so that this doesn't continue increasing on you?
That is the contract, Senator. The contract was negotiated back in around 2019, I believe, or 2020, which allowed for the landlord to provide an incremental increase over the term of the contract, of the lease.
2 minutes.
I also see on page 7, the budget testimony, there's a 700 in delinquent accounts. What are you guys doing to try to increase the collection of these increased accounts on those loans?
With the support of this body to allow us for a request of funding for 2 temporary positions, we intend to hire 2 part-time individuals to assist us in auditing the thousands of loan accounts that we have. So that is our mission. Our collections officers has been really good, as the numbers indicate and in the graph before you, Senator, but we just need a little bit more financial help to provide the additional manpower that is needed to really audit these loan accounts.
Okay, and I also see here where the general fund lump sum appropriation in the amount of $2,068,000 for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2022 was $227. This represent a reduction in the amount of $203, 88.96% in comparison to what was recommended for fiscal year 2022.
That is correct. We're here to defend 100% funding for our vacant positions. We are a small organization with a big stick, and we need the resources in terms of workforce to push forward. You'll notice in our testimony that we have done a phenomenal job this fiscal year with our accomplishments. And as I stated before, I am currently handling or have oversight and actually physically doing the work of some of our empty positions. And I'd like to get back to being the executive director and not the chief cook and bottle washer. So
Time.
I appreciate your support in funding those positions at 100%. Senator.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, can I wrap up with this last question?
Yes, you may.
The proposed Ms. Lena Schulterbrand fund in the amount of $250,000, why wasn't that included in your budget for 2023?
Executive Director dues. So the $250,000 is a idea that we are not budgeting for because we're asking this body to create that fund. So it's a fund to be created within our budget, and we're asking you to have a look at the idea of creating a fund that then is accessible to the board on an instant. And I'm sure that you have that at home. Your water faucet starts to run and you need to go and buy a rubber, and you can do that. You got the $2 in your pocket. Now we're talking about something that may cost $2,000 and the school may not particularly have the $2,000 available. Since we are operating in the ERP system just like everybody else, it asks us to go and find the vendor, then asks us to go and put it through, and 2 months later we get the check. And as you well know, our community, our business partners just cannot wait for the money at the particular moment. So there's got to be somewhere an agency that has the authority to go and do what is needed in education that is particularly outside of education's realm of doing things. When this agency was on a lump sum budget, prior to having our budget added into the ERP, the agency was able to do so. However, since now, and I don't want to go into details why, where, and when, but we're in the ERP system, and so that's no longer possible. So the board came up with the idea of creating a fund that is accessible to the board or to the executive director at the time, and we are going to be directly responsible and transparent, and you are our auditor rather than the ERP system. So that at the end of the year, we come to you and we item down to the nitty gritty of where we spent the money and what it was for. And if I can't put something in the budget that's not there, otherwise it's just a wish list, right? So that's why that's there. And I thought it was a good idea to bring it up in this particular body rather than waiting for another hearing to come, because you fellow are talking about monies that comes probably out of the general fund. So that's where we asking for that. So that's.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Mr. Deuce, you have rules and regs for the fund? Have you developed rules and regulations for the fund?
No. Not at this time as of yet. We have not really worked out any details. First, I think if this body has an interest and feels as we do the need to create that, then of course we will start working on how we account and how we rule and regulate it.
Okay, thank you.
At that point.
Do you receive Perkins funds, Mr. Francois?
No, we don't.
All the Perkins stay with the Department of Education.
The Department of Education, yes.
Do they account? Do you have an account as to how they're spending that for the vocational programs?
No, Senator.
Have you made a request to find out how they're spending?
Tried to get communication, but
you have not received it.
Not received.
Okay. Do you know the amount that they receive in Perkins?
No, Senator.
Okay. Board of Ed nursing scholarships, quickly. How are you making sure that the provisions of the nursing scholarship are actually enforced? In reference to they get $10,000 per year, but there is a commitment that they must serve in the Virgin Islands, correct?
That is correct.
What is it for every 10,000 1 year? So they got to serve 4 years if they get 4 years of scholarship?
That is correct.
How are you enforcing that particular clause that if those individuals, after receiving monies from the government of the Virgin Islands, that mandate that they must serve the government of the Virgin Islands for 4 years in order for those monies to be wiped off? How are you enforcing that for those individuals who receive the scholarship and as soon as they graduate, they leave the Virgin Islands with $40,000?
Senator, all the special legislative grants that require return to work have a disclosure agreement attached that is embedded in that. So what we have been doing I can only speak to what has been started since I've been on board.
Tell me.
What we've started doing is identifying those individuals, and we will be sending out notifications. Keep in mind that some of them might be eligible for deferment for different reasons,
Correct.
like they might be in school. So we have started the compliance arm. Our mission, as far as operations is concerned for fiscal year 2023, is compliance and quality assurance.
Okay. So you're developing some type of checklist where you'll be able to check that individuals have complied, they observed the 4 years, and now they're free. Okay.
Correct.
Very important, because the reason why the scholarship was established was to expand the pool of RNs in the Virgin Islands. So it's very, very important. Senator Sarah, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be a dumb question, Dr. Berry, who sets the tenets of the nursing scholarship? Would that be the legislature, or that would be the board?
There's never a dumb question, Senator. The board has the discretion to determine the criteria and what the requirements are. There is some legislation that speaks specifically to the return to work in the government of the Virgin Islands.
Because we spoke about this earlier with the hospitals. I mean, I have some questions for you, but this nursing thing is near and dear to me. We have our nurses finish UVI, and then they go straight to the local hospital, whether it's Wang Louis or Snyder, and we have an issue with best practices. So when you go from UVI and then you go straight to the local hospital and the practices are not best practices, then we have a generation of nurses that did develop bad habits.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if it can be where we have an exchange program that after you finish UVI, you're required to do an exchange. Maybe the hospital have an exchange program where they go 6 months to a different hospital and they understand what it means to be on the floor 15 minutes before they're supposed to work. They understand what's the role of a charge nurse, what is patient care, even using systems where we have a paper-based system. And I rant right now.
That's okay.
The hospital is using Meditech, and we've discovered through our
I'm
nurses
familiar
that
with
is, even though they have Meditech and it's old, the nurses still aren't using all the modules in Meditech. It's still paper-based when the system allows for them to use it. But if you go to a different hospital someplace else, they wouldn't be with all that paper, right? So we're realizing that you're taking them from one area to the next area, and then we're just creating a culture that's really not acceptable. So who has that authority? I'm the lawmaker. I should be asking myself that, but help me out, please.
Based on the scenario that you've described to me, it is the authority of the legislature in conjunction with the University of the Virgin Islands to establish a practical setting. It's similar to student teaching. It's very similar to student teaching. And that the onus of that would be with the University of the Virgin Islands, and of course with the proper support from the legislators.
Okay, perfect. So we'll work on that. Property, St. Croix, you talked about in your testimony, you're leaning toward owning your own property. What's your budget? What are you looking at? Spending $100K, $250K? What are you looking at? I didn't see any.
We have not identified a particular baseline in terms of, renovations versus actually owning property. That is something that we plan to do in fiscal year 2023. To be honest with you, we've been a tenant for so long that we really want to either construct a building, which is, I think it's running, $275 per square foot for commercial.
2 minutes.
Or get renovations, but the cost is so high right now, even to buy a place that we can renovate. But we will definitely provide a more definitive number to you.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know what your baseline and what your budget is for that. Let's talk about quickly outstanding amount for scholarships scholarships. What's the outstanding amount owed to you right now?
Owed to us in terms of territorial
loans. I meant to say loans. I don't know why I said scholarships. And I have loans here, loans.
Our loan collections is approximately $700,000, and I say approximately because we really don't have the manpower right now to do a full audit of over 4,000 accounts.
So here's the question. Okay, because I'm looking at your testimony and your collections dramatically reduced with the pandemic. Did you offer a loan amnesty period? Or
at the initial start of the pandemic, the governing board did offer some sort of allowances, and they are considering an additional campaign that will have various options available to the borrowers.
Okay, so because you don't have the staff, you don't really know what's outstanding.
I can give you an approximate figure, and
Which is
approximately right now is about 700,000.
Dating back to when?
Our oldest delinquent account is from 1971.
And the person is alive still?
Well, that's why we need the additional money to do that level of scrubbing.
Do you have a tech system? Okay, this is what I'm asking, right? I think you need to connect to Viva, not Viva. Viva is I didn't mean to say Viva, Vivis, right? We paid $3.6 million for Vivis. We codified Vivis. Vivis is your longitudinal data system. And I think there's so many modules that you could use. And I think if you connect to Vivis and the education piece, I think we can create a better tracking system for you without us having to spend another set of money to have a website, build it out. Just add a module for the Department of Education for those who have applied. I keep saying board. For the Board of Education, for those who have applied for scholarships, and you're able to track. And so I'm just urging you to have a discussion with Mr. James Richardson on adding a module on Vivis to accommodate the Board of Education.
We're working on that.
Okay. Lastly, Viva. That's why I say Viva. Viva is my last topic here. Certifications. The last time you were before me, I don't want to misquote you. I think you had some number of, you were waiting for something from Viva to certify. There was something happening with Viva. Can you update me? I don't want to misquote you.
As it relates to certification of the Viva teachers, we have certified, we received 40 applications, and we've certified, I believe, 37. 37? Please keep in mind that these individuals were conditionally certified because they did not meet the VI history requirement, and that deadline is December 31st of this year.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, since you're the finance guy, I know the governor allocated $1 million for the coronavirus scholarship, right?
Correct.
You had 391 applicants?
For this current award cycle.
And the cycle before was what?
Between the two, I believe it was roughly 500. Do you have that?
So you should have enough to give, because it's $1,000, right, each?
It's $1,000 each, but we don't have direct oversight of that funds. That funds is directly managed by the Office of Management and Budget. But we have requested information relative to what is available, because what we had estimated based on our internal accounting is that we're actually over the amount that we believe was budgeted for this award cycle.
Because the governor did say $1 million, and I don't think that they're anywhere near $1 million. So I'd like to know between them and OMB their funding status. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarro. If you don't have more than 1,000 cumulative applicants, you're good.
Repeat that?
If we don't have
1,000. Do you have more than 1,000? You had, it's been 3 years now, you had
we
what?
have
913.
913.
Including this year number?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, they have enough money to fund everything, all of it.
May I make a point of information for the members present? I want to make sure that, senators present, I want to make sure that we also put on the record that we incurred costs in all our fiscal year budgets that we were administering this fund that we have not received any reimbursement for. So
you have a hard number?
We have an agreed upon administrative fee cost that's supposed to be provided to us in the amount of $100,000, and that's for the 3 years.
100,000 each year?
No.
100,000 in all for all 3 years?
Yes, for all 3 years.
Okay, so you only have 900.
Correct.
And you
but we have not we have not, that monies has not been realized. So we've been using our operating expenses to cover the cost for advertising, for our staff's additional time spent on the
Okay.
coronavirus, et cetera.
And how much applicants you have now? 958?
13.
913 applicants for the 3 award periods.
Okay. So then you could just get 87,000 instead of the 100,000, and we'll call it
Even?
Call it even. Everybody will get what they need. Senator Francis, do you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Callwood and Dr. Francois, thank you very much for your testimonies this afternoon. Dr. Callwood, in respect to the Inspector General's audit, have all of the findings been remedied or action taken to put in place whatever the necessary finding conditions were, controls were?
Yes, Senator. One of those had to do with a financial policy, which we have already done that and is completed and voted upon, and we're utilizing that for our VIBE operations.
Additionally, one of the findings spoke to stipends. Are you monitoring? Is there any abuse that's occurring in regards to stipends?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that the code allows us for meetings, like committee meetings, 50, and then for regular board meetings, 75, and we have been utilizing that funding levels for each one of those meetings.
Okay. Do you have a aggregate amount of stipend that was expended so far this year?
I can get that information for you.
Thank you. In respect to collections as well, I know that collections are up. Can you say again how much you were able to collect during this evaluation period, during this budget cycle period?
As of, 1 second. I'll let my Director of Business and Finance respond. Sandra Best, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Sandra Best, Director of Business and Finance. As of June 30th, 2022, we've collected $324,121.15.
And how was that in comparison to the previous year, Ms. Best?
We've had, it's in 2020, it was similar. In 2021, it increased.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to the CARES, I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
In regards to the CARES fund, the $1,000 award, I know that I heard Dr. Berry on the question, spoke about the balance that's left there. Is there an opportunity to ramp up, some marketing or again, re-advising our students of the availability of this fund so that we could hopefully be totally expended?
Senator, we've actually gone over what we believe to be the budgeted amount for this particular scholarship award period. So to answer your question, no. We haven't looked at any ramping up because we have yet to get a confirmation as to how much money, if any, is available after we process the eligible applications for this award period.
Very well. I thought you said that there was a balance left on it. So there is no balance.
It was she was talking about for the administrative fee for coronavirus. That's what you're referring to?
No, the $1,000 from the CARES fund that I think the governor had allowed for students to be able to tap into.
That's correct, Senator. Just for clarification, if I may, Mr. Chair, we received $900,000 of the $1 million. And we've expended 913, well, we've obligated through our own internal process 913 applications. And we have to make sure that
1 minute.
We're in compliance with all the necessary requisites under this particular federal funded scholarship. So to say we have a leftover, I don't want to say that we have a leftover because we are not the one with the checkbook. OMB is. So we have requested that information from them.
Very well, thank you for that. And every year we always hear complaints about students awaiting the checks from the Department of Finance. Is there any discussion, any possibility that the Board of Education could actually issue these checks? Any discussion in respect to doing it rather than having to await finance doing it?
The board has discussed the possibility of us issuing checks. As always, we must ensure that there is proper protocol in place and that the resources are available, as well as any regulatory requirements of the government of the Virgin Islands. So we continue to explore that opportunity. However, at this time, we rely on the Department of Finance to process our territorial scholarship checks.
Very well, thank you. Just look in that area. My time has been called, Mr. Chair. Can I just quickly wrap up with a question to CTE?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Francois, in respect to the CTE instructors, teachers certification, how is the board working to try to remedy that? I know that there's an ongoing discussion in respect to teacher certification. Is there a circumvention? Is there any discussion about how, I know you spoke about the part-time issue, but is there any opportunities for us to be able to be attractive and be able to expeditiously certify teachers for CTE?
Okay, are you talking about, good day, Senator, this is Dr. Francois. Are you talking about hiring instructors or certifying instructors?
Well, the issue is always the inability to certify them so that you could hire them, right? So I'm talking about, being able to certify them, so that they could be hired and be able to provide instructions to our students.
Well, we don't have a problem certifying instructors, Senator. As soon as they turn in their applications, once they meet our requirements, we certify them. Some instructors may get a temporary certification where, they would have, it won't be their full certification. It might be a certification for 1 year or 2 years. Until they take the necessary courses they need to get fully certified, such as classroom management or VI history and so forth. However, the issue, again, is not so much certifying instructors, is getting instructors to apply, getting individuals to apply to become instructors at CTE.
Very well. My time has been called. I guess we'll sideline that discussion because I thought that the issue or the barrier have always been the issue of the certification that's and the rigidity of the certification that prevents these individuals from becoming instructors. But we'll discuss that offline. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis, for your questions. Colleagues, I think we have exhausted all the questions for these two entities. We have the Government Employee Retirement System up next, so we're going to allow both board chairs to put a final statement on the record. Starting with, you started first, Chair Callwood, so you go first.
Well, members, Mr. Chair and members of the Finance Committee, we're just asking for your favorable consideration in approving our budget at 100%, in addition to the other items that we have asked you for fiscal year 2023. And we thank you for, in the past, and continue to support the operations of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. And I also take this time again to thank our staff for supporting us and the stakeholders. And we also want to wish all the teachers and students in our public school system this year to have a great and wonderful school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Francois.
Yes. I'm Senator Daly, chairman of the committee members, other senators. We would just like to say thank you for your support. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice and short. Colleagues, we're going to take a 3-minute recess, and then we'll have the next group come forward. This committee stands in recess for 3 minutes. Testing. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. The last entity before us is the Government Employees Retirement System with Mr. Austin Nibbs, the administrator. I'm going to give him an opportunity to put his name and title on the record, and then the staff that accompanied him today to also put their name and title on the record. So I'll begin with you, Mr. Nibbs.
Austin Nibbs, Administrator, CEO, Government Employees Retirement System.
Thank you.
Asia Clendenin Gums, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you. That didn't work at all. Try it again.
Kathy Smith, General Counsel.
Thank you. And next?
Terrence Thomas, Chief Information Technology Officer.
Thank you so much. We are going to allow you to begin, Mr. Nibbs. We have not seen you for a while.
Quite a while. Mr. Chairman, there are a few employees.
You have some individuals virtual?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me get them up. Those employees, I'm seeing Ms. Sasso.
Yes.
Put your name and title on the record. Unmute your device, Ms. Sasso.
Good afternoon, Shoran Sasso, Director of Member Services.
Ms. Nicol.
Good afternoon, Michelle Nico, Office Operations Coordinator.
Mr. Henderson.
Hi, good afternoon, Glenville Henderson, Investment Analyst.
Ms. Griot.
Good afternoon, Jasmine Greer, Chief Compliance and Control Officer.
Okay, thank you so much. We're ready to start now. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Valley, Chairman, Committee on Finance, distinguished committee members, other distinguished senators present in the chambers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I am Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator, CEO of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands. I am pleased to appear before this committee to present the system's annual overview of operation. As you know, the system is not required to submit a budget to the legislature for approval. The Board of Trustees is responsible for the approval of the annual budget of the G.E.R.S. Therefore, our presentation is an overview of our operations of the G.E.R.S. We will, however, respond to any questions posed by the committee relating to budgetary information submitted to the Post-Audit Division. A schedule of our budget was submitted to the Post-Audit. We would like to place on the record that the G.E.R.S. fiscal year 2023 budget has not yet been approved by the Board of Trustees. Before I begin, I would like to thank the employees of the G.E.R.S. for the dedicated service that they have provided to our members during the uncertain times of looming insolvency and the COVID-19 pandemic period. Although our offices were closed, we did not offer in-person services to our members and the public for about 2 years. I can report that productivity and the delivery of services remained high. We also thank the 34th Legislature and the administration for the commitment to finding a mechanism to fund the G.E.R.S. and curtail insolvency. Prior to the installment amounts expected from the funding note, the system was projected to run out of money in the fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, which would have resulted in retiree benefits being reduced to the level of contributions received. This does not mean that all the problems that existed because of many years of neglect to the system on an actuarial reserve basis have gone away. To the contrary, later in our presentation, we will highlight the problems that continue to exist and our recommendations. Major accomplishment for fiscal year 2022. Our major accomplishments are presented below based on our strategic plan 5 areas of focus: organizational development, stakeholder engagement, technological and infrastructure advancement, financial and fiscal sustainability and growth, and operational efficiency and excellence. We paid negotiate adjustments to the staff. We completed negotiation with bargaining units for subsequent years. Active members allowed to participate in regular board meetings. We circulated newsletters via constant contact. We partnered with AARP on wellness, financial wellness seminars. We continue to stream all board meetings live on our YouTube channel. We have migrated 95% to cloud-based solutions. We implemented Avaya soft phone and customer service call center for efficient internal-external communication. We supported and provided resources and tools to the staff to operate remotely during COVID-19 and beyond. We created and implemented a telework policy. We applied and received funding from FEMA for storm damage at the G.E.R.S and Havenside Mall. We reduced retirees receiving paper checks to 2%. We reduced the time to process the initial retirement annuity payment to an average of 90 days. We negotiated a long-term lease with Port of Sale, and we negotiated a time sheet for the hotel development at the Havenside Mall. Our major goals for FY 2023, we further reduced the time to process an initial retirement annuity payment. We plan to issue the Tier 2 annual benefit statement. We'll begin the migration of the V3, which is our software, from version 8 to version 10. We plan to complete the roofing and air conditioning capital projects at the complex on St. Thomas. We plan to begin the demolition of the warehouses at the Havenside Mall for the green space and lease space for the development of a branded hotel. We plan to complete the procurement process for replacement of underground piping at the Havenside Mall. We plan to finalize the partnership arrangement with the Historic Trust to operate a museum at the Havenside Mall property, which we call the White House. We plan to finalize the procurement of power generation equipment at the Havenside Mall and the G.E.R.S complex. We plan to complete the search and select a successor administrator CEO by the end of 2022. And we plan to correct the imbalance in board members. Membership and annuity payments. As of July 29, 2022, payroll, the G.E.R.S paid benefits to 8,734 retirees and beneficiaries. The number of retirees added to the payroll from October 1, 2021 through July 29, 2022 was 320. During that same period, 266 deceased retirees were removed from the payroll. The total amount paid in benefits from October 1, 2021 to July 29, 2022 was $217,753,268.19. The average monthly amount that is paid in benefits to the retirees and beneficiaries is approximately $22 million. The active membership of July 30, 2022 was 8,928, of which 6,341 were central government and 2,587 were semi-autonomous agencies. There is a 1 to 0.2 ratio between the active and retirees. Refund of contributions. The refunding of contributions continue to negatively affect our cash flow. As you can see, in 2018, 11.4 million was paid out. 2019, 12.4 million. 2020, 8.3. 2021, unaudited, 8.8. 2022 through July 31st, unaudited, 6.4. We expect this trend to decrease due to the additional funding that will be infused in the system in future years. It is our hope that the funding would increase the confidence of the non-vested members to continue employment with the government and not withdraw the contributions, which will further reduce the cash flow and investment opportunities. Employer contributions due from autonomous agencies. As of August 5th, 2022, the outstanding employee deductions and employer contributions due from the Water and Power Authority, the Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital, and Wong F. Louis Hospital are as follows. WAPA, total due 8.9, that has increased to 9.1. Royal Leicester Snyder, 1.5 million. Wong F. Louis Hospital, $2.3 million. Actuarial valuation and funded liability of October 21, 2021, which is also Exhibit A. The actuarial valuation, which is conducted by the system's actuary, determines the contribution rate necessary to meet the cost of benefits being accrued and a corresponding amount to pay down a portion of the unfunded liabilities. An actuarial valuation is performed to calculate the ADC or the ADEC and is based on the amounts contributed by the plan sponsors. Is based on the assumptions and methods adopted by the board. For many years, the actual amounts contributed by the plan sponsors have not been based on the required ADC amounts. The amounts that were contributed by the plan sponsor have been significantly less than the required ADC. The October 1, 2021 actuarial valuation was presented in the board retreat held in July. The valuation will come before the board in the August 25th board meeting for approval. The full report will be provided to all senators and made public after approval by the board. The information that is presented above represents the results of the actuarial valuation as of October 1, 2021. For this period, G.E.R.S had a total actuarial accrued liability of $5.2 billion. Plan answers total $480 million, and the unfunded liability was $4.65 billion. This resulted in a funding ratio of 9.3% on an ongoing actuarial basis. The ADEC, as a percentage of payroll is 89.3%. We know that the current ADEC paid by the plan sponsors as a percentage of payroll is 23.5%. Portfolio Performance Exhibit B. As of June 30, 2022, the market value of the portfolio was $334.7 million, which includes domestic fixed income assets of $210.3 million, alternative investment assets, which is private equity limited partnership of $10.8 million, and cash of $113.6 million. Other alternative investments, which are real estate, local investments, and member loans, amounted to $77.2 million. We know that the total retirement system aggregate performance for the one-year period was negative 6.9%, and fiscal year to date was negative 7.5%. During the recent board retreat and investment committee meetings, our investment advisor, Mikita Investment Group, made recommendations to the board regarding changes to the asset allocation policy targets and the investment strategies beginning September 1, 2022. These recommendations will come before the board in the August 25th board meeting for approval. Withdrawals from the portfolio fiscal year to date. For fiscal year to date, $120 million were withdrawn from the portfolio to cover benefits and expenses. I'd like to make a change to the information that you've seen before you. Prior to the receipt of the $89.2 million, we had withdrawn about $85 million up to that point from the portfolio. So we replaced that amount to cash. So basically, the $120 million less the $89.2 million is about $31.1 million. So that $89.2 million that we received from the first installment balanced the cash back to what it was in the beginning of the fiscal year. Member loan program. As of July 31, 2022, the member loans portfolio consists of 1,333 personal loans, active members 747, retirees 586, which amounted to $11.6 million, and 75 mortgages totaling $3.9 million. A loan portfolio at July 31, 2022 in the amount of $15.5 million. On December 31, 2022, 596 of the 1,333 personal loans will mature, and by the end of December 2026, all personal loans would have matured. The majority of the mortgages will mature by December 31, 2030. During the board retreat, management recommending the reinstatement of the member loan program in accordance with Act number 7880 for personal loans effective October 1, 2024, which is fiscal year 2025, and for mortgages effective October 1, 2025, which is fiscal year 2026. Historically, the member loan program provided diversification in the investment portfolio, provided financial assistance to members, and earned a substantial investment income for the system. However, reinstatement of the program internally will be considered in conjunction with securing of G.E.R.'s long-term financial stability. The system will be exploring the feasibility of partnership opportunities with third-party financial institutions to provide credit as opposed to the use of the system's limited cash flows. Annual financial audit. The system's fiscal year ending September 30, 2021, annual certified financial statements was delayed due to the mandatory rotation of auditors. The report is expected to be issued by the end of September 2022. All senators will receive a copy of the report. G.E.R.S funded note cash flow activities and challenges, which is Exhibit C. The $3.8 billion in cash contributions made available to G.E.R.S by the funded note provide significant support for the long-term solvency of the system. On behalf of the 17,000 plus members of the system, we'd like to thank again the 34th Legislature again for its critical role in making this happen. However, we must bring to the attention that the unevenness of the annual cash flows over the 30-year term of the note presents a challenge that has to be carefully managed and overcome. As the chart above illustrates, and Exhibit C shows, the annual contributions from the note are heavily backloaded, with half of the total contributions being funded in the last 12 years, mostly at the expense of middle years, fiscal years 2023 to 2038. The challenge is to bridge the gap in the middle years in order to get to the $1.9 billion on the back end. At the direction of the board, work has begun on such a plan, which will likely involve further assistance from the legislature. As part of the plan, the board is requesting two initiatives to be funded by the government of the Virgin Islands in fiscal year 2023 budget. Firstly, is to amend Title III, Chapter 27, Section 71HB, to advance to the G.E.R.S in 2023 the increase in the employer contributions from the current 23.5% to 26.5% of covered payroll, which the board is authorized to increase on January 1, 2025. This increase will add approximately $13 million annually in employer contribution. Secondly, the board requests that the legislature rescind Act Number 6233, which was passed by the 22nd Legislature in 1998, and include in the FY23 fiscal year budget funding the $15 million annual administrative expenses of the system. This was the policy and practice until it was discontinued in 1998. Together, these two actions will constitute a minuscule less than 1% of the GVI's $850 million general fund budget for 2023. But it can be meaningful in our planning, including a change in our asset allocation policy targets from fixed income or bonds to equity exposure and the timing and scaling of reinstating the member loan program. Conclusion, the board looks forward to working with the 34th and 35th legislatures to assume additional funding to offset the gap in annual cash flow deficits beginning with fiscal year 2026 through FY 2039, as shown in Exhibit C1. Based on the current portfolio, excluding the local assets, assuming a 6% to 7% market rate of return would result in approximately $18 million in annual gains, which would not be enough to offset the gaps in annual deficits. Therefore, the G.E.R.S cannot rely solely on its investments. Without additional funding, within 10 years, this would result in the fund being left with just its local assets in 2035 to 2026, respectively. See Exhibit C2 and C3. Another means of additional funding would be to fill the vacant budgeted general fund positions. Mr. Chairman, this concludes our presentation. We are available to respond to questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Nibbs. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round of questioning. Someone was saying something?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Who's this?
Oh, point of inquiry, Senator Bolquist. And welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a point of inquiry to Administrator Nibbs. On page 9 of his testimony, he referenced Act number 6233, which I did some research and I saw that it was in the 23rd legislature, and it has to do with community service and civic education, but not what he mentioned.
That's not correct.
Can we clarify which act he's referencing?
Okay.
Thank you for that inquiry. This committee stands at recess for 1 minute. Let me just do a quick research. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Legal counsel is researching the matter. However, I've been provided by legal counsel for the Government Employee Retirement System, which was then Bill number 22-0076 that came Act number 6233, and what they have presented to me does show that this is a bill that amended that particular section and required the G.E.R.S system to cover their own administrative costs. But I'll have legal counsel come to the floor to make sure that what we have in front of us is in fact right. So I'll go ahead at this point to Senator Blyden, and as soon as I have an answer from legal counsel, I will let you know, Senator Bolquist. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Good afternoon, Administrator Nibbs and your supporting team there with you, and thank you for your testimony. I note in your testimony on page 5, you mentioned employer contribution due to from auto. Sorry, that's not what I'm looking at. Okay, I'm looking at the contribution. I'm looking at the contribution right from Waparoy, S. Snyder, and GFL. What is being done to collect these outstanding balances? 8.9 for WAPA, Snyder 1.5, and GFL 2.3 from those semi-autonomous agencies.
Yeah, with WAPA, we do have court action against them. What they're doing presently is they're paying the prospective amounts, meaning that current amounts going forward. However, when someone retires, we would send them the bill and they would make that person whole. Also, they've been attempting to also submit the back payments of the employer contribution, employee contributions, and also the loan payments. So it's still not what we would like it to be. And there's court action against them. I would like maybe my general counsel to maybe expound on that and bring us up to date if it can be discussed.
Please.
Good afternoon,
Succinctly, briefly.
Senator Kathy Smith. We're just in the initial stages of the action. We're just doing a discovery plan between the two councils that sets out the deadlines with the court, but that's the extent of what has happened to date. We have not entered into any settlement discussions. We did that prior to bringing the lawsuit, but we couldn't come to any conclusion. So that forced us to file the lawsuit.
Okay, thank you for that. But Administrator Nibbs, you mentioned as one of your goals that you have reduced the time to process the initial retirement annuity payment to an average of 90 days. No. So for those individuals, are they within that time frame or they are being affected as a result of the payment?
They are not within that time frame. So we bill the agency and we have to wait for the amount. If it's a semi-autonomous agency, for the central government, we don't have to bill the central government.
So what's the average time for those individuals for the semi-autonomous agency?
It depends on when the agency pays the funds into us. Could be 6 months, could be more.
That's a problem. That's a big problem. Okay, thank you for that information. I guess we'll have to have some discussion with those agencies in particular. Let me ask, in respect to one of your major goals for 2023, to complete the procurement process for replacing the piping on the ground at Havenside Mall. Are we speaking of water line or sewage or both?
Both. We planning to do both.
They plan to do both?
Yes, sir.
And is there a price tag for that? What's the price tag?
I'll let
and what type of funds and where the funds coming from?
I'll let the Chief Operating Officer respond, Ms. Clendenin Gums.
Good afternoon,
Okay,
Senator. Aisha Clendenin Gums, Chief Operating Officer. The price tag to replace the water infrastructure, the water lines from the old cast iron pipes is about $2.9 million. We also priced a $1 million clean water storage tank. So that could be gravity fed to the Havenside Mall and all the surrounding neighborhoods in the event of a disaster or a water outage. The sewage, we're in the process of getting that pricing. We did meet with the Department of Energy. We met with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, trying to obtain grants for those two things. Recently, we wrote a letter to the Director of OMB and the Governor of the Virgin Islands seeking money from the ARPA funds to replace those water lines at the Havenside Mall. We've experienced sinkhole and underground leaks, and with the dredging, we thought that would be important to replace that infrastructure there.
1 minute.
That's good news and great. That's a great move, as a matter of fact. Okay, thank you for that. I note that in a post-audit report, it states that you don't have any outstanding vendor payments, which is a good thing. But let me ask, in terms of when it comes to your other investment, real estate, all of those investment in terms of revenues, 100% collected, or you have any issue, or do you have any issues with collections in that area?
There's only one that is still outstanding, which would be the VI Finest Foods, which was the real estate. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, no, we don't have any outstanding investment issues.
Time.
We have 2 vacant pieces of property, and we have the 2 office buildings, one in St. Thomas and one in St. Croix. And that is on the Havenside Mall, which is, is paid for since 1993. So we don't have any outstanding issues with those investments.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, can you complete your thoughts with VI Finance? Can you please complete your thoughts? I'll appreciate that.
Well, with the VI
With the challenge.
With the VI Finance, as you know, the building was sold to the university. We did had a loan with, they gotten a loan from us for about 10.9 million, rounded to 11 million. We received thus far over $12 million, and there was outstanding amount in interest that is due to us, and there is a legal action against the principals for collection of that amount.
How much is the amount of the interest?
Mr. Henderson, can you recall? I think it was like 2.5 million. Mr. Henderson?
Yes, Mr. Nibbs. Senator, I think it's about $3 million.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Biden. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers and colleagues and our listening and viewing audience. I want to ask you some questions relative to page 5. And of the 3 agencies, semi-autonomous agency that owe funding to you, owe money to you, under the column other deductions, is this other deduction including personal loans as well as mortgages by the employees, and that hasn't been submitted to G.E.R.S?
There are other deductions other than employee contributions.
So there would be the personal loans, mortgage loans, correct?
Yes,
okay.
Miss. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, how does that affect those employees' credit rating if it's not being submitted on time? Does it affect the employees' credit rating?
Senator, we have not taken any action against the employees because we understand it is not their fault. So we have not closed out their loans, which we have every right to do under the agreement, and take their contributions. And we could report it to the credit agencies, but knowing that it's not their fault, we won't do that.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for practicing some emotional intelligence and empathy towards our workers who is really not their fault, as you have said. Now let's go to page 7 of your testimony. I wanted to just get clarity on your withdrawal from the portfolio. I noted that you updated the amount for fiscal year to date. Before I go through that, what is your fiscal cycle? When does it begin and end?
October 1 through September 30th.
So it's the same as the government, the
That's
general
correct.
government. Okay, now, you indicated you only withdrew, what, 85 million out of your portfolio to cover benefits, payments, and expenses?
No, we withdrew 120 million. However, Just weeks prior to receiving the first installment, we had withdrawn at least $85 million to that point. So
what is the total then? The total is 120?
the total is 120. However, if we withdrawn 85 and we put the $89 back to the cash,
Okay, so
then it's a net of $31 million for the year.
Okay, so I understand now. So you just replace the amount that you have drawn down by 89.2 million, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now I follow you. And now let's go further down. And before we go that, how much is the investment percentage? Are you still investing at lower than conservatively? What is your percentage of your investment?
Well, yes. I mean, our investments are into fixed income. That's bonds.
Could you speak a little closer into the mic?
Our investments are into fixed income. We did, with the
what is the percentage rate?
It varies. It depends on the prime rate. I mean,
well, give us an average.
Mr. Henderson, could you give an indication of what the rate is that we have right now on the bonds?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
You're on mute.
Fiscal year to date, the portfolio has in our bond portfolio, it's down about 6.2%.
Okay, but what is your investment rate? What is the percentage? You said it's down by 6.2. Yeah, but what is the percentage of the interest that you get on your investment bonds?
We're not getting it.
Oh, Senator,
just give you average.
That's a calculation I can't give you today.
Okay. Well, then submit it to the chairman. Let me move on.
I will.
My time is ticking. Now, I wanted to ask, going down to member loan program, it seems to me that you're going to be able to have a significant reduction on the number of personal loans and mortgages by the end of this year. You mentioned you're going to be having a reduction by 596. Would reduce the 1,333 loans. Is it possible you could give a breakdown of the remaining loans similar to what you've had up here, indicating like 11.6 million, 75 mortgages will be totaling 3.9 after this year from January 1st, 2023. So we'll know how much persons and our active and retirees will owe going forward, because that's just around the corner. It's less than half of a year away. Mm-hmm. So we'll know, because it leaves you with a balance of 737 personal and mortgage loans that you will have going forward after December 31st, 2022. So it would be helpful for us to know how much you would have there that be owed, because this is still money coming in with interest, correct?
Yes, we may have that amount. Ms. Griot, do you have that information that was presented to the board? Do you have that?
I'll have to get that to you, Mr. Nibbs, but Jasmine Griot, Chief Compliance and Control Officer, what is the 1333 number already includes some loans as a part of that 500 plus number. So you can't reduce that 1300 by the 500. So some of those loans have already matured. So I'll get you the numbers going forward from January of 2023.
Okay, so you're stating that some of the loans from the 1333 may have been reduced already and matured. Okay, and that would be very helpful if we could get that information and get a similar breakdown to what you have here. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other burning questions.
Senator, if I can, I have an answer on that interest income.
Wow, you're working really quickly there. Okay.
I try my best.
You may proceed.
Fiscal year to date, we've earned about 7.1 million in interest income. Interest income and dividend.
7.1 million
Correct.
in interest income.
Correct. Interest and dividend.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Carrion is there. If not, okay, part of the screen is cut off. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you and listen and present. I wanted to start off also with that withdrawals from portfolio fiscal year. So based on what you're saying is a $31 million savings.
Well,
plus the interest now makes it 38.
I'm not.
You don't add the interest on the year to date when you're talking about interest?
Yeah, but these are drawdowns. What we're saying is that there's a cash balance at the beginning of the year.
Right.
And by the time, just before we received the 89 point something million from the funding note, we had withdrawn 85 million. So we replaced that with the 89.8 million or something like that. So net, really, it's about $31 million. So we brought the cash balance back to where it was in the beginning. That's what we're trying to.
Right. And then, okay, so in looking at the G.E.R.S funding note contributions, so from year one, we get 89, we end up with a 31 over. So year one covered. So 2, 3, and 4, that's up to 160. Those years are covered.
Those are small amounts, yes. In the,
okay, so then the year 5, 6, 7, and 8, those 4 years, what is the average payout per year right now?
In outflows?
Out money that pays out to retirees.
Well,
right now.
Presently, it's for 2022 is 304 million.
304 million. And of the, so some is employer contribution, some is employee contribution. Give me that breakdown, please.
That's correct. As you can see, if you go to the exhibit C1, the first column is employee contributions of 48.7. Second column, employer contribution of 99.2. Then we included the funding note that we received, the amounts 89.2, and the estimated cash inflows would be about $237.1 million, right? And then you have the benefit payments of 288.8, our expenses about 15.3, so the outflows are 304 million. So the outflows of 304.1 million when compared to the inflows of 237.1 million, give us a deficit, a deficit of $67 million.
I got you in the end, but you went a little too fast. Oh. Because I'm saying now, with employer, employee, because basically you're saying that the years 5 to 8, and then again at 12 to 16, we're going to have problems making
We're
up
going to
money.
have problems from 2026 through 2029. We're going to have negative cash flow.
3 years.
That's
1 minute, 30 seconds.
2026 to 2029.
39. Okay.
At least 13 years.
Yeah. So, boy, that's another major issue there. But I was just saying, okay, so from 2026, so we have a window of 3 years to find some and make some decisions. Okay. We could get back to that because exactly. Now, in regards to your major accomplishments, where you say pay negotiated adjustments to staff, any retros or anything owed to your staff? Or everything paid and that's ended?
No, we don't have any retros.
Okay, so they paid. Now, completed negotiation with bargaining units for subsequent years. That's that has been done. All the bargaining units.
I'll let the CEO respond.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good
Aisha
afternoon.
Clendenin Gums, Chief Operating Officer. We have 2 bargaining units at the G.E.R.S, and we just concluded, and it was successfully ratified by the staff for the United Steelworkers. That's 39 persons. We have a pending negotiation, which is now scheduled for January of 2023 for our 8 supervisors union, and that's under Seafarers International.
Time.
Their contract expires September 30th of 2023, so we're just being a little proactive.
Okay. And in your, just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, in your 23 budget that has not been approved as yet by the board, all those monies are in it for the 39 presently.
And that is correct. All those monies were submitted to the board for approval.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. In your testimony, you mentioned that from October 1st, 2021 to July 29, 2022, you had over 266 deceased retirees, and they were removed from the payroll. Can you just explain to me the process once you find out the individuals are deceased, and as far as the final paychecks, how you go about that? Do they start receiving it? Of course, once they pass away, but if they have a pending paycheck, does it go to a loved one? Can you just explain to us?
If there's a beneficiary, yes. I'll let Ms. Sasso, who is the Director of Member Services, respond. And Ms. Grillo. Ms. Grillo?
Good afternoon, Jasmine Grillo. Once a person, we are notified that by the loved one that the person has deceased, what we do is we remove them from the payroll. We submit that information, we call a cancellation listing to our payroll department, and they remove them from the payroll listing. Whatever monies is remain, which in terms of with the guarantee amount, whether they are 2 years into the retirement, they file a claim, their beneficiaries file a claim, and that claim is then processed within G.E.R.S, and it determines how much money that their beneficiaries, their designated beneficiaries, received. If the person have already exhausted their guarantee amount, they would just, and if they pass between the pay cycle, they would only receive the amount of money in which the equivalent to the days in which they were alive. And this would go based on a claim filed by the beneficiary.
Thank you for that explanation. And I'm hoping and praying with the 266 deceased retirees that you made mention of, that was like a long past overdue cleanup of the system, or that was just throughout that time period where individuals passed away?
Throughout that time period, Senator. Throughout that time period.
Wow. Okay. Wow. And you made mention that additional funding will be able to fit, additional funding can come to G.E.R.S once we're able to fill the budgeted general fund positions. Have you been able to conduct an assessment with the Division of Personnel to find out what that average would be like when it comes to the budgeted general fund positions?
Well, we made an assessment of about $18 million. That was a rough estimate based on the actuarial average salary of about $46,000. So it came up to about $18 million. I'm sorry.
That was a recent assessment, or that was something that was done in the past, long time ago?
That was something that was done about 3 or 4 months ago, 5 months ago.
Okay. Well, you notice the legislative body, they have been pushing to make sure that we fill those vacancies, but unfortunately, we have to find qualified individuals for certain positions. But I hope and pray with these vacancies that we can be able to get that additional funding towards the system.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
As far as the personal loans, you made mention that during the board retreat, you all came up with a date, October 1st, 2024. And as far as in the past, I know you had the loan program in the past, and I think it was the 31st legislature tried to bring it back. I can recall when I think the good senator from Frederick said the high-ranking senior senator in the legislature, he was trying to get that push. As far as collecting from those individuals from the past, as far as those who had outstanding loans, were you able to collect and come whole with those individuals?
Yeah, we don't have any outstanding loans because there's a collateral which is a contribution. So if you leave, let's say you resign and you stop paying your loan, we have the contributions available. We will, deduct it from your contributions.
Okay, I just want to place that on the record and make sure that I have an understanding of what you're doing. And you said October 1st, 2024. How the board came up with that date?
Well, that's management recommendation. Well, because we have mobilization issues, we are trying to migrate to a new system. We would also like to convert that program into an electronic-based type program where applications can be done electronically. This would reduce our costs because, if anything, if we don't do that, we'll have to bring back employees. So we want to reduce the cost. So when we migrate to version 10, members would be able to apply for the loan electronically.
Time.
That's the plan.
Thank you for placing that on the record. Mr. Chair, my last question is regarding the portfolio, the market value of the portfolio for the G.E.R.S. You have here alternative investment assets, private equity limited partnership, and you have $10.8 million along with alternative investments, $77.2 million. But I'm just focused on the $10.8 million as far as the private equity limited partnership. Can you just elaborate and explain to us what you're doing there and how we're seeing the return on our investments?
Yeah, I'll let the investment analyst respond, Mr. Henderson.
Senator, those are two legacy private equity portfolios that we've had in the plan from around 2009. They're pretty much matured to the point now where they're giving us back dividends. So we're expecting those funds to probably be fully liquidated out of the fund in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, my time was called. I just want to say, keep your eyes on the prize and make sure that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we are faced with a crisis with our G.E.R.S system. I just want to say thank you to the members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and even those in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands for their input in making sure that we save the G.E.R.S system. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. We stopped the bleeding. So, correct, Mr. Nibbs?
Yes.
Momentarily stop the bleeding.
Yes, but there's a lot of work left to be done.
There's a lot of work left to do. So I know that the catchy phrase is safe, but we have stopped the bleeding. There's still work to do. And this body, I commend all the senators who were able to put their heads together and find a solution, not a solution, but find additional funding to make sure that the system is able to continue on. Mr. Nibbs, you said after you calculate the 89.2 that you got, etc., you said that you will be withdrawing 31.2, you think, overall this year.
No, that would be the net amount that we probably won't withdraw anymore. I don't know, Mr. Henderson.
I wouldn't, Senator. I wouldn't say that we wouldn't. We're just in July and we still have. I mean, we're just in August. We still have a full month.
Okay. So as of now, As of now, how much have you withdrawn in cash after you
So-
compensate for the 89.2?
Okay, so as Mr. Nibbs stated, we withdrew 120 million from the portfolio for the year. But if you net back in the 89.2 contributions, amount contributions we got from the funding note, that would bring us to a net of 31 million for the year.
Okay, you have 1 month to go.
Yes.
Correct.
And you average 22 million per month.
I would say we average about 30 million a quarter.
No, I mean in terms of annuity, 22 million a month.
Oh, yes, 22 million a month. I'm sorry.
And per month in terms of contribution. Employee and employer.
About 48 employee and 90.
No, not for G.E.R.S, overall.
month?
Overall, government of the Virgin Islands employee contribution per month and employer contribution per month. What was the average? You had.
All you got to do is divide it by.
Yeah, on the chart you have 48 million employee contribution. So
Right.
I'll say $4 million per month. That sounds good?
Yeah.
And you had 99 million. So about 8 million per month.
Right, about 12 around.
So that's
there.
about
It
12. That's
depends.
about 12 million. So
Yeah.
depends, give or take a little bit. You subtract that 12 from that 22. You have 10.
Yeah, well.
And if you factor both months, the most I see you withdrawing this year is 51.2, not 67.
Well, let's go to the treasurer's report we get every month. It'll tell you exactly.
Plus 7 million. So I think you're down to.
As of June 2022, employer, we collected the 7.9 million, which is about 8.
Right.
And employee was 4.7, which is about 5. So it's
Right.
about $12 million, roughly. Some months it's a little more.
Okay. Well, 8 and 5 is really 13, closer to 13. So.
Yeah, 13.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yeah.
From.
Excuse me, Mr. Nibbs. Included in that number is the refunds.
No,
For- for drawdowns.
Refunds for employee contribution. Refund for individuals that leave the system early.
No.
Yes.
No. These are receipts of collections.
Okay.
These are the raw figures each month that are collected based on the treasurer's report.
Okay. So I'm seeing a bit different. I'm seeing like 50, a little less than 50 and not 67. So you are recommending that there be a 3% increase now.
Correct.
To the employer contribution.
Right. Instead of waiting
until
2025.
Okay. And I know that I look at this a bit different to the way that you look at it. Refund of contributions. When we refund contributions, we're only refunding the employee contribution, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we keep in the employer. That's a benefit to us because they can't come back. That's money that was paid by the government for a particular employee to be able to retire, and now they take the money out, and we keep the employer contribution.
It's unfunded liability.
Yeah, but it still look as a positive.
Yes, it's positive. It's positive to us,
the
yeah.
employer is almost double the employee. The employee is 23. No, it is double, and the employee is 11.
Correct.
So they work 8 years. They take out the 11. They're no longer eligible to retire. And we keep the 23.5 for the 8 years that they were in the system, which is a positive to us because it reduced years from now us having to calculate that particular employee. I look at that as a positive.
It is.
Okay.
Reduces
Senator,
the unfunded liability.
Yeah, it does. And the system is huge, and so many mistakes were made in the past. It is from the responsible 31st legislature moving forward that we have been able to stop the bleeding in terms of legislation and to also fund money, because in 2015, were able to pass legislation that created the Tier 2. So, go ahead.
Senator, the only difference is we have looked at other mature systems.
We got the best system in the world.
Yeah, but we have looked at other mature system and we are mimicking this. They're mimicking the same thing. I mean, it's just that it needed to be funded, correct?
Correct, and that's what I'm saying. But along with it needed to be funded,
right.
We just had a lot of bad bills that were passed. So you go back to the 20-year, you go back to giving individuals $10,000 a year. They were just bills that were horrible for the system, and it caused a tremendous amount of bleeding. And nobody did not want to touch the Tier 1 employees in terms of 20-year retirement. So individuals were retiring at 40, 45, which was unsustainable. I mean, whether or not individuals want to believe it, it was unsustainable, and we were able to pass legislation that created a Tier 2 that literally stopped that from happening. So now we need to create that bridge for those years that you're talking about. But your figures are raw figures. Your figures don't include any investment, any interest. Your figures are just contributions versus annuity payout and what you get from the funding note.
Yeah, but if you look at Exhibit C, if we project at least 6 or 7% return on the market,
I saw that.
Yeah. So we would still, if there are no additional funding, we would be right back to where we are today. So we need funding to fill that gap. And
at a 6% rate, it stretches it out to 2035.
Correct.
Okay. You have included final terms of G.E.R.S final note and included initial estimate. So there was a difference between the two.
Correct.
Was it a tremendous difference?
I think it was $1 billion. It was 3 point. How much? It was
3.9.
3.9.
And it's actually 2.9.
It was, and we got 3.8. So it was about like 100 million. 153 million. I think I did the math. It was 150 something million.
Okay. So the original one. Okay, I see exactly what's happening. So the original one didn't bottom out.
Correct.
Okay. But that 100 million bottoms out at 2035 and then escalates back into the positive 2039.
That's correct.
So we'd have that 3-year period. Okay.
Yeah. And what is going to help too is during that period, like in 2035, 2036, that's when the Tier 2 members are going to be retiring, so we'll be paying out less. So that would be a positive at that time.
And with the 7% return, it will stretch it out to just 1 more year, and then we got a 3-year period.
Correct.
So we're hoping you do well on the returns. But it's a rough time in the market.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we are not capping it, but we are using, historically, we have earned overall from 1981, 8.1% average.
But what is it for this year?
It's negative.
Negative?
Yeah. Our returns have been negative.
Senator Gittins, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For a minute there, I thought you took back the time that Senator Joseph returned. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Nibbs.
Yes, sir.
Back in 2015, the G.E.R.S made a decision to cease delivery of check stubs via postal mail, in addition to issues regarding the automatic payroll deductions. You were then experiencing problems relative to the transmittal of retirees' payroll deductions for loan payments. However, this body assured the people back then that we will address these matters, and we did so in the 30th and 31st legislatures respectively. Whereas we addressed in the 30th legislature where we mandated annual paper statements to be sent to our annuitants via postal mail. and we mandated the reinstatement of the loan program in the 31st legislature. Why isn't full compliance of these two mandates in place today?
Senator Gittens, my response to the first, and that's the reason why we're asking for the legislature to fund the administrative expenses. It would cost us.
So we're asking for funding of the administrative expenses. However, when I wrote to you back in February, on February 24th of this year, you responded almost a month later, March 21st, stating that the loan program will be reinstated, I guess when the financial atmosphere got better, and it will be somewhere in 2024. However, through the SPV that this body passed, you were able to get some $89 million or so. So you're supposed to be in a better financial state at this time. Why would it take until 2024 still to reinstate this loan? And can you explain to us what you're talking about in your testimony on page 7, that you're reinstating the member loan program internally?
Internally means what it was before at the provisions in Act 7880 that was recommended to the board. Reason why we cannot do it at this time, we have to make certain decisions when it comes to cash flow. Okay, we have we're looking at negative cash flow beginning 2026. Next year, we're going to have a positive 1.6 million. Yes, the board have to make a decision. Now, we're looking at other ways we can fund the loan program. I know that there was agreement made with the government and some bank. We got a copy of that agreement where we can do a credit line to this bank to fund the system.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
The board is also looking at that, but we don't want to start a program right away because we need to assess our liquidity issues at this time.
How much it cost the board to go on? How much it cost you all to go on a retreat?
We did a retreat in-house at the conference room. I think the only thing it cost us was food, which was less than $3,000.
Listen, we know you don't do no retreat in no conference room.
We did a retreat in the conference room and via Zoom.
Mr. Nibbs, people hurting in this place. Y'all just got the $89.2 million and we still ain't seeing no movements. I'm asking you all to again take a look at this. Well, I mean, it seems like we need to start taking you all to court because you all said that you just follow the law to the T, but you're not following the law. Tell me about why our seniors who don't do a thing with emails and whatnot. Tell me why they can't to date get the annual paper statement in the postal mail as stated by law.
Retirees don't get annual statements, sir. Our active members do.
The law requires you to give members and annuitants an annual paper statement. You all said that you wanted to do away with giving paper statements for a cost saving. We ask you to do it on an annual basis. We mandated it by law. So why isn't this being done? Up to 2 days ago, I got a call in my office from a retiree who says she don't do anything with computers. How long she retired from government, and she can't get her annual paper statements yet.
Time.
Mr. Senator, we make provisions for those members who are not able to are not computer literate. They can either come into our office and we can make the statement available, and show them, and at probably no cost. Or if they
Again,
need it, we would.
You want them to come into your office. The law states for you to send them an annual paper statement via U.S. postal mail.
Yes.
Why aren't we adhering to the law? That's what I'm asking you.
Because of costs.
Because the cost?
Because of costs.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, you know what? At the appropriate, y'all tempting me now to look to take G.E.R.S to court, for as simple as it may sound to you. But y'all taking people for granted. You want to tell me how much a stamp costs, that we can't afford to do that, but yet still we giving lucrative loans to people who are not stakeholders? That's what have the G.E.R.S in the predicament that it's in. Lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may, I wanted to ask that they noted the average time for processing retirement annuities is now somewhere about 90 days or so. Why is it still taking so long if the system that we're talking about or that we're using is supposed to be fully automated?
Receipt of NOPERS, receipt of
generally in
NOPERS,
order.
receipt of NOPERS, and there's some employees who owe employee contributions. Mainly receipt of the NOPER. We cannot process any retirement case until we receive the final NOPER from the agency.
So it's just the NOPA now that's creating a delay?
The NOPA plus if there are employees who owe contributions. The employer contribution is no problem because they have paid, the central government has paid up. So we don't have to bill the central government anymore. So the only thing that would keep a member, retiree who retired from the central government would be receipt of that final NOPA, and if that person owes employee contributions.
Thank you.
My last question to you: what's the time period that you're requiring someone who intends to retire? What's the time frame you give them to give you notice for preparation?
Okay, thank you, Senator Gittins. I'll allow him to answer and then move on. Go ahead, Mr. Nibbs.
I'll ask Ms. Sasso. She's more closer to that to respond. Ms. Sasso?
Ms. Sasso, can you respond?
Good afternoon, Senator. We ask that the members give us at minimum a year. Sometimes we wish they would do it longer, let's say 1 to 3 years in advance.
Okay, thank you.
So here it is, 12 months in advance, and we can't get these things out in 90 days. Totally ridiculous.
Senator Gittins, the retirement processing of a benefit takes place once all of the appropriate documentation, all outstanding contributions are in and so forth. The reason why we ask them is that we can notify them in advance if there's any missing contributions. Unfortunately, we do notify a number of persons and generally they don't start to pay in. And then we have those members who would show up maybe on the same day to say they're retiring today. So that is the situation that we have.
Thank you, Ms. Sasso. Your statement, Mr. Nibbs, when you said that the government is paid up in terms of employer contribution, does not include WAPA, nor does it include the hospitals?
No.
So just want to put that on the record that those those semi-autonomous entities, they need to make good on their payments to the system, employer contribution. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to G.E.R.S. Welcome. Thank you for your testimony. So, Mr. Nibbs, you gave some numbers in respect to individuals that separated from the G.E.R.S as a result of deceased members. Mm-hmm. Can you speak to how many individuals actually separated from G.E.R.S? Outside of the deceased numbers?
You mean through resignation?
Yes.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'll let the CEO respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. For clarity, separation from the government of the Virgin Islands, how many retirements we process, or retirees that left the G.E.R.S system, the employees.
Resigned and left the G.E.R.S as a result of resignation.
One for this fiscal year. That's G.E.R.S. Ms. Griot could tell you how much.
Yeah, Ms. Griot would be able to tell you how many how many applications were received and how many refund units were processed. Ms. Griot?
Ms. Griot, real quick, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Griot. Are you asking for the entire year, calendar year, or fiscal year?
Whichever is easier, whatever you have available, Ms. Griot.
Okay, I can get you from based year to date thus far up until July of 2022, beginning in October.
How much is that?
I'll have to get that for you. Let me pull that up.
Very well. Let me move on in the essence of time. I know, Mr. Nibbs, you spoke about the fact that the WAPR employees, as a result of them not up to date in their payment, that in fact that what you'll do is send on a case-by-case basis those individuals are retired. How are we handling the retirees from the hospitals, both JFL and Roy Lester Snyder Hospital?
JFL is the same. Roy Lester Snyder, they are behind. We have made arrangement for them to pay installments, but we'll do the same as we're doing with WAPA.
Employees, once they retire, how are we making them whole?
Well, we would bill if they're outstanding employer contributions, we would bill the Roy Lester Snyder for it. And Roy Lester Snyder would have to make that payment to make them whole.
And are you receiving that in a timely fashion? I've had several individuals, I've asked JFL as well this question, where individuals continue to call because they have not received their annuities within the last year or so.
Ms. Griot, could you tell the senator how long it takes to receive outstanding employer payment for retiree?
Jasmine Griot, the outstanding retiree payment comes in when the agency submits their file, and that usually comes on average. The central government usually sends that after every pay cycle. So by the next, let's say we just got paid August 11th, they have already submitted the file and the money. So by this Thursday, their payments would have been updated in the system. So we give them a 2 pay cycle leeway, but usually the central government have been coming in timely. So within 1 week, their information is posted to the system.
But I think, Senator, what you're alluding to is that, let's say Wang Louis owes payments going back to 2013. So if there's a retiree that is retired and employee contributions are owed, we would bill Wang Louis, and Wang Louis, just as WAPA, would have to make that employee whole.
30 seconds.
Very well. That's my question. Really was the Wang Louis and Snyder hospitals, but my time is running. Real quickly, can you speak to the hotel and development at the Port of Sale? How far out is that? I know. When was the movement on that? What is the progress that's being made in that?
Well, it's at the Havenside Mall. We have a meeting tomorrow with the developer. We have signed a term sheet. I think we are very close to having a final ground lease. We're going to be discussing timelines for demolition of all those old warehouses and also timeline to begin construction. That will be discussed with the developer tomorrow.
Okay, real quickly, in regards to the act that you gave us 6233, which may be, well, it is in the incorrect act. What is the intent? You ask us to rescind that. What is your understanding of that particular act that you're asking us to consider rescinding?
Time.
Back in 1998, that act amend the VI code to suspend providing appropriation for administrative expenses to the G.E.R.S. So we asking.
And what
we asking.
What is that amount?
Well, at that time, I tried to get some information from the legislature, but I couldn't get it. I was trying to determine exactly what the administrative expenses were at that time. However, presently, we are asking to at least $15 million annually.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, my time has been called. Thank you very much for the response.
Senator Francis, I have the number for the refunds that we have issued year to date for the fiscal year. We have issued over 330 refunds to individuals who have left the system. But bear in mind, some of them leave and probably shortly thereafter, within a year, they come back into the system. So that is a moving number. But for up until this fiscal year, July 22nd, 2022, we have issued over 330 refunds to individuals who have left our system.
Thank you so much. I did check with legal counsel, Chief Counsel Carty, bill number 22-0076, which became Act number 6223, synopsis, to amend Title 3, Chapter 27, Section 718, 719, and 720, Virgin Islands Code, to strike the provisions requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to pay the administrative costs associated with the operation of the government employees retirement system and for other related purposes. So legal counsel said it is the right act. What he is requiring is that the budget that he has on page 8 of 15 in the post audit, that it be funded by the central government, which is in the amount of $15,658,500. And he's also recommending that we increase the employer contribution from 23.5 to 26.5, which is scheduled for an automatic increase in 2025, it is?
Yes, January 1, 2025.
So they're asking for that earlier, which would be a $28 million difference. So it would be a positive $28 million to reduce the outstanding amount, the negative amount that will begin to occur in 25. I got to look at the chart. 26. How much do we have right now in the cash portfolio?
In the portfolio is about 113 million.
Total? In
the portfolio, yes. If you're asking about bank accounts, it's a different thing. But the portfolio, there's 113 million.
Okay, bank accounts.
The bank accounts
literally scared me.
Presently, we have about $20.5 million.
So 20.5. And 100 and so we want up to 300 and something. Or we so low?
You mean you said cash? Okay. We have a cash different bucket, so it's about 300.
Give me the whole. Give me what I want to know, Mr. Nibbs.
Mr. Henderson, could you give Senator Valley the portfolio balances?
Yes, Senator. As of September 30, not September, July 31st, we have about 99 million in cash in the portfolio.
And total assets?
300.
Total assets, about 400 million.
Break up that 400 for me.
We have 314 million in fixed income. That includes bonds and cash. And we have the 76 or 77 million that Mr. Nibbs mentioned.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, the fixed income. Mm-hmm. So 314 in fixed income?
Correct, and that includes 215 million in bonds and 99 million in cash.
Okay, that sounds a lot better. I thought it was 99 in cash and bond. I was just panicking.
No.
Okay. 215 and 99. And then your assets are worth buildings, all
Total,
of that.
if we include the local assets, we're about 400 million.
Okay, and that include property?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Senator Valley, I have the numbers that Senator Joseph wanted as it pertains to the breakdown of mortgages being, loans being matured by year.
You can put it on the record.
Okay, in 2023, we will have 318 loans maturing, 303 in personal loans, 9 mortgages. 2024, 374 loans will be maturing, 369 personal loans, and 5 mortgages. 2025, we would have a total of 268 loans maturing, personal loans 262, mortgages 6. And there in 2026 there will be 1 personal loan maturing and 2 mortgages. Okay. Throughout the next couple of years, you will have just mortgages maturing.
Point of inquiry, Senator. Who was that?
Blyden.
Senator Blyden, and then
Blyden.
I just realized Senator Bolkos need to ask his question. Senator Blyden.
Thank you. If I may, the 318 individuals that are going to be maturing in 23, what's the income derived from those mortgages? Is there a fixed amount? What's the amount of income or revenue as a result of those?
Well,
that amount I don't have, but that is just an approximate because anyone could come prior to that maturity date and pay off the loan. So that information I won't be able to provide with you right now, but analysis would have to be done of the entire portfolio to give the interest we would have earned once those loans are matured within that year.
Understood, but it will be good to know because that way you can see if the return on investment is worth it based on what my colleague was speaking to. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Bolkos, you recognize. Last senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, the testimony had Act number 6233, hence why I requested a point of information.
62,
and further clarified.
6223, sorry, so that's a typo, 6223.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate it. Greetings, Administrator Nibbs and administrative team of the Government Employee Retirement System. I wanted to thank you for your technological advancements, especially in the areas of paperless checks for the retirees. In terms of vacancies, I didn't see any total number listed. And does your current staffing levels accommodate your operations moving forward?
I would say yes. After 2015, when we knew that there was a potential insolvency, we started to downsize the system and becoming more electronic based. I remember maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we were at 90 something employees. We are presently at 74, 75 in the G.E.R.S system. Our goal was to get down to at least 50 employees. So what we've been doing is not filling any vacant positions, cross-training our employees, and not filling any positions after retirement. So it's been working very well. Productivity has not in any way been lowered or decreased. So right now we're at 74, 75. We'll take a look at it again. However, I don't see it going back up because of our initiative towards electronic-based operations. And we have
Okay,
zero
thank you for that.
vacancies. We don't have any vacancies, sir.
I saw that. In reference to auditing internally, would that be your chief compliance and control officer?
We had an internal auditor, a CPA who was on staff. I think she left in 2016.
Sorry to interrupt, but I didn't see it listed on the current employees, so I was wondering if you had one on board.
No, we kind of like eliminated that position. So we tried to, the position compliance and control, obviously the general internal controls in place, but we don't have someone who audits us internally. That used to be done, but it's not done anymore like it used to be.
Noted. Let's move into the loans. Concerning the third-party financial institution, are they going to honor your historically low percentages when it comes to loans for government employees? Because I know financial institutions usually have their own requisites when it comes to the percentage of what loans they offer.
No, and it's hard to say this, but if we do go out to a financial institution, the employee would have to pay the cost of that credit line. Let's say, for instance, our loan is capped at 8%. Before it used to fluctuate with the prime, but we capped it at 8%. 8% was our rate at that time that we expected to make in the market or earn, and it's still at 8%. Now, in the event we have to go out to the financial institution for a credit line, we would have to pay interest. So that interest would have to be, paid by the member. We cannot absorb that.
Well,
that's why we're kind of reluctant, and we're saying let's wait and see. Give us a chance to 2024 so we can look at the liquidity and the cash flow, and if the 3% that we're asking for now in 2023 budget is approved, and the administrative expenses can be appropriated, then I think we have a better chance of implementing the loan program. We'll be willing to do it if we get some more funds in so we can circulate. We do get interest, a lot of interest from the loans. It was a very good program. And when I came in, we were making like $11, $12 million. I think through this year, we have collected about $6 million in interest on loans already. So it was a good investment, a good source of revenues.
Okay, and concerning your portfolio, do you foresee any withdrawals from it in fiscal year 2023?
Mr. Henderson, what do you think?
Based on projected cash flows, we more than likely would still have to withdraw funds.
Correct.
But we probably still would have to withdraw funds.
Time.
To meet the shortfall of the contributions coming in.
Yeah.
How much of a withdrawal are we talking about if you were to forecast that? What are you thinking about?
If everything stays true to form, we've been averaging about 120 million a year. And it's, of course, it's based on whatever shortfall we would see from contributions not received. So, if nothing changes, I anticipate we'll probably still have to withdraw that same amount for next fiscal year.
Okay. Mr. Chair, thank you for your leniency, and thank you for the answers.
Thank you so much. I don't agree at all with next year. Next year, you're not going to have a shortfall. You're not going to have a shortfall the next year after that, and the next year after that. The year after that, we're going to have a shortfall. But for the next 3 years, we should not have any shortfall. We are contributing $158 million into the system. Your figures on your chart show like 144 million this year. Would you say you're averaging 120? Let's hope you continue to average 120, and we'll have a positive of not 1 million. I'm hoping for a positive of 38 million. And if we do something else with the budget, that it would be a positive of perhaps more than $50 million.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, our intent is to grow the portfolio back.
Right. And remember now, for those 3 years, we're not reducing the portfolio.
Correct.
So the investment portfolio should do better because at least we're at that amount for the entire year, not that we continue to draw down, and then your dividends continue to reduce. So I want to look at the numbers next year after that 158 million infusion, and we reach down to August to see exactly what it is. I'll definitely be tuned in to see exactly what that amount is. But we have some work to do. So when we're doing the markup, we will definitely have a conversation. Have a little different figures here or there. You're a very crafty composer of figures. You use the worst case scenario at all times, which is your job.
Yeah.
I try to use something more towards the middle or more towards the positive, and the difference between those two is between 20 to 30 million. You need a doomsday scenario.
Correct.
You got a doomsday scenario. Work to make sure that you are able to continue to get additional monies from the central government. But colleagues, you need to look at exactly what we're going to do moving forward and whether or not we're going to increase the employer contribution to 26.5. At one point, it was projected that we'll have to go all the way like to 40-something% in order to keep the system solvent. So if we do 26.5, it's only $13 million. I can't see that being a big issue moving forward. There's $13 million that we can shave in this budget and provide it to an employee retirement system, and then look at some other areas. Senator carry on, and then we're finished.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the team. Director Nibbs.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you.
Good to see you also.
Yes. Good. I know that the board, I guess, is actively seeking a successor. Are you participating in that search? Also, providing recommendations for a successor?
Well, I did participate in discussions with the search team. Yes.
Okay. So that is actively going on because we know you have a wealth of knowledge. It'll be good for that transition period also that you can be able to share some of that. Hearing some of my colleagues regards to the member loan program, I think all of us are eager to see that back active. I know there is a cry in our community for those type of loan programs, given the fact that many of the small credit union or loan programs that were in the territory, most of them have left, like Como Loco and so many others that, of course, had that high interest rate. So it's much needed. But I'm here listening to your position, and in part, I agree, but I'm also looking at some alternatives. Have you considered maybe establishing a yearly cap and say, okay, let's start with this amount and progressively, as things stabilize, continue to increase that cap, but start offering some sort of loan program to our territory and your members?
Yes, we did make our recommendation. I think we're going to cap it at 10,000 or 5,000, Jasmine? For each loan?
Yes, we are. That was the recommendation.
Okay, to cap the retirees at 5 and the member at 10, is that it?
Yes.
Correct.
What I was more referring to, not an individual cap amount, but a cap yearly from the system for the loan program and progressively increasing that cap.
Well, Act number 7880. I'm sorry.
That amount might be.
Act number 7880 says $10 million from both districts. So it'd be $20 million. That's what Act 7880 says. So the
Yeah, and I understand, but I'm saying, given your hesitation or your concern, because you're trying to be conservative,
right.
Because of the cash flow. In the meantime, because you place a 2024 date to begin, if establishing a lower cap would give you that level of confidence to begin with the loan program.
Well, Ms. Grillo, I can't remember the exact numbers from the presentation, but did we set an amount? We felt that maybe we wouldn't get that much application in.
Yeah, because at the cap of 10,000 for an active member, we would have met the 20 million. So we would have offered about 2,000 loans per member if they all took the cap. So we would offer 1,000 in each district, and it would at $10,000, and it would come to the 20 million that the legislation has provided for.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay. Let me move right on. Did you provide the list of the government agencies that owe you employer contribution? Because I know there is, if there is any other agency other than WAPA that owe you also the employee contribution, because that was brought up in one of our finance committee hearing.
Not to my knowledge. Jasmine, you're more closer to that. Do we have any other agencies?
Not other than what you have already indicated.
Thank you.
Okay. Because we know that this really is hampering your ability to be able to sometimes recruit and hire, and also affecting the ability to be able to pay out when some of these employees retired. Let me ask you, regards to this year, FY22, what kind of new investments did G.E.R.S invest during this year?
We have not. There are recommendations.
Regarding your...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, there are recommendations to the board from our investment advisor. Those will be those were presented in investment committee, and hopefully the board will act on those next week.
Time.
I just had, if I may, in closing then, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may.
The post-audit report. Thank you. In the post-audit report, you do have Exhibit 3 that speaks about professional services and contract. I know you have listed numerous of professional contract for legal services. Can you provide an actual as to year to date? What are the expenses? I know you have some establishing how much it is per hour. Can you provide some detailed information?
We will attempt to. We'll have to review and get that information to you. And those have to do with legal. I assume those have to do with the attorneys.
Yeah, legal services. You do have their hourly rate established for about 3 of them.
Yeah.
But I was curious as what is year to date. What are your actuals with those legal services?
Okay, sir. We'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Carrion. Act 7880 was sponsored by Senator Kenneth Gittins, myself, Senator Cord Vele, and Senator Janet Miller-Young. It actually allocates only $10 million per district and a maximum not to exceed $10,000 per person in order to try to get it going again, but to not withdraw a tremendous amount of monies from the system. The law did not include the retirees, but Mr. Nibbs is saying he is considering the retirees at $5,000. So I guess that is a good thing. In reference to your budget, your personnel services has a slight decrease The fringe has a slight increase, and I know that is a direct result of the increase in healthcare insurance. Your supplies has a $200,000 increase. What's the reason for that?
Costs increase, but I can get that information for you, sir.
Okay, and when you get that information, also other services has increased by 1 million. And well, capital outlays, yeah, that's a tremendous increase. That it decreased, okay, by 1.6. Okay, so the numbers that you have is really pretty similar to the numbers that you had for fiscal year 2021.
Basically, yes.
Okay, except 2021 you had a large outlay, capital outlay, because you're probably fixing something.
Well, you know, Senator, we do have additional capital outlays that are not reflected in our 2023 budget because the board capped us at that 15 million that is included in that schedule where you see the cash flow activity. We have at least $9 million more that we would need to fund. 7 point something because we going from a version 8 in the VITEC to version 10. And we're concerned about that because the software provider, we're probably the only one or maybe one or two of their clients that are still on that old version. So they may not, in the next couple of years, they may not even service that software. So we're very concerned. The board is aware of it. We try to see if we can get grants. We haven't been successful at that time, but it's about 7.5 million to replace that system or move to a new version. And then we have at least about another $2 million in capital improvement to our G.E.R.S roofing in the in St. Thomas.
I saw you fixing that recently. I saw guys, so the construction have started on that.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's like another 9.5 million or more.
You're going way too high now, so just...
the board...
You're just telling me what it is. Okay, good.
It'll be good if you can give us that for this year, too.
Well, I hope that when we have the opportunity to go to a new system,
right,
that we no longer have technical glitches.
Correct.
We have had a tremendous amount, and a lot of time individuals are very frustrated because it's a glitch in the system, it's a glitch, and I'm like,
That's right.
you can't pay all these $millions and still have glitches.
You're correct.
Okay. So we will have a discussion. Perhaps the subcommittee might need to reconvene again so we can have a sit down the discussion maybe sometime before the markup. There'll be a short meeting where we could just have some discussion. But I want to thank you for your testimony, and I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we thank the committee for having us. We have provided to this committee and the people of the Virgin Islands the current state of the G.E.R.S. Again, we thank the legislature publicly for its role in passing the legislation that recently funded the system, which has delayed the projected insolvency in 2024. As I mentioned earlier in our presentation, additional funding will be required during the next 10 years. The G.E.R.S Board of Trustees looks forward to recommending initiative and legislation and working with the legislature to provide additional funding to the G.E.R.S. Mr. Chairman, this is my last presentation as the Administrator CEO of the G.E.R.S before this legislature of the Virgin Islands. Since my initial annual overview report before the Committee on Finance in 2008, I have advocated and I have been transparent in bringing to the forefront the funding of the system on an actuarial reserve basis. With the recent funding, it gives me some comfort to know that after 14 years, 10 months, however, the system still needs some work to be done. So we asking the legislature, we just gave you some of the initiatives that we had. I was elated to hear you said about reconvening the subcommittee because I think a lot of good things came out. We were able to sit down and have a meeting of the minds and being able to brainstorm together And those were times that I think that led us to where we are today in regards to the funding. But we need to do some more to get us where we are. So I just want to thank you for your professionalism and how you have treated me when I've come before this legislature and your committee. Thank you.
I want to thank you so much, Mr. Nibbs. I thank you for your service to the Virgin Islands, your service to the retirement system during very, very difficult times. We're in a bit better place right now, but we still have more work to do, and we cannot get comfortable as a government and fall back to that path that we were on before. And I seriously encourage all future legislators to be careful when they're making changes to the retirement system, to not make decisions that are going to cause costs, that unfunded liability once again to raise its ugly head. A lot of time those decisions are made to get votes. And they get votes for a particular period, and then they doom the system for the next 15, 20 years. So I would hope that all decisions moving forward in reference to the system are only decisions that are going to leave the system in a stronger position and not to create additional issues. We will let you know as to whether or not we'll convene, or we'll call you, but we definitely will have a follow-up discussion as to how we're going to continue to support the retirement system so that our almost close to 9,000 retirees can continue to be paid. The members of the legislature, those senators that stayed here late today, I want to thank you, thank media. We have gone 2 days without really any breaks. I truly appreciate the hard work that you guys are doing in the back room. And Ms. Dowd, thank you for assisting and coming up and giving us a hand. The Finance Committee have a rough week. We have a meeting every single day this week, but it's budget season, and that's what it is. So thank you to the members of the legislature. Thanks to my staff. Thanks, media. Thanks, Mr. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.